There's no bounds, and you should be highly congratulated. Well done.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you, Jared.
And it's worth it for all of this, Kane.
No, 100%. Yeah, I mean, it's just brilliant to be here and sort of switch your focus back onto what it is all about. And, you know, it's 2 hours of footy that change people's lives and will change 22, 23 players' lives out there today. That's how important it is and how cutthroat our game is, that you don't get a medal for coming second. You only get one. There will only be one winner, and that's what makes it so special.
If I could just indulge for one moment as well, we all have people in our lives who shape our footy journey. So my dad taught me the ways of footy. My father-in-law, Frank, from as soon as I started going out with his daughter, I started going down the highway with him. And we would stop at the Corio Bay Roadhouse with his boys, and he folded me into all of that. He goes to every Geelong game in Melbourne. On Thursday, he underwent unexpected open heart surgery. So he's in hospital today listening rather than in a seat here at the MCG. I can picture all the seats we've sat in together. The 94 prelim was Gary Ablett kicked that goal after the siren, and we embraced, and I'm pretty sure we didn't even embrace the day I married his daughter, but we embraced that day, united by the hoops. So to Frank, hopefully it's not too stressful an afternoon for you. Enjoy it from hospital, and we'll keep you company over the next few hours.
As Scotty Palmer used to say, Frank, keep punching, mate.
Yes,
keep on punching and keep pumping.
Our pre-game show is for Beaumont Tiles, $25,000 advertising giveaway iCanWin.com. What have you made of the week, Jared, as we've reunited with this most cherished event in Melbourne?
Well, it started magnificently with the Brownlow medal and then all the excitement Tuesday. And then we had the great distraction, which is going to bedevil the competition until that is resolved. But let's put that aside for the moment, because we have got the climax to the greatest season we've had this century. It's been the greatest finals campaign we've had this century, and I hope we finish off with the greatest grand final that we can think of this century. And there's just so many storylines that could unfold. You go to the top, the oldest bloke out there, Buddy Franklin. I mean, Joel Selwood not far behind, but Buddy Franklin signs a contract during the week for another year, as I suspect he was always going to do. But in the final year of his 9-year campaign, the biggest contract ever signed, the most controversial contract ever signed, he just may produce. And he's up against one of the youngest kids out there who's been a story in his own right, and Sam DeConey. Paddy McCartan, what a story he would be in his first full year for the Swans. And then there's the coaches, Chris Scott and John Longmire. Two men absolutely deserved of a second premiership, but only one will walk away. Two elder statesmen, Dangerfield and Selwood. I could go on and on and on, but this is a grand final that is like few before it.
That's what I love about it, the storylines behind it. You can throw in Tyson Stengel, was let go of his own club, Adelaide, for disciplinary reasons, and rightly so. Went back and got a day job, played sandful footy at the Eagles, won a premiership there, and then was given a chance with Eddie Betts at Geelong, and the impact that he has had, the All-Australian. What a story that would be. You mentioned Paddy McCartan and his brother Tom to share this day with the McCartan family. So your thoughts are there. Tom Hawkins, for all the big games that he has played in, the premierships won. This would just be another amazing legacy piece to his outstanding career. Selwood, I'm just captivated by and how he handles the occasion today. We know exactly what you'll get from Joel Selwood. Storylines everywhere. I can't remember as many individual storylines from each for each team's 23 today. So it's going to be fascinating to see how that unfolds out there today.
We are dressed to a good degree thanks to Ringers Western. Ringers Western clothing looks great in the city and tough it out on the land. So the selection news of the day, Max Holmes, as we sat here last Friday night, and it seemed the only way this story could end is he wouldn't take his place in the grand final, and we'll probably learn one day whether he was always cast or whether he did get himself close. It's academic now. He has to sit in the stands and watch.
Yeah, it's a real shame for him and Logan McDonald, I should say, similarly. I mean, different reasons, but similar. It's a big out for Geelong. You can't get away from the fact that their speed and his ball delivery and his acute decision-making has been one of the reasons they've climbed the mountain so far this year. So it's a big out. It's a big opportunity for Puffett if he gets on. But O'Connor goes on, and I'm not sure what role he'll play. We'll just have to wait and see what the mind of Chris Scott actually throws up. But a real shame for both guys missing out.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It was the safe decision for them to make, and you're the medico here, Jared.
I think it was the only decision.
Yeah,
really.
well, from the minute he clutched that hamstring, didn't look like there was anything neural behind it, albeit Chris Scott said this morning he was 98%, but they just weren't prepared to take the risk. So the safe call, they have cover for him. The squad is in good shape. It's been managed beautifully today, and O'Connor does give you some flexibility across on-ball, wing, and perhaps across half-back even.
We take your calls across the weekend. It's for Star 21, Telstra Enterprise Partner of the Year. We're getting shots down below. So you've lived this experience, Kane, is when you've got a rough idea of the maelstrom up above and you're buried down underneath. What are these minutes like, or you anticipate?
You're oblivious to it. You can't hear a thing. You do know what's going on. It is absolutely the calm before the storm. That's why the emotion overwhelms you when you reach the Coliseum, because you've just been down there in your own little bubble amongst your teammates, quietly doing a few extra drills with your handball, or just getting that last rub down or that last piece of strapping that you need, or a last minute instruction from one of your teammates or your assistant coaches. And then you arrive and it just engulfs you, the sound, and you can see it, and we'll hear it in a moment's time when both teams enter the arena. But as a player, you miss all of that, and you've almost got to go back and watch it on tape. Only one team will be replaying this game on tape, and that's the winner. And it'll be a cracking game, I think, Hutto, because I just think Sydney will be able to challenge Geelong with their ball movement, and I hope they are brave enough and bold enough to do that and really challenge Geelong's strength, which has been their defence.
I can't remember a game where it's so difficult to have a form line into, because both sides have been so good, but they haven't played each other since round 2, so it is hard to marry up. And you could see Geelong having a convincing win if they could withstand the pressure, but equally you could see Sydney troubling the Cats in a number of ways.
Well, pressure is something that's hard to measure, although Champion Data do a particularly good job at it. And they come up with a consistent formula. If the Swans bring pressure above 180, they have won 12 out of 13 games. And since round 17, they're the number one pressure side in the competition. Last week in the prelim final, they brought 201. And we saw the previous week when Collingwood took the pressure up to Geelong. They fell apart to some degree. It was a bit more slippery. And I think this drier circumstance here today is going to really help them. But Geelong have got so many things that they're the best at, and that's why they're 2 games clear on top of the ladder. So ultimately, for the Swans to win this game, they've got to at least equalise clearance, and they've got to just keep that pressure going. And I think it goes beyond doubt that the side that gets their opportunities and kicks accurately, I think accuracy in grand final
massive,
is an underrated element.
Particularly early, and it is blustery, as you mentioned, that the day couldn't be any better, but there is some wind around, so you do get those jitters, those set shots from 30 metres out in front, and there's some players from both teams, even Hawkins
Hawkins first half last week
couldn't get near it, and then came out and kicked 4 in the second half, of course, and straightened up. John Longmire just instructing Sydney just prior they're about to enter the arena.
And just on the wind, it's easy to say it's blowing left to right. It's a southerly breeze, so it's going from one side of the ground to the other. But when you're out on the ground, it can be blowing left to right 1 minute in your face, and then down to the goals, it can be blowing right to left. So you've got to punch the ball when it's windy.
Callum Mills with a big smile on his face past the Swans faithful who are gathered down below with their phones raised. And into the light of the MCG, up the tunnel they come. They did it in 2005, the Here It Is Premiership in 2012 in John Longmire's second year. Looking for a third premiership for Sydney's time in the Harbour City. They bring a 9-game winning streak out onto the MCG. How they'll cheer the red and the white, the bays that we can see, which are dedicated to Swans fans throughout the afternoon ahead.
And I love the way they've set that up. We saw it last week at the SCG, a bay of Collingwood and a bay of the Swans, and they're in full song right now, singing the famous red and white anthem that has reverberated around the country this year. Such has been the drive to the finals, and so many players there. They're sitting down and they're getting their photo taken, as is tradition, and they're just all sitting there praying and hoping that that is a premiership photo.
Yep, they're a joy to watch, really. They've captivated us with the way and the speed that they move the footy, but also the pressure that you alluded to. They just bring that relentless pressure, and that has overwhelmed sides at different stages. And I hope that they do take this game on and attack it. Of course, Geelong have their strengths, and they'll need to be wary of that as the Cats are ready to enter as well.
Just on the pressure, we spoke about the Swans bringing it, but Geelong have shown through the season they're susceptible. When the pressure's plus 180, they've won only 5 games out of 9, so just over 50%. When it's under 180, they just don't lose. They've won 15 straight. So they would know that they're going to be coming out here expecting to, apply their own pressure. But I think Chris Scott will be absolutely on top of this, and he'll be asking guys, you know what's coming. Let's just play pretty basic stuff early in the piece. We've got a couple of targets. If you have to, get it in there, and let's make sure we get on the board early.
So the warm-up's beginning for Ream, more than 80 years manufacturing in Australia. Joel Selwood leads this club out of the rooms. So Selwood, having captained more games than any other in VFL AFL history, sets yet another marker in this storied career with his final number 40 as he separates from Michael Tuck. He hasn't been a right player, right time story. He transformed Geelong from the day that he arrived. He played in a premiership in his first year, and that's part of the lineage. 07, 09 and 11. He took over the captaincy in 12, and he's trying to complete his journey in footy by being a premiership captain by the end of the day. The Cats into the tunnel. Levi Ablett with Gary, his dad, at the top of the race. Joel brings together the generations of this club as he takes hold of Levi. It's a milestone game for Zach Tui. And the Cats are on the MCG for what might prove their crowning moments.
Absolutely well said. They're just so well led. What a captain he has been. One of the best we've ever seen. Carrying Levi Ablett out there. What a scene that is. I'm interested to see how he starts the game. Joel, of course, he has been prone to starting on the bench and spending a lot less time through the midfield and on the ground. How many tricks does Chris Scott play early? What do they do with Stanley? What do they do with Blixarves? Who's the player that's Lockie Neal this week that they went after? It was Atkins and Selwood who targeted Neal. Is that Warner? Today, that's the player I'd be going after if I was Geelong. There won't be necessarily a hard tag on anyone, but who's the one they put the most time into? Does Mills go to Dangerfield? There's fascinating matchups all over the ground. How high does Jeremy Cameron play early? Does he get a matchup that he likes? And does he test Dane Rampy up the ground a little bit more and expose Tom Hawkins with one of the McCartans deep inside 50? So the tactical battle is fascinating, but all in all, toughest team will win. Team that brings the most pressure, the team that's the cleanest around the contest and that can dominate time in forward half early on in this game. That'll be what they're trying to achieve early on in this contest.
Coming into the match, you think Hawkins and you think Cameron, how powerful they are. And yet the track record of both Tom McCartan versus Hawkins conceding only 4 goals in 3 matches, and Rampy versus Cameron's conceding only 5 goals in 5 matches suggests this is going to be tight. This is not just going to be a walkover. And Cameron may go up the ground. I'm not sure that they'd be too concerned about that. Rampy would be pretty happy he's away from goal. Maybe he has to do the reverse and stay a bit closer and try and expose Rampy with kicking a few big goals. But wouldn't a start with Dangerfield kicking the first goal just light up this Geelong crowd and maybe the team and give them the belief that this is the year that they break that hoodoo that's beset them for over a decade.
Yep, this is the time. What do they do with Tom Stewart? Does Clark test him out, or does he go to a smaller? I get the feeling he may be the Duncan matchup, the Clarksman, Ryan Clark. What does John Longmire do there? He's got him set for someone. Isaac Heaney, potential match winner as well inside 50. So each team has 6 or 7 match winners in their lineup. We'll wait and see who has the biggest day.
Imagine if Papley kicked the goal after the siren. What sort of celebration could he produce there? But just going back to that tactic, I mean, the Swans generally play with 5 forwards and they push one up. So it would be going against the grain to keep the 6th man. I think they will just trust themselves to kick around to kick around Tom Stewart, initially at least. And if, in fact, it unfolds that he becomes a dominant player, well, then they may have to reconsider. But I suspect that both clubs will just stay with what they know, stick with the plans that have got them here and make adjustments along the way. All eyes will be on Sam Reid early in the piece. I've got the binoculars on him now. He's about 50 metres out from goal. He's going back to test that adductor strain out. Jared, why don't you call this one just to get into some practice?
He moves through the 50, 3 big strides. Well, he only nursed it, Jared.
He did, but it went straight through the high diddle.
It carried through.
He's kicked one round the corner, so...
he's got that one through as well.
Yeah.
Jared Healy and Kane Corns are our experts. They're here for sure to unify your national uniform and workwear experts. There's plenty of South Melbourne fans who've seen their team in the Harbour City for so many years, and plenty who will have travelled from Sydney and used the Melbourne Airport parking. Nothing beats $12 a day parking at Melbourne Airport. Who's been on fire this final series for Barbecues Galore? Who's been on fire during finals? Who are the players?
Well, Jeremy Cameron's the best player on the ground out there today, you would think, and he's had a really solid final series, and he's the most unique player out there just because of how hard a matchup he is. He's absolutely primed. He had that hamstring issue before, but they've managed him magnificently well, and he presents a really tough matchup because Rampy probably doesn't have the size to go with him, nor the athleticism, and neither do the McCartans. So there's not an ideal matchup for Jeremy Cameron. It will be Dane Rampy, but he can test you out. He can get up the ground and then quickly off the turnover, revert and reset inside 50 and get a matchup that he likes. So in terms of the star power players, there's a lot out there, but you can't go past Jeremy Cameron for me today.
Kolodashny's an interesting one. Back into the side last week, one of their best players. Heaney was the match winner for them in round 2 against the Cats. So Heaney, if the Swans are to win, you probably think Heaney needs to have a big game. In fact, all their forwards need to contribute. And they've got so many, and they've got a lot of varied forwards. Ball's on the deck. They are a significantly better side inside the forward 50 than Geelong. Inside forward 50, they're number 1 for the ground ball gets. They're number 1 for tackles. They are at number 1 for pressure inside their forward 50. And that doesn't come by big lumbering guys. It comes from ground ball players most of the time. So it's for the Swans. It's probably going to be a full collective of those smalls contributing. And at the other end of the ground, I'm interested in Brian Myers, what role he does, because last week he sat on Daniel Rich, but he got up the ground as well. He did both jobs really well. Perhaps his finest game for the Cats. I'm not sure if he can go onto the Lizard, but the Lizard's rebound, I think, is significant.
Huge, isn't it?
In whether or not Sydney win.
Yeah, no doubt about that. You're right with Sydney forwards. They've just got to get this ball to ground, and you just can't allow Geelong to intercept mark the footy because Hayward's a star. He can go to work. We know what Papley can do at ground level. Goulden is a gun as well. The Clarksman, Ryan Clark, is capable as much as he's a defensive player. He knows when to get off at the right time. So the focus of Sydney's key forwards, and McLean comes in, is you just can't be outmarked. And up the ground, it doesn't have to be perfect. If it needs to be quick and you scrubber it along the ground, or it's an offside torp, whatever it is, just don't sit it up for Geelong to control the air today.
And we'll be on the lookout for the unmissable moments today for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Choose to drink wise. Who's your Franklin matchup?
I'm going for the young bloke, Sam de Koning. I know that Jack Henry had him last time, but I just see he's had all the big jobs so far since his emergence. I can't see why they would go away from that. He's got closing speed. He's got the reach. And last week, the Pies found out that you need to have somebody with the reach on Buddy Franklin, because I think he's going for more contested marks now. He's getting his hands above his shoulders more so than he's done for a long period of time. So I think the kid gets the matchup, and it'll be a great scalp to get if you're a young a young defender for the Cats.
And de Koning, the big task. What role could Franklin play, Kane? What's he capable of?
He's still the man. Like, he still commands most of the football. Now, they have lessened his role a little bit, and he's prepared to get up the ground. But since the Melbourne game where he was well beaten by he played angry last week. And when Buddy Franklin plays angry, that is dangerous. He was intimidating. He was in the face of the opposition. When there was 50-50 balls there, he attacked it. I hadn't seen him attack the footy as recklessly in the air for a long time as what he did last week. So he's the man. He'd feel it. He's a player with extreme confidence. he puts those arms out and he commands the footy, and it's almost difficult not to kick him the ball, and that will be the case today. So he'll be on the move. He's got a big tank. He'll get up the ground. He plays a similar role to Jeremy Cameron, albeit about 10 years younger. But he will have a big say as to whether Sydney win or lose today.
And then, of course, there's the Tomahawk. And what a career the Tomahawk has had. Premiership player on more than one occasion.
Let's join Hamish McLaughlin.
The traditional owners of the land on which we gather today and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and to the game of Australian rules football. Would you all please welcome Premiership Cup Ambassador Basher Hooley. To hand over the 2020 Toyota AFL Premiership Cup to Geelong Cats champion Cameron Ling and Sydney Swans champion Paul Kelly. If you're able, would you now please rise, remove your caps and join with Katie Noonan as she performs the Australian National Anthem.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are one and free, with gold and silver and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. When history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing and advance Australia fair.
A roar to mark the return of the MCG Grand Final. 2 years displaced through the pandemic and back in one of the great stadiums of the world with 100,000 in attendance, binding Sydney and Melbourne and Geelong together on a captivating and gorgeous Saturday afternoon. The world's home of sports. The Cats and the Swans to go through the last of these moments to try to settle those nerves, Kane, that would have bubbled right up during that stirring anthem.
Yeah, it's amazing. When that roar hits you, it's like, hey, we're on here. Last little sprint. You can see the players, the McCartan brothers just bumping each other. Big hug, last embrace. The captains will toss the coin in the minute as Joel Selwood and Callum Mills make their way to the middle of the MCG to decide which teams will kick where, and then you'll hear from the captains for the last time for the year pre-match on a day that will absolutely change the lives of those players out there today.
The two number 14s to attend the tossing of the coin. Matt Stevick, Brendan Hoskin and Simon Meredith are our umpires this afternoon. And it's the Swans who win the toss, and Callum Mills is going to kick to the city end in this opening term. It always garners a bigger cheer than it's worth, really, but we'll soon be underway. Jared Healy, give us your last word before we rip into it.
Well, I'm just in awe of this crowd. I'm just loving the fact that footy's back at the MCG. We've got a true grand final test. We've got a true grand final crowd. The build-up has been enormous. I think the footy this year, with the Sharon being set free, has set the stage for what's going to be a tussle. It may well be a dogfight for a period of time, because the Swans know to drag the Cats down, they have to make it a trench warfare game and get the ball inside their forward 50 and get the likes of Papley and Hayward and Heaney to scrounge some goals. For the Cats, this is destiny. I mean, Chris Scott has worked so hard to just continue to fight back. And it's a story that if they can win is one that will be told for ages. The fact that they were gone, they were dismantled, they were publicly crucified in many ways this time last year, and yet they've returned to give themselves the greatest chance they've had in years for a flag.
Just some big names starting on the interchange bench. Warner, McCartan for the Swans on the interchange bench. Selwood and Atkins and Zach Guthrie starting on the interchange bench for the Cats. Jack Henry's gone to Buddy Franklin up one end. Tom McCartan's gone to Tom Hawkins up the other end as we wait and see. Take it away, fellas.
Anthony Hudson on AFL Nation.
Matt Stevic has the honour. 2 ex-Saints will compete in the ruck. Reece Stanley and Tom Hickey. The clash of the Titans. A perfect centre bounce. Stanley got the tap. The Cats edged it forward. Close came out. Knocked back to Stanley. Kept on going. Hickey thrusting it forward. Grabbed the big tackle. It goes loose and away from Parker. They work it towards the 50, but now the Swans are able to get it back out to the wing. Tui comes out. Full chest had been tracked by Heaney. Got hold of the ball, kicked beyond the initial line, and Hawkins found himself in the right place in the forward pocket. It carried onto his substantial chest. What a start for the Cats.
Yeah, great work by Zach Tui coming off the back line, getting the ball forward. They just out-toughed the Swans on that occasion, out-scrambled, and Tom Hawkins lines it up 35 out on a very acute angle.
Well, his goal kicking was an issue last week in the first half, but he corrected that in the second. He starts outside the field of play. Crowd hold their breath. 40 out from the boundary. Hawkins didn't really look like it. From the Dom Shee pocket, it's a behind.
Robbie Fox has got the job on Jeremy Cameron, so massive surprise. They'll wait and see how that plays out. And the Clarksman, Ryan Clark's gone to Tom Stewart.
First scorer behind on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Blakey leaves the square on the kick in. He sat it up. Patley dropped the mark under pressure from Isaac Smith. They scrounge in after it. Patley released the hand pass. He found Lloyd, who gave it away to Stevens, who gave it straight up. He kicked it to Kolajasny and now to Hawkins. There might have been a free kick in all of that. Hawkins sends it up to full forward. It clears Dangerfield. Close, clever tap. Blitzouts onto the boot. It floats away from the targets and hits the behind post on the full.
Well, right now the Cats are dishing up to Sydney what Sydney were expected to dish up to the Cats. Their pressure and their attack on the ball just on top of Sydney at the moment.
It's only given them a behind so far. One of the 3 co-captains, Dane Rampy, dumps the ball at half-back. Cameron hands to it. Franklin cleanly in his grasp, but the hand pass a little wild and woolly for McInerney. And it's over the line and out of bounds.
Yeah, so all of a sudden the same tactic plays out. Stanley goes behind the ball to try and free up to Koning. Blitzarves takes the ruck against Tom Hickey.
Cameron trots away into the forward pocket as attention turns back to Hickey. Took front position. Blitzarves whacked it away though. They scramble for it. Blitzarves got onto the left boot. Smothered involuntarily by his teammate Tyson Stengel.
So De Koning's actually on Reed, and well, they're trying to orchestrate that free man for De Koning, but in the end it may just end up being Stanley's the free.
Throw in at half forward. Geelong have done all the attacking so far for just a behind. Grabbed cleanly. Out of the ruck by Blitzarves. Towards full forward. Hawkins and Cameron both there. They push, they shove. Hawkins slaps it. Close. It's still close. And now it's not. Out towards Stengel. He tried to snap. Rowbottom was ready. Put the smother on. The crumbs go straight into O'Connor, who's dumped in a prolonged tackle by Luke Parker, and again the Cats can't get that final possession.
Got the territory though, but a great smother by Rowbottom.
Without hesitation it went up. Hickey won it down. Dangerfield charging, marauding through the pack. Ended up without the footy. He goes again against Parker. They scrounge. It'll need to be balled up. Left forward pocket for Geelong. AFL Nation for McDonald's playmakers. Kick to kick on Snapchat today. Quickly up, knocked out the side. Stengel was lurking. It's over the boundary.
So Lloyd's looking like the responsibility for Mitch Duncan at the moment.
And Mills has gone to Guthrie in the midfield, which is somewhat of a surprise, but clearly Guthrie's numbers, that's Cam, have been off the chart. So Callum Mills has got the job there.
25 out from the Geelong goal. Boundary throw in. Hickey cleanly down. Tom McCartan to Rowbottom. Got under the kick, and that's going out on the full.
Everything's just under pressure for Sydney, as Jared picked up before.
Touched.
Oh, it's touched. They're going to throw that in, so I'll let off. But everything is scrappy. Sydney can't get control of the ball. Everything's under the pump. Rebound out of 50, but it comes straight back in. Geelong dominating time in forward half.
Rampy on Gary Rowan. I wonder if he's got the pace to go with him.
Becomes pivotal to capitalise when you're dominating possession, though. Tapped brilliantly down to Dangerfield. A little too firm for O'Connor. Invited the pressure from Heaney, the scrap from Rowbottom. And there was some high contact there, and it will be a Sydney free. What a back half to the season James Rowbottom's having as he kicks it short and wide to Hickey.
And he's been important, Hutto, in this particular passage, being one of the few that's won the ball.
Off to Blakey, a skimming kick designed for Franklin, but it never arrived. It was just tugged a little towards the members' stand. Out on the full, Cam Guthrie with the ball. He's going to give up some ground as the Cats look to find a way forward. Behind Geelong, Swans yet to score.
Dangerfield tagged out. Selwood comes in for his first run down for Spitwater, tough and ready. The Cats have transversed across the ground, and De Koning, he's kicked it out on the full, on the far side.
Yeah, it's those early game nerves, young players, couple of skill errors first from Blakey, and under no pressure whatsoever. De Koning just missed his mark by a good 12 metres out on the full.
Hayward with footy in hand will drive the Swans meaningfully inside 50. Franklin lurched forward. Reid couldn't get a run at it. The defence was well set, but the tackles are laid to keep it trapped deep.
Buddy going over the umpire, just wondering, is he going to get any protection tonight? But I wouldn't be asking for it, Bud. You just got to win the ball.
Tossed up, Swans in attack. Hickey knocks it down underfoot. It skittles around. Parker swept it off the grass, but only as far as De Koning. His goaltending. He'll be a bit nervy with footy in hand after the previous. He'd like to find an easy target, and there is one across the face of goal in Kolodjasny. He'll hug the boundary for Buse as the Cats look to link up out of defence. Tui made the running. The kick's a bit strong for him. Good work done by Warner to paddle it up. Hayward's harried all the way. Parker dives in on top of it. He got caught. That'll be holding the ball. Atkins got to him.
He's held him too many times. He lunges at the ball when there's no clear area to get out, and he's been caught 4 or 5 times this finals campaign.
Atkins had a good look what was ahead. The run was from behind. Duncan marked it. Good pressure from Stevens. Impacted the kick. It dribbles to the 50.
That is a push.
And there's a push as he kicked it.
Which does give Sydney players time to flood back. Nearly every Sydney player will be in front of this kick. So it was almost a professional kick, but Mitch Junkin, what a beautiful ball user.
Little give in tight to Kolodjasny. Had a hankering to handball to Isaac Smith. Decided against it. He goes back 60 out. Places it into the pocket. Blitzars was the primary target. From the side, Florent played escort. And no one can quite get their act together at the moment on both sides. Understandable early grand final nerves.
That said, Geelong look like they've settled far better than Sydney at the present time. Their defence is getting right up into the forward half.
7 minutes played on the Makita rule, the outdoors clock. Hawkins to the front of the boundary throw in. He missed it on the way through. Blakey slapped it over his head only as far as Isaac Smith. Got some sort of kick to the teeth of goal. It's loose. McInerney's onto the footy. Hand pass near Florent. Got to him on the first bounce. Hurried it out of the area. Kolodjasny closes on a 4-man pack. De Koning got it to ground. Selwood sweeps in for the Cats. Hand pass to Duncan. Kick smothered by Florent, who runs it over the boundary, 60 away from the Geelong goal. It's 1 behind Geelong. Sydney yet to score. Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Robot's got it.
Really impressive smothering by the Swans. It's 2 now that have impacted greatly.
The longer it goes, the bigger the prize for that first goal. Blitzarves taps and taps again. Mills joins the throng at the front. It's squeezed out to Isaac Smith, a veteran of such days. Kicks to Cameron. He couldn't take the mark. Fox did it really well. Gave the handball and kept on coming. Drives Sydney back to the wing to Koning. Oh, the young star he is. He marks, steps forward and kicks wide to Cameron, who loves to arc around, but he just holds here and goes short to Joel Selwood. And his record-breaking game. No one's played more finals, but misgivings about that kick. He tugged it short.
Nowhere to go.
And then Reid gave it to Fox. He kicks to Franklin. Stewart left his man. He's spoiled. On the logo is where the action is on the southern wing. Socket forward by Stewart. A random bit of play. It fell for Stengel. One of the stories of the year. He dances a while in the pocket towards the goal square. Blakey and co were there. And they work it via Lloyd away from Blitzarves. It's that final phase for the Cats, which remains elusive. It's out of bounds.
They're just going at 56% disposal efficiency early in this game. Safety still shed stat sheet. They have been able to dominate inside 50s in time and forward half, but as you said, Sydney defending incredibly well so far.
Geelong deep forward on the throw in. Hawkins got it clean, hooked it around, and the Tomahawk picks the first. It's one of his specialty moves on the boundary throw in. He conjures a stoppage goal to get the Cats on the board. 1-1-7. Tom Hawkins the favoured way as the first goal kicker. The Swans yet to score on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Well, that's a real bonus for Geelong and a real tragedy there for Sydney in a sporting sense. You just can't get beaten by what you know in these circumstances. Everyone knows that Tom Hawkins is going to try and push that out. There wasn't any congestion around that stoppage, so he got the back door. Hickey got thrown out of the way, and it was just a simple kick around the corner to open up the batting. It was really average defence from Sydney.
Spot on, so predictable. Hickey's got to be stronger. It's the second time already in this game. Firstly, Blitzarves took the ball out of the ruck and kicked it inside 50, and then he's coughed up a goal there. The renowned ruckman getting beaten by a forward.
His 65th goal of the year. Hickey grabbed it, shows he can do it too. Sends them inside 50. Henry defends Buddy successfully. Hits the ground 30 metres out from Sydney's goal. Makeshift kick by Henry. A bit of luck on his side because it bounced and took some time to be tracked down by Warner. He runs and then tries to guide to a teammate on the bounce. Hayward straddled the line, kept it alive. Tossed it up for Franklin again. He got both hands around it but couldn't drag it down. Rowbottom was tackled successfully. Henry slapped it on the boot. It sits on its end. Fooled everybody. Bounced back for Selwood. Got one high.
Well, it was a full chance for Buddy Franklin that just went begging. That one could be costly.
Selwood eyed the middle of the ground but then decided to handball to Zach Guthrie. He had to kick under some awkward circumstances. Self-inflicted after he'd fumbled. And it's cut off immediately by Blakey. Into the middle to Clark. As Sydney look to try and build something substantial here. Clark goes forward and back, and his kick was smothered. A picture of indecision. It fell well for Parker, who sent it off to Hickey. A low ball to the 50. Heaney hit it hard. They were coming from all angles. Buse headlong into trouble. McLean joined the tackle. And he's being penalised. Not sure what he could actually do there.
Hot on that. Sydney have to challenge Geelong with their ball movement. Blakey took the intercept mark, went inside, and then Clark stagnated. You've got to keep going to the open side and challenge Geelong defence. They're playing exactly how they want them to.
Callum Mills sets it up. Franklin comes with a run. He can't quite take it. At the front, it's Warner. Then it's Blitzarves. Just wrestled it free to close. Shook one tackle, gave it to Rowan. A long way from home. Off to the coning. They piece something together from halfback. It's Myers with the inside kick to close.
Close gives it back to Myers on the follow-up. He runs the worn wing, touches it down and then slips the hand pass to O'Connor. Links it up with Selwood and back. O'Connor and Selwood trying to find the way through, and they do. Selwood's kick was intended for Duncan. Parker got in the way, ran interference. Off the ground went Blakey. It's a haphazard kick and it goes straight back to O'Connor.
Just like the way the Cats are moving the ball better than Sydney at the moment.
Centering ball for Kolajasny. Landed just before Hayward could do anything about it.
A couple of their big ball winners not getting near it. Mills just the one possession. 9 last week in the first quarter.
Kolajasny gave ground to De Koning. Hand passes away to Tui. He has a look out the near side. It's not on. Heaney confronts him. Tui retreats and kicks wide. De Koning will get there against the boundary. He needs to get some sort of kick away, which he does. Myers is outnumbered. He made the spoil. Warner's at the back, so the Swans do use their numbers. Hand pass to Rampy. Not much of a kick inside 50. It went past Franklin. Cut off by Zach Guthrie. Neat kick to Duncan. And on the flyby comes Cam Guthrie. He has a bounce adjacent to the centre square. Kicked it to Cameron. Too much on it. Spoil made over the top. Cameron lanches onto the footy. Then he gets brought down, holding the ball.
Yeah, Robbie Fox has had a magnificent start to the afternoon. He was one out in the forward 50. It should have been against, but just the extra pace of Robbie Fox, I think, has made this a seriously good matchup.
It was a great follow-up effort. Got the spoil and then the tackle up the other end. Rampy just had to hit Franklin. He was open by about 10 metres, and all of a sudden Geelong transitioned the ball from one end to the other.
Both sides being suffocated with their ball movement to some extent so far. Swans get it to half-back. Stevens has the footy up against the line. A left foot kick, it's a real up and under. Tried marking that. De Koning should have the height advantage on Clark. Couldn't finish it. They batter it back to Warner. Yanked the kick forward a little, and then a hand pass from Hayward in hope more than anything. Guthrie got taken high. That was the view of the umpire as well. So Cam Guthrie has the footy for the Cats. They've done all the scoring. 1-1-7. Sydney yet to score. 14 minutes for Makita in the opening term. Guthrie to half forward. No marking power for them really. Dangerfield got toppled, kept in by Close. Accommodating bounce Hawkins. Drives for Cameron, but nothing's easy, and Fox was there again to make it more difficult. It's over and out.
So as soon as that matchup of Fox came through, they would have been sort of talking about it. What's the best way we can expose that? So they put Cameron to the goal square, and they're trying to empty it out just to give him every bit of space to lead.
Jared Healy for sure, Unify uniform experts. Boundary throw in 40 out from the Geelong goal. Hawkins got it clean again onto the boot. He's pulled the same trick twice. Tom Hawkins with a pair of goals from boundary throw-ins. That is bonus material. Geelong 2-1-13. Sydney yet to score. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robot's got it. 15 minutes gone of the opening term. AFL Nation for Tyre Power. Your match day favourites for tyre safety.
Bonus for the Cats. Bogus for the Sydney Swans. 2 out of 2. That's a really well thought out plan. They've always known that Hickey's going to take it, so they've just opened it out. All the mids are just spreading, giving him extra clearance room. He can just back out. There was no pressure. No one came at Hawkins. That was rabbit in the sun stuff.
Yeah, no, so he's off the ground now, Tom Hickey. A disastrous start for him. McLean comes onto the ground. He's in the ruck against Reece Stanley. But even the midfielders have got to be aware. If Tom Hawkins grabs it, you've got to tackle him. But incredibly poor physical start from Tom Hickey.
What a day for Hayden McLean. Hasn't played since round 8. He won the tap and sent them on the path. Socket forward by Parker, only as far as Zach Guthrie. Aggressive, strong response from Heaney. A big tackle which brought Zach Guthrie to ground. Ball up on the 50. Swans searching for their first score. Tap went Dangerfield's way. He got a kick away from Parker. To the centre circles. Fox again prevailing.
Started well.
What a start. It's a big day for Robbies. From Williams to Fox. He goes wide to Lloyd, who kicks Sydney to half forward. This is the man they've got to get into the game to energise. Papley, just a fraction too far out to score. To the top of the square he goes. Geelong were well set. Couldn't take the mark. Hayward splashed it under the boot. And now he's celebrating Sydney's first goal. Right spot, right time. Mouth wide open as he celebrates. Normally, the Cats defenders would have held that mark.
They would have. Papley kicked it exactly where Geelong's defenders wanted them to kick it. And De Koning was in excellent position. But as we said pre-game, you just got to find a way to get this ball to ground and then let those dangerous forwards go to work. It was the Clarksman who got the ball to ground. And Hayward's he's a gun. He's an unheralded gun of this side. And what a bonus that is against the play. It was all set up by Robbie Fox, though. Physical against Jeremy Cameron. Took the intercept mark. And for a moment, Sydney actually had some control of the game. They're getting smashed at contested footy. -10 there. Uncontested footy, -20. All for safety still shed stat. That was a goal against the run of play. McLean did well in the ruck.
Cats by 7. Ball in the centre circle for Flight Centre. Your front row seat centre. From the bounce, they go to work. Cam Guthrie slipped under the tackles. Flopped the kick to half forward. Took an awkward bounce. Dangerfield knocked it on. So too Stengel. Out into open space. Here comes Cameron. Gathers the footy. Hand passes defensively to Duncan. Worked it around to Dangerfield. Got around Robot to open up the possibilities. Tosses it to full forward. Blitzer's got it. Beautiful flight on the kick, and Parker was left swishing in fresh air.
Well, just the 50-50 balls are going Geelong's way. They're going just that little bit harder at the present time. They're finding better space. And this issue of Blitzarves and Stanley, at this time it's worked well. He's gone down deep into forward line and gets a shot at goal.
Blitzarves onto the J-curve and in for a goal. An immediate answer from the Cats as their everything man strikes. 3-1-19 Geelong, 1 straight Sydney. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
From a safety still shed stats point of view, everything is ringing red for John Longmire. Every single stat he would be worried about. +14 in kicks, dominating around the stoppages, dominating around contested footy, uncontested possessions like nothing you've seen. 21 plus in favour of Geelong already, and we're only 15 minutes into this game. They have complete control of the game. And Dangerfield's ability then to gather the ball under pressure but then turn on a dime. We haven't seen that agility from Dangerfield. So the mini pre-season that he has done, the shape that they've got him in, is paying dividends this final series.
Cats running hot for Ream. Steady, hot and strong. Centre bounce. McLean and Stanley. Stanley got the little tip over the top. Dangerfield lost his footing and allowed Papley to attack, but Dangerfield redoubled his efforts. Got a hand pass away to Selwood. Now Stanley inserts. It was almost captured by Isaac Smith. Loose ball to be won. Back to Smith. The former Hawk fires away and he kicks Geelong's fourth. And they are threatening early in this grand final of the MCG. Persistence paid for Isaac Smith. Latched onto it and made no mistake. And the issues get bigger for John Longmire and the Swans.
Yeah, alarm bell's ringing right now. It was a one-on-one Stevens up against Isaac Smith. I mean, one at the start of his career, the other one was so much experience. And he neutralised the first, but he went to ground, which left Isaac Smith on his feet. But it started with Dangerfield. It was a contested ball. Dangerfield won it, got it going again. And it was a serious contested ball. Papley went with the arm. Dangerfield went to ground, picked it up and released. And then it was running with the flight of the ball. And Isaac Smith stayed with the footy. He went forward to the pack. And he just scrubbed one through, but got the result. Danger times here for the Swans.
Perfect replay for car sales. Everything you auto know. Geelong by 19. Hickey the tap. Dangerfield storming through the middle. Kicks it out in front of Hawkins. No, not quite. He still might get the crumb. Gathers the footy. Hand pass to the side was ineffective. Cut off by Mills. Got it away to Fox. Cleared the defensive area. Bounced away from Hickey. He's going to get to it though. Neat little hand pass to Hayward. Stanley ran interference. Got knocked off it by Hayward. They reconvene. Cats have numbers to it. Kolodjasny lent a hand. Shared it and got it back from Blitzarves. Awkward to half forwards. Coming out was Parker to clear the area, and he did it well. Perfect to read. Linked it up to Papley. Now to Rowbottom. About to be run down by Connor. Holding the ball.
Oh, he got the kick away. That's a silly decision.
Crazy.
A sudden death on holding the ball in what we've seen so far. O'Connor across the defensive 50 for Tui. Out the far side for Myers. Swans fans blew about the Carsales replay shown on the big screen. Cats bring it to Stanley on the wing.
Different, but it actually
he
towed
kicked it, yeah.
Stanley's kicked it for Cameron. He read the flight well that time. Out onto the left, centering ball, close, dives at it. They play Crummers. Duncan around to Selwood, found a way through. Isaac Smith out the front. He's kicked his second. He's got a mind toward a fourth premiership and a first in the hoops. And the Cats are making a hell of a down payment early. It's 5-1 to a goal. That is shock and awe the start in 22 minutes of footy. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
Shock and awe is just that. They're just too tough. There's broken tackles. Geelong dominating out of the middle of the ground. We said before the game the toughest team will win there. Florence, ordinary attempt at a tackle. Rampy was the same. And Isaac Smith waltzed into a goal that would be synonymous with a pre-season game in February, not a grand final. Missed tackle on Selwood, missed tackle on Isaac Smith. And Sydney's midfield's got to lift. Otherwise, this is going to get embarrassing if it's not already. So if you're in the Sydney box, you're going, what personnel can we change to actually get a contest in the middle of the ground? Because Geelong dominating out of the centre.
Hickey back in the middle for the Swans. Against Stanley, he goes. He jumped. Well, he didn't jump in the end. He stayed down. Blitzarves was there for Geelong. Won it to a slipping Selwood. Had time to get up and ran headlong into Rowbottom. Wasn't penalised by the umpire. The ball jolted clear.
I think one of the problems, Kane, is that they've been bashed up so much. They're now sort of focusing on their opponents and not trying to win the ball.
Geelong by 25. Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Tap from Hickey. Straight to the clutches of Cam Guthrie. Ground to a halt by Callum Mills.
Got the extra around the ball as well. Tui's behind the ball, so Sydney have the number at the stoppage.
And this ball up, Stewart anticipated perfectly. Inserts the Cats dangerously again. McCartan manhandled Hawkins very well under the circumstances. And then he took it to the line with a timely fumble and got it out into some sort of safety.
Well, there's not a lot going right for Sydney right now. It's hard to find a winner for them outside of maybe Robbie Fox. So there's a quantum lift needed by everybody out there to make this competitive.
They hold their ground in the ruck. It bounced for close. It squeezed out, grabbed by Warner. A hand pass to Rampy. A left foot kick that hangs in the sun in this beautiful blue sky in front of the southern stand. And it's marked by Joel Selwood to send the Cats back into attack. Some short stuff to Myers. And he is right on his limits here. Similar position to where Tom Hawkins had the opening shot of the game.
And by virtue of his kicking style, he actually closes down the angle, so this will be a tough one.
It feels like it's almost impossible. But the way the Cats have started, you never know. The number 32 kicks from 45 outgrown Myers. He couldn't get the shape together. In fact, he hasn't scored. It's out on the floor. All our boundary updates, by the way, for Spitwater, tough and ready. It's 5-1-31 to 1 straight 6. AFL Nation for McDonald's. Play Macca's kick to kick on Snapchat today.
5 minutes remaining in the opening term. Rampy with footy in hand at the restart. He just second-guessed himself and he's kicked it long. Henry was favoured by it. Reid made a great contest. Papley kept it going the Swans' way. Clark led a hand, didn't find a teammate. Stewart was just too tough on the footy. Hand pass to Smith, got shut down the moment that he got it. In the McInerney tackle, he released it. To Koning, slung to ground. Myers lends a hand. The Cats trying to work their way through the pressure. Henry makes sure that they do. He kicked it to the skipper. Brought it inboard to Stengel. Has a look inside 50. Blitzards is on. He didn't see him. He goes deeper for Rowan. 2 against. Spoils are made and it trickles toward the boundary and out of play 50 from the target.
How's some of their contest work, Geelong? I mean, it's what they've done all year. They've beaten upsides. Tom Stewart's attack on the footy there is just what grand finals are all about. Then Blitzards is able to break a tackle. Then they win at the source and spread. Joel Selwood up to 8 disposals.
55 from the Geelong goal. From the throw-in, Cam Guthrie committed himself at the footy. He's able to work a hand pass to Smith, who fed it on to Selwood. Hammered it forward to the play to Stengel. Caressed the kick for Blitzards. Paddy McCartan spoiled. Myers, the crummer. He's flung it near side. He got closer, but it's a behind this time. 26-point margin in the Cats' favour. Robot Building Supplies School.
Yeah, quarter time can't come quick enough for the Swans. They need to reset. They're getting bashed around the ball. Their strength is normally the contest and it's normally the pressure, and they have been beaten badly in both departments.
Lloyd's going to favour that southern half-back flank of the re-entry. Reid flew to Koning, got a prominent fist to it. Smith, one of the stars of the first quarter, kicks the ball and it fell to the man in front, and that man was Brad Close.
They just look to be playing on a higher plane at the present time.
Yeah.
The Cats, they are much more in sync with each other. They're playing on instinct. They're in front. They're reading the ball better. The Swans are shocked at the present time and playing like it.
Brad Close, part of this rebuild for the Cats that they've done so successfully on the run. From the moment he's entered the team, he showed he can play at the level. He kicks from the forward pocket, 45 metres out from goal, and kicks it perfectly. Another close encounter that goes the Cats' way. 6-2, 38 Geelong, 1 straight 6 Sydney. Quarter time, better come very, very soon.
Well, even the floaters are going through at this stage for the Cats, but that's probably their only little bit of luck. They've just made their own luck. They've been brutal, they've been organised, they're clean, they're ambitious, they're everything you need to take this game by the scruff of the neck, and that's exactly what they've done. You can talk about tactics all you like, but their tactic is just be harder and tougher at the contest right now, get it forward, and they're stronger. They just in body look a much stronger side than Sydney.
Perfect quarter of football. Isaac Heaney yet to touch the footy. I'm really surprised he hasn't gone into the centre bounce, continues to play forward.
Kane and Gerard for Shaw Unify, uniform experts. Cats by 32 out of the middle. The ball spills Papley's way. Dropped it onto the boot, kick to the wing. Zach Guthrie made the spoil. Underneath, Blitzards beat Papley to it. Released Cam Guthrie on a free run. Kicks inside 50. Cameron laced him out. And Jez couldn't help but mark.
Well, this is just getting to the disastrous stage for Sydney. No one wants to call the game over at quarter time, but they need to do something serious because everything they touch is turning to goal.
From the calm of the farm to the maelstrom of the MCG, Jeremy Cameron pops it into the left-hand post. It just got away from him late. The Cats by 33, Robot Building Supplies scoreboard.
And that's one of the surprises. I mean, they're so dominant, yet Cameron hasn't really been a factor right now.
Lloyd tries a different way. He runs in and handballs this time. Off to Fox, who tucked it under the arm and kicked towards the wing. Reed beaten. De Koning is dominating in the air in this opening quarter, as he has for much of the year. He's been such a great sign of what the Cats have put together. Now Bunny, of all people, has encroached on the protected area. The short pass from De Koning went to Zach Guthrie, and he is going to be close enough.
He kicked one a couple of weeks ago,
Yeah,
I think, in the final, and he's a beautiful kick.
He was their best player in the first quarter against Collingwood. When they did look out of their depth for 15 or 20 minutes, it was Zach Guthrie, whose story this year has been well told. Out of the shadow of his brother, notched his 50th game. Many thought he was lucky to still be at the club. He finds himself at centre half forward with the Sharon on footy's biggest day. And unfortunately, he can't quite kick straight. Tugged away to the left. They could actually have a bigger score, more substantial than they have as it is. It's a 34-point lead. 6-4-40 to 1 straight 6.
Kick in from Lloyd to Rampy, plays the southern side of the ground. Knocked away by Henry, who stood his ground in front, and Smith feeds it back to Henry. The Cats are attacking again, although this time Hawkins was caught behind. He had to go the spoil. He knocked it out of Fox's hands and out of play.
Some really bad signs when the ball hits the deck and the Swans a couple of metres away. They're almost the handbrake's going on. They're not coming back to the contest. Their pressure rating would be their worst in months.
The boundary throw in. Hickey won the tap down. Rowbottom knocked it on, and it did work. Onto the boots. It goes forward. Drops by Kolajasny. It gives Franklin a chance. De Koning stood against the flow. Buddy mauled into the ground.
He's had to chip away at it. They've got to get their hand on their footy. Amazingly, plus 46 in disposals, Geelong's way. I mean, this is just Sydney's worst performance on the biggest day of the year in a quarter. They've got time to turn it around inch by inch.
In his first kick is smothered. Atkins a loose hand pass. It's cut off by Stevens. Worked it around to McInerney against the boundary and under pressure and out on the full.
Yeah, poor handball from Stevens. Should have been a left-hand handball. Not taught as a kid, so he does a right-hand handball to ground. And it impacts at the biggest day. That's why you do it when it's not as pressure. So under pressure you can do it. Great pressure from the Cats. Another turnaround inside the defensive 50.
63 seconds left in the term. Selwood down the wing. Hickey stands his ground in the middle of the pack to mark.
Huge quarter from Selwood, Hutto. He's had 11.
Pops the kick to half forward. Tentative at best. McInerney didn't get access, and Selwood eclipsed him again. Takes another mark.
It was not competitive, though, from McInerney. I mean, this is the grand final. It's got to be body on body.
Joel Selwood embodies competitiveness. Has done from the start. The Cats monopolised possession across the defence. And Duncan with a powerful kick to half-back to Kolajasny. Still time for another. Towards half forward. O'Connor pushes off Stevens. Backs back out of the shadows. Takes the mark. Overtures come from full forward. Goes to Blitzarves. So it's 4 Swans against Blitzarves. They spoil. The danger hasn't passed. A handball through 4. Well behind in the end. Lloyd had to help. And they got to safety. They haven't achieved much else in this opening term. Just 1 goal. Geelong 6-5-41. And that's on the Robot Building Supplies scoreboard. Robots got it.
20th inside 50. Paddy McCartan's first touch was almost a rushed handball behind. So no impact from their intercepting defenders so far.
Lloyd long on the kick in will be the final moment of what has been one of the most dominant openings in grand final history. Geelong 6-5-41 made a total mess of Sydney 1 straight. And John Longmire has all the work in the world to do. Smith and Hawkins have kicked 2 each. Close and Blitzarves 1 apiece. Haywood has kicked the lone major for the Swans. AFL Nation for McDonald's. Play Macca's Kick to Kick on Snapchat today. And Tyre Power, your match day favourites for tyre safety. It's Geelong by 35 points.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it.
If you choose to take risks and break the law while driving, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. Drive safely for everyone. A message from the TAC.
Every interview and every show. Listen to the podcast now. Just click the catch up button on the SEN app.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I'm looking for a new home loan.
That'll be $999.
I have to pay to get a home loan with you.
What? You're telling me you expect to get a home loan without any fees?
Well, yeah.
I have to question your details, check your paperwork, dot the T's, cross the I's, and do the thing with the form. Nobody does that without fees.
Athena does.
Oh, are they hiring?
Free yourself from fees at athena.com.au. We don't charge any. Athena. Love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
Safety Steel. Time to get real.
Tim Watson here. Can you remember as a kid painting goals on the side of your dad's shed and shooting for goals day after day? Well, they built them tough back then, just like the sheds from Safety Steel. For prefab steel kit buildings and custom designed sheds that are tough and durable, search Safety Steel. For your dream shed, search Safety Steel.
Safety Steel. Time to get real.
The Designer Appliances Spring Renovation Spend and Get sale is on now. Receive a bonus digital Visa gift card up to $500 on Electrolux, Smeg, Fisher & Paykel and so much more. Visit us at Designer Appliances, Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South.
Every year, we help thousands of people like you control their gambling. So, we get that every story is different. We get there might be setbacks along the way. We get that you might need lots of support or just the odd call. To change the way you think about gambling, call someone who gets it. Call Gamblers Help on 1-800-858-858 or visit the Gamblers Help website.
Peninsula Skoda's brand new dealership offers a modern showroom to browse the exceptional range of Skoda vehicles. Over 140 vehicles displayed makes it the largest Skoda dealership in Melbourne. And for the second year in a row, the new Kamiq SUV has won Drive Car of the Year. European quality without the European price tag, now with a 7-year unlimited kilometre warranty standard across the entire range. For sales or service, experience the difference at Peninsula Skoda, just off the Frankston Freeway. LMCT 11264.
Wood heaters, gas, log fires, Factory Direct. Illusion and Ultimate's biggest ever end of season mega sale with prices slashed. Wood heaters from $5.99. Gas log fires from $19.99. Dandenong, Epping and North Geelong. Illusionfires.com.au.
Anaconda's spring super sale is on now. Get in quick for huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off. Spring super sale on now at Anaconda. Anaconda!
In the mounting yard for the Tyre Power footy final sale. Profiling some of the runners. Ideal tyre pressure, popular with racegoers, 5-1. Wheel balance should run well up the straight, $6. Lacking tread, drifting in the market, 20-1. Bald tyres, a dangerous long shot, 50-1. And our odds-on favourite today, Toyo, a great performer in all conditions. Buy 3, get 1 free on Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
The footy final sale on now. Visit your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power store today.
For those that love crisp, uncomplicated Aussie refreshment, try a CB Co Draft. Australian owned, Australian made, CB Co Draft is brewed locally in Port Melbourne, Victoria by people who love what they do. Now on tap at the Peacock Inn Hotel, 210 High Street, Northcote. Enjoy cracking deals on CB Co Draft with $6 pots and $12 pints throughout September. Crisp, classic Aussie beer at only $6 a pot. CB Co Draft at the Peacock Inn Hotel, Northcote.
18 plus only, please drink responsibly.
You're listening to the 2022 AFL Grand Final, live on AFL Nation. For Motorola, smartphones for any budget. Visit motorola.com.au.
Welcome back to the MCG where it is quarter time. 6-5-41. Geelong have stormed away from the Swans. 1 straight 6. AFL Nation for McDonald's playmakers kick to kick on Snapchat today. Thoughts on the opening turn from Jared Healy and Kane Corns?
Jared, biggest quarter-time lead in the grand final since 1989, and Geelong leading by 35 points and playing about as good a football as you could play.
Yeah, it's been a total domination. They're just so much more physical than Sydney, and that's something you would never, coming to this ground, consider a possibility. But they're bigger-bodied. They're attacking the ball much harder. They've been well led by their captain, who's had 12 possessions. Isaac Smith, another big-bodied midfielder, is taking it up to his much more junior opponent. He's kicked 2 and had 8. De Koning's dominating across half-back. Blitzarv's dominating. Koladashny dominating across half-back. So's Mitch Duncan. So even if the Swans get it in there, they're getting it out of there very quickly. And for the Swans, it's been a sorry tale of just no possession and a lamentable first quarter. They're just going to have to now break it down. You've got 3 more quarters. Get back 2 goals per quarter. And if they don't have that mindset, it'll be over at half-time.
Got to get Isaac Heaney into the game. He's one of their match winners, has yet to touch the football, continues to be starved at half-forward. I'd be playing him in the centre bounce. Sydney got a lift in this area.
Opening bounce to the second term for Tyre Power, your match day favourites for Tyre Safety. Geelong by 35 points, kicking to the City end in the second term. Stanley down near Dangerfield. Stanley came up with it, tried to release it forward to the play. There was just enough Swans interference. It came from Parker away to Mills. He dropped it up at half-forward. It skipped to the back. Stewart tracking the footy, and Stevens tracked him every step of the way. Ball in dispute. Tui went to ground with it. It's still alive. Franklin got it. Low down into the left-hand post. He jammed it into the woodwork. Something better for the Swans on which to build, though. They're 34 points down on the Athena home loan scoreboard. Papley's hurt in the back play.
Well, it's the first time they've got really a shot at goal through pressure, through tackling.
Get to Coxie for Spitwater, tough and ready.
Discomfort, shooken off the trainers, so he's back in the play.
That was Tom Papley. Thanks, Coxie. The kick from Zach Tui to half-back. A juggling act from Blitzarves. Didn't take the mark, but he got it safely to O'Connor. Heaved it back to the wing. Rowan tracked it well. Matched in the air to Sporting Rampy. Fell to Rowan in the end. He kicks to half-foot. It slings into the 50. It'll bounce up for Tom McCartan. He was cautious as he approached it because Tom Hawkins was approaching him. He stepped over the line.
Now, is there any chance that Tom Hawkins may be tackled if, in fact, he wins this tap?
Surely. Tom Hickey is ready. And McCartan is also lining up just in case. Both McCartans are. Throw in 40 metres around from Geelong's goal to the City end. They tap this time to the front. Tap, tap, tap. Blitzarves. Stengel towed it forward. Try to track it all the way to goal. Now he puts the tackle on Rowbottom. Maybe he was legged.
It's high, I think.
Yeah, okay, high. It's a free kick to James Rowbottom.
This has really been... You know, it's almost unthinkable that Hickey's worked out now that you've got to play behind Tom Hawkins in the ruck.
Kicks to half back in the air. Buddy threatened to drag down the mark. Flicked away to Mills, but his kick was smothered. Stewart onto it. A slight fumble. Pushed as he kicked. To the goal square we go. Rowan denied by Fox. Smith tried to kick his third and he wasn't far off the mark. Goulden ran straight into the trap, but he was taken high. Gary Rowan pleads his case.
Buddy Franklin is right up the ground trying to get hold of the ball, flying, just can't take the marks.
He's trying to take marks in a way that he never really has, though.
That's the problem when you get drawn up the ground to try and get yourself a kick. It allows Geelong to defend.
Goulden was wretchedly unsure. It did work as Franklin slides in at the defensive 50 and takes the mark.
So there he is, but now he's so far up the ground. You've got Stanley back behind the ball. You've got Tui as a spare, and you've got De Koning ready to intercept.
Franklin seals the dummy, got around Stewart, caressed the kick to Mills.
Good kick.
I don't mind it, Kane, just because it hasn't worked for him at the other end of the ground. They've got to try something different and get numbers up. Okay, maybe go a little bit slower, but the question is, has Buddy got the tank to play that role?
Mills has kicked it in the Hickey direction. Henry got in front. Hickey had to play the spoil. O'Connor roves underneath. Gets his kick away before being floored by Franklin, but it'll turn over as Rampy committed himself in front and takes the intercept mark.
Love to see them go the other side from that intercept mark. It's got to be your instinct to at least get up and try and hit that 45. This kick now down the line is exactly what Geelong want.
Rampy's kick lands on the wing. Two cats spoil each other. That was Stanley and Zach Guthrie. It pinballs around for a while. Parker fires out the handball. Hickey couldn't get it under his command. Instead it swings Geelong's way. Selwood to Koning. Zach Guthrie to half forward. Dangerfield waits for it to hit the turf. It does. Myers' arrival was timely into the pocket on the lead. Rowan had cleared his head, and Fox is going to... Oh, he won't get back there first, but Goulden will from the deep depths of defence. He uses that crusty left foot kick, but he held some time up. Only Buse had a choice of three cats, and it's Tyson Stengel.
Hats off to Geelong. Their pressure, their strategy, their structure. It's been A-grade. It's premiership stuff right now. Swans can't move the ball anywhere near like they would like to.
Collingwood kicked 6 of the last 7 goals last week, and now the Swans have conceded. 6 of the first 7 goals to start the grand final. And Tyson Stengel, whose journey has been well told, is at half forward right now. A little stutter step. It's going to go 50 metres. Distance not a problem. Nothing is for the Cats at the moment. Tyson Stengel skips through the 50 to celebrate. 7 on the board. 7-5-47 to 1-1-7. Tyson's fury unleashed. And the Cats lead by 40.
Well, Sydney win the ball in their back line because they have the extra number there, but then they look up and they have absolutely nothing to go to, and that was the case for Goulden, who just had to hack it on the boot. Hughes took the intercept mark because he was set up in great position. He was expecting that kick, and then off the turnover, Geelong have been the best team all year. They score more heavily than any other side off turnover. Once again, off the intercept mark in the forward half of your ground, almost impossible to defend. And they have so many attacking options inside 50, and the amount of goal scorers they've already had in this game is frightening for Sydney.
50 goals for the season for Tyson Stengel. Ball spills the way of Blitzarves after the Stanley tap. He lobs it inside 50. Gary Rowan. The two decisive flyers were Rowan and Jeremy Cameron.
Well, fumble from Parker in the middle of the ground. First look at it in the centre bounce of a grand final. Tough, experienced player like Luke Parker. You don't get a second look. He had first possession. He fumbled it. Geelong win another centre bounce through Blitzarves, who nothing spectacular about it, just got it in even numbers inside 50 with the 6, 6 and 6. And you've got those aerial threats, which Gary Rowan is just that. Great mark.
Yeah, the only one upset there was Jeremy Cameron.
The fourth grand final for Gary Rowan. Through the 50, he unloads to the left and misses. So 7-6 plays 1-1 on the Athena home loan scoreboard.
And it's the only thing Sydney can look at is the inaccuracy of the Cats so far.
Yeah, it's kept them in it.
They had it done to them last week by Collingwood, and they didn't put them away.
13 scoring shots to 2.
Blakey runs into the shadows of the members' back pocket and guides a kick on the bounce. Precarious position for him to put his teammate Hayward into. In the end, he scrapped and scrounged and got it over, but we're going to have a boundary throw in just outside the 50 as Geelong press and press again.
Koenig spare behind the ball because Stanley has dropped back. Blitzarves is going to do the ruck work. They just look so safe.
Blitzarves got to the front, prevailed with a tap. It bounced back to Isaac Smith, who curls another one. Hawkins has prime position. Leaning over the top, McCartan. Fox, serious heat. It bounced for a while. It would have made a few Swans defenders nervous, but it got through safely for another behind. 7-7-49 to 1-1-7. Athena home loan scoreboard.
Blakey into the back pocket for Rampy. It's 26 inside 50s to 9. Safety steal sheds.
Yeah, the ball living down there at the moment. It's hard to see it getting out.
Rampy long down the line to Hayward, to Koenig. He's had a fearsome start. He makes a spoil and knocks it out of play.
Reed coming off, Blitzarves coming off, to Koenig coming off. Stewart on and Guthrie on. So a little bit more mobile in that exchange.
Boundary throw in attacking side of the middle for the Cats. Stanley got to the front, hooked it down. Warner from hand to foot without taking possession. Stewart stood his ground in front. It landed with Isaac Smith. He worked it away to Atkins. Caressed it close to the boundary for Stanley. Without hesitation in the Stengel direction. Blakey couldn't take the intercept mark. Fox is onto it. Bit between the teeth. Hand pass to Florida. A bit of dare from the Swans. Then to Clark. Back to Fox. Now to Warner. Got caught. Got rid of it. Hayward had it charged down by Rowan, who lays the tackle on Clark too high.
Could have gone the kick, but he won out, but they got trapped in that sort of succession of handballs. Great stuff by Geelong again.
Clark in the centre square with the resulting free kick.
Got to be wary of Stewart on his own.
He's going to put it up to the hot spot, see if they can get the contested mark. Heaney tried. One-hander from McLean in the goal square.
Well, Dermot's in the box next to us. He coached him for 3 years, and I just read his lips. He said, I taught him that.
That was a freakish mark. Just judged it better in flight and marked it hand to shoulder, essentially, with the left mitt, something against the run of play. Clark was terrifically tough in the middle of the ground, won the free kick, but who would have expected that? It was 4-on-2 in the goal square.
Arm to bicep. Hayden McLean from the top of the square. His first disposal in the grand final is a goal. The last man in pays his way. And the margin is 36 points as a result. 7-7-49 to Sydney 2-1-13. Athena Home Loan scoreboard. Pay down your home loan faster with Athena Home Loan.
Well, Jared, it was the first time we've seen them be creative and attacking off half-back. It was Fox who's been the one that's played with some energy. Now, he burst off the half-back line. There was a chain of handballs, which you said Geelong defended well, but at least for the first time today, we've seen some dare from the Swans.
Totally. Yep, made
Absolutely.
a big difference.
And they haven't had the ball. That's the problem. They've just been so brutalised around it. They haven't been able to breathe. They've been suffocated. They haven't handled the pressure. They've been dishing it up all year, but when it's come to them, they haven't handled it.
They were surprisingly lax on the mark. Normally the Cats very good at that, but that allowed them to get a little closer. The Swans some reward. Centre bounce in the middle. Tap from Stanley where Dangerfield's going to duel it out with Parker. Neither player ever likely to give an inch. And we'll have another ball up. The umpire separates them. And
no free ball out of the middle for the Swans.
Yeah, wants to throw it up quickly. Danger and Parker are in the way. Now he does. It's poked forward by Selwood. Well gathered by Close. And Guthrie able to just inch a kick forward. Stengel trying to turn Rampy around. He kicks into the pocket. Fox again takes prime position against Cameron. They couldn't do much other than soccer it gently over the line and out of bounds.
Just little things. Close to 3 metres in front of Ollie Florent. He's played there. It's a big game. I know he's sort of considering he's looking at the scoreboard, etc. But he's just got to be tight. Everything's got to get tightened up.
Throw in Hawkins this time. Taps it down and then charges after it. Had a wrestling match with Parker. Parker prevailed. Dangerfield circling, spinning around on top of the ball. Somehow he was able to seduce it and get it back. But his hand pass went to Papley and he's besieged by 2 Cats tacklers. Buse the most vigorous. And forces another stoppage right on the 50.
Complete performance so far by the Cats, hanging in there.
Stanley over the top, tapped it closer to goal. Myers was got immediately by Warner. A wraparound tackle. Another ball up.
At least they've equalised the contested ball and the possession. But the trouble is, it's still 8-2 inside forward 50.
From the tap, McCartan. Tom got the ball out to the wing. Selwood got there, willed himself onto the footy as we've seen so many times. Papley, though, a step ahead, jumped up, leapt, and took a good intercept.
This is how
mark.
good Geelong have been, sorry, Hutto, but he's looking. He wants to go fast. But their defensive setup is enormous.
It's a retreat instead. Tom McCartan and now Fox. He's in the back pocket. He sees Lloyd and Fox goes running by to receive the hand pass. He's been their best chance, but even his kick is charged down by Zach Guthrie. Fox won it back. Hand pass to Blakey. Worked it out to Clark, who shared it in close. Florent to the outside. Mills and McInerney confronted. Got the hand pass away, so they run the gauntlet, the Swans. Florent set it up poorly, and Duncan ghosts in and wins it right back. The frustration from Papley is palpable.
At least they're trying, though. At least they're trying to get some handball receives, some run for defence, to try and hit that 45. Geelong's defence has just been too good.
Short to Zach Guthrie. They're feeling a bit of pressure here. It's a rush kick. Out. Clark put it mid-out. Interfered with the flight of it. It went to Hayward. Bangs it onto the boot. Geelong well set. Parker reaches over the top. Duncan and in earnest Zach Guthrie. Hand pass. Warner. Left foot. No. It's missed by a mile.
Yeah, they're still winning a lot more ball, but when they get opportunities, they're half opportunities and they're blasting away.
Unbelievable that we've played nearly 45 minutes in this game and Isaac Heaney hasn't touched the footy. Currently on the bench, nothing wrong with him. He just can't get into this game.
On the Makita clock. Now Stewart has been called to a played on outside the boundary, which you don't often see that called, and it's a throw in as a result.
Was Buddy going to get the free? No,
throw in.
He was hoping. He was lining himself up.
It basically just tried to crib too much, I think.
So the Swans have sort of neutralised it to a degree, but they've got to start pinching a couple of goals.
Trying to get on a run for Ream, steady, hot and strong. 30 metres out from the Sydney goal. Boundary throw-in. Hickey forms up with Blitzavs. It clears them. Kolajasny took possession. Robot wrapped him up. A pair of eights as they go to ground. Flip back to the umpire without hesitation and up it goes. Blitzavs the tap. Dangerfield couldn't quite win the footy. Hickey and Parker are in underneath. It'll need to be balled up again. Played in close confines. 35 out from the Sydney goal. Blitzavs tapped it out to Buse. Jarred from his grasp. Atkins' kick was partially smothered. Stevens knocked it to Papley, who ran straight into Zach Guthrie. Strong stuff over the footy. Ball it up again.
Still got the spare, buddy. 2 against 1.
Thrown up 40 metres from Sydney's goal to the punt road end of the stadium. Warner forced it onto the boot. He did that part well. It was hard then to connect, though, off balance.
That was the extra.
Zach Toohey spears the pass to close. He couldn't help but mark. At half-back, ratchets it forward. He finds Duncan just tempering their aggression here, the Cats.
Once again, that's strategy of just getting the extra man. That's play on.
It is to Guthrie, who took what would have been the mark, banged it on the boot. Blakey in front from the side. Hickey brought the pack down. Rowbottom and O'Connor pile into each other. Neither player giving an inch. Grand final footy. Not far away from where Roughhead pulverised Dan Hanbury all those years ago.
Great contest, good umpiring.
Throw up on the wing. Blitz halves versus Hickey. Hickey the tap. Guthrie can't break free. And we're going to have another ball up. Our experts today for Shaw Unify uniform experts, Jared Healy.
This time it's again Zach Toohey as the extra. They kicked it straight to him under pressure. So the Swans win it. They've got to make sure they hit a target.
Another ball up. The Cats threaten to take it away. They can't. Heaney now. Dangerfield found a way through when few could. Hawkins in the wrestle one-on-one with McCartan. They both went to ground. And the umpire says it's a free kick to Tom Hawkins.
That's been coming. I'm not surprised. 3 times that could have been paid.
About to say, Jared, he's been threatening to do that. He's got a really good technique of thrusting himself back, Hawkins, and he got him high almost with an errant arm, but yeah, he's just got 2 arms around the waist, and umpires all year have been waiting to pay that one.
Tom Hawkins, 2 goals with Joel Selwood. He's been the connection from the old era where he watched on in 07 and in 08 on footy's biggest day, played his part in 09 and 11. He's gone the whole journey. He's got better and better and better. 3 goals for Tom Hawkins. What a player. He's kicked more goals now than anyone else this year. 67 goals for the season and 3 in the grand final. And Geelong steadied if that's what was needed.
Yeah, I'm not sure they needed to steady. I hear what you're saying. He's also kicked more goals than the Swans right now, Hutto, which is a bit of a pitiful sight. But he's been a man mountain, and there was not that many other options for Tom McCartan because he was just too big. He had the right spot. He had the arm behind him. He was always going to mark that ball unless he gave the free kick away. So really dangerous time now for Sydney. Now that Geelong have got the last one, they've sort of repelled the initial thrust of Sydney, the fight back. They've got to hang on. They've got to get the next couple of goals or this could get really ugly.
Telling replay for car sales, everything you ought to know. 42-point margin, back in the middle. Dangerfield's tracking the footy. Parker, he wanted it just as much. Hand pass, Heaney's beset again. Couldn't get a disposal. It fell the way of Stevens, who got floored as he kicked it.
Extra man.
It'll land short. And Henry intervenes. Stevens is up, counting his bones.
That was good work from the Henry.
Stewart kicks it for Blitzarves. He rises over the top of Rowbottom, worked it away. Cam Guthrie turned out of trouble. Spreads to the near side wing. Isaac Smith, another mark.
That contest in the middle, just an example of where the Cats have had the edge.
Smith sets it up in the Hawkins direction. He'll pat it down. Coming through was Fox. He paddles it once and twice. Myers worked him over. Hand pass promisingly. Duncan got run down. Just didn't have clean possession as he was trying to work his way through and create. This will be Heaney's first disposal as he wins holding the ball.
They just put him on ball, Isaac Heaney, for the first time today, but they're just far too tough. As Hutto pointed out once again, it's just too easy. The 50-50 ball in the middle of the ground, Geelong winning all of them.
To the wing where Blondes, old and young, go for it. And again, De Koning prevailed over Reid. Back to Isaac Smith. He slapped it up to half forward. This time Swans were ready as McCartan marked and went short to Warner.
Reid's not moving well at all.
He's not moving at all well.
He had to zig and zag for not much benefit, but he was able to share it with Heaney. Now he can run. On the wing, Warner. Nice little shape on the kick for Reid, but the problem was it didn't go far enough. It fell back for Warner, who approaches the 50, and that time he hits a target and he finds Callum Mills.
I think they'll have to sub Reid out. That's the way that he's moving. He's got no lateral movement whatsoever, so that risk not going to pay off. He's had no impact, and he's clearly affected as he's coming.
He's told by his teammates to come to the it's Warner that's coming instead. Mills runs around to give himself a bit more. He gives it plenty. It's a fine strike. Is that the start of something? Callum Mills trying to lead from the front for the Sydney Swans. Their third goal is posted 19 minutes into the second. And if ever they need those three captains to stand up, it is now 8-7-55 to 3-1-19.
Great goal, but the physio now out talking to Sam Reid. And that doesn't all go well. He's sent the physio off. He said he's okay. But right now, Buddy's getting beaten. Sam Reid's getting well beaten. The midfield's getting beaten. They're going to have to turn this around incredibly just to get a chance.
At least Warner was able to generate something.
Starting to get a little bit of footy.
Yeah.
It's a good goal too by Mills, a ripper goal.
Athena Home Loans scoreboard 8-7-55 to the Swans 3-1-19. The Cats lead it. Pay down your home loan faster with Athena Home Loans. We're in the middle for Flight Centre, your front row seat centre. Underneath, Dangerfield, trademark stuff, shoveled the ball forward, Atkins brushed row bottom, got clear at centre half forward, Stengle's his man and he'll take it out in the pocket.
Just brute force. Yep. It was just a front end loader coming out of the front. Not sure he handballed it, looked like he threw it out, but nevertheless, it was great stuff from Dangerfield. It's about the fourth time he
did too.
He did throw it, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He's just exited the stoppage with the ball when it was really contested, and just a set up for another goal.
Our sales replay, everything you ought to know. Stengel will be the best part of 50 metres out from goal, and he's angled 45 degrees to the left. The All-Australian small forward skips in, lets fly, made great contact. Superb. As good a set shot as you'll see. The little man with two big goals. And Geelong answer immediately. 9-7-61 to Sydney, 3-1-19. Athena Home Loan scoreboard.
Yeah, it's another centre bounce goal set up by the toughness and brutality of the midfield that has completely taught Sydney's midfield a lesson. So firstly, Dangerfield wins a contested footy on hands and knees. He hands it off to Atkins, who breaks a tackle. It's just been synonymous of the day. The stats in that centre bounce, frightening really. 8 marks inside 50, 31 entries. And if you give these forwards those many opportunities, they're going to make you pay. But just a dominant performance around the ground. Clearances, domination from Geelong.
Nice kick too from Atkins. It was a sideways lead from Stengel and he just weighted it perfectly.
Back in the middle, centre bounce, tapped down by Stanley into the path of Dangerfield. Shakes off Papley onto the left boot. Lugs the kick in the Stengel direction. That time Lloyd was playing in front and he drew a free kick.
Another centre bounce clearance though. It's just been...
It just looks like they're front end loaders. They're just brutalising them.
61 plays 19. Lloyd skims one out to the wing. Tough one to handle from Heaney. He was clean bowled.
Look at the numbers.
So too his opponent Guthrie. They do get back there. A wealth of numbers. Dangerfield onto it. And the Cats to half forward and they threaten again. A juggler from close and then onto the chest of Tom Hawkins, who is threatening to kick a very big bag on grand final day.
Yeah, the Norm Smith money will be starting to flow towards the full forward. What do you got to? How many you got to kick to win it? 6 plus.
6 will get him there.
Yep. Gazza kicked 9 in 1989.
Although
Rich kicked 6.
I was just about to say. Clean though. It was great from Stengel. Just not outmarked. They've just been so clean and tough today.
Cats dominating at the city end. Tom Hawkins for his 4th. He tries his hardest with body language to get that to come back. It started left, and that's where it stayed. 9-8-62 to 3-1-19. Special comments for Shaw uniform experts. 12 days in the making with Kane Corns walking from Adelaide just to be part of our commentary team. Or running, sorry, not walking.
Lloyd in the back pocket for Fox. He twirled the footy, tried the short on the way out. It only just worked. Parker has footy in hand. On the 45, he comes to Florence. He thought about the hand pass to Fox, but didn't give it. Pulls the kick across half back instead. Rampy. They'll open things up the Swans for McInerney. Over on the broadcast wing. He's been told to get it on. He comes inboard, low down to row bottom. Had to sprawl to get it. Slips the hand pass to Paddy McCartan. Pulled the kick cleverly at centre half forward. Goulden takes the mark too far out himself. Around the perimeter he goes.
Well, they've been well drilled. This is their style coming in. They wanted to just go around, let Geelong get all the blokes back if that's the case, but let's just find a spot 35 metres out. So they've done that. The trouble is they haven't been able to win enough ball to actually string those possessions together.
Dylan Stevens took the mark. Kicked the critical goal in the preliminary final last week. That was instinctive. This is the set shot from 50 out. He's angled to the right. Stevens gets momentum up. It's not a great kick. It's out toward the behind post, and it slips through hands. Out of play.
Well, it was a better build-up, though, wasn't it? From the half-back line, string of uncontested marks, got it to the open side, then switched the ball back into the middle. That is challenging Geelong's defence. Part of that, they haven't allowed them to do that, but at least they've played with a bit more dare in this second quarter.
3 minutes 20 on the clock. Papley threatens, kicked it out of the air, and so had no control, and it's fate. It bounces through for a behind. 3-2-20 now. This one's to 9-8-62.
Well, for the contest's sake, we just need a couple of goals for Sydney between now and half-time.
Stewart's been ruthless around the ball. A couple of big hits. Stevens and Papley have felt his wrath. He's long with the kick in. Selwood underneath. Paddled it to the advantage of Hughes, who had a fumble. Papley's hand pass to Parker. Open it up to McLean. Low down, Heaney. It felt like a half volley. It was paid as a mark.
It felt like a half volley, without question. Great win by Papley. It looked like Selwood was going to win that ball, but he somehow snuck in. There was 2 against 1.
The rule of thumb is that Virat Kohli wouldn't have walked. No, it was a clean mark, just above the grass. Umpire saw it well from side on. And Isaac Heaney, who will be desperate to get into this grand final, has a set shot to peg the margin back. Heaney from 40 out, deliberate with the kick. It slides it home. Pumps the fist to the Sydney Bays to his left. And again, the Swans trim the margin to 36. 4-2-26 to Geelong 9-8-62 on the Athena Home Loans scoreboard. There is 2 minutes and 22 seconds left in the second two.
Well, that's one, Kane. Scrounge another one, maybe another 2, but scrounge another one. You can go in at half-time thinking you're still a chance.
Yeah, well, they're still 1 point behind where they were at quarter time. They were down by 35 at quarter time, down by 36 now. So you feel like one more is needed. But if they can get their key players in, we've seen Warner have some good moments. Heaney, after being starved at half forward, has gone on ball. He's now starting to have an impact. They're getting more build-up with their play and their backline transition. So there has been some more positive signs for Sydney, albeit no inroads on the scoreboard yet.
They need consecutive goals. They'll know that. Hickey got the tap in the maze of players. It's Atkins that gets piled into on top of by Parker and co, and we'll have another ball up. 27 minutes done on the Makita clock, just over 2 minutes to go. Thrown back up into the cool, crisp air. Tap down to Papley, a high one. Sitting underneath it is Zach Guthrie, trying to work out where it's going to land. Stewart arrived too. Now Warner busts through 2 tackles. Was dizzy, but got a handball away to Parker. Tailored the kick for Reid. He gets monstered by De Koning illegally. And it came away to Zach Tui, who punched the kick out wide for Mitch Duncan. A sub in the Cats' last premiership. He kicks as one of their prime movers short to Isaac Smith.
Once again, that move of just getting the extra player in behind the ball has worked off for the Cats.
He runs wide and kicks along the half-forward flank. Cameron held out of it. Henry flew in the air with the most conviction, but Lloyd was able to trouble him enough to get it over the line and out of bounds and see if they can set something up.
Sam Reid off on the interchange bench once again, outmarked in that forward contest. Just doesn't look right. 4 touches for the game. You would think a half-time sub will be made.
You think?
I reckon, yep.
Spitwater tough and ready. Boundary throw and Cats attacking side of the middle. Hickey guides it down to Papley, who's getting busy. He kicked for Heaney. Tui read it well. Pinched it over the top. Ran into trouble. Brought down by Hayward. Umpire waves play on Smith. Took the tackle, holding the ball.
I think that's the square up, that one.
Swans are getting busy. Clark's footy. Desperate to use it. Cats just delayed enough to be legal. Kick to full forward. McLean and Franklin are there. De Koning front position, and he'll get a free kick.
Never sure about that kick to the top of the goal square. Franklin's not a contested marker and never has been. He's got to get on the move, and McLean, we know, took that freakish mark, but 4-on-2 in the goal square for Sydney is not going to work as we go down to the boundary line. and see Sam Reid go to the dressing room with the club doctor.
Yeah, it came straight off the ground, consulted the doctor, straight down to the rooms.
De Koning kicks it out. It lands a little fortuitously with Stanley.
Cats doing everything just to hold up play now.
40 seconds left on the Makita clock in this term. Stanley wedges it down the line to a pack of 4. Spoils are made. Hickey underneath. He only knocked it to Blitzard. Ball is loose for a moment. Hayward was tough over the footy. Parker released it. Atkins came barreling into the tackle. Released the footy. Smith poked it forward. Florent, awkward ball. Gathers. Turns his way out of trouble. He has a bounce. He ran the gauntlet. Florent, tremendous creative play. Kicks for Heaney. It was 2-on-1 against. De Koning tidies up, although Hickey a chance to win it back. He made the spoil on Blitzarves. Parker underneath. And that is half-time. The Swans have found some sort of rhythm. The trouble is they're 36 points down as the teams went goal for goal in that second term. Geelong 9-8-62 leads Sydney 4-26. Goal kickers, Hawkins has kicked 3. 2 for Smith, 2 for Stengel, and 1 each for Close and Blitzarves. While for the Swans, their singles to McLean, Heaney, Hayward and Mills. Gerard, a thought or two?
No, just a couple of thoughts about the Cats. Just so impressed with what they've done. This is a premiership that's been a long time in the making if they get across the line, and right now a lot is going to have to go wrong for them not to be. They've just been so tough at the football. Strategically, they've won that battle. Swans have had an extra one up at the ball, but they've just kicked it to the extra defender. So they go in at half-time knowing they just have to continue to play the way they're going, the Cats. And the cup will be going down to Corio.
Athena Home Loans scoreboard. Pay down your home loan faster with Athena Home Loans. 9-8-62 Geelong, leading Sydney 4-26. The Cats ran hot early for Ream. Ask your plumber to install a Ream. Steady, hot and strong. A 6-goal-1 opening, 3 goals each in that second term. Full analysis coming up. AFL Nation for McDonald's. Play Macca's Kick to Kick on Snapchat today. And for Tyre Power, your matchday favourites for tyre safety.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Athena Home Loans. Pay down your home loan faster with Athena Home Loans.
Is it possible to create tomorrow's car today? Hyundai believes so. Take the Tucson, Hyundai's midsize SUV, featuring a revolutionary look, intuitive interior, advanced tech, and safety. You can enjoy all this in the Tucson Turbo Diesel all-wheel drive. Available now. Tomorrow's car is here today. Hyundai Tucson, in stock now. Visit Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
The $1 Million Cricket Warehouse Sale, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m, 75 Cochrane's Road, Moorabbin. Buy direct from brands such as Kookaburra, Grey Nichols, Gun & More, New Balance, Asics and more. Save over $500 on top grade senior bats. There's cricket bats from $19, up to 50% off helmets, plus up to 70% off gloves, pads, bags and everything you need for cricket. The $1 Million Cricket Warehouse Sale, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. 75 Cochrane's Road, Moorabbin. View online at thecricketsale.com.
Whether by air, road or rail, successfully managing your interstate freight deliveries is a crucial part of growing your business. Effective Freight Solutions are the experts in delivering simple freight solutions with exceptional customer service that will transform your business overnight, saving you valuable time and money. Their innovative approach guarantees your products get from point A to B with the minimum of fuss. Talk to Effective Freight Solutions today and receive a free freight review of your business. Visit efs.net.au.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply. The Designer Appliances Spring Renovation Spend and Get sale is on now. Receive a bonus digital Visa gift card up to $500 on Electrolux, Smeg, Fisher & Paykel and so much more. Visit us at Designer Appliances, Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South.
Why wait till December? It's already summer in the Northern Territory. Seek an early summer holiday in the NT. Visit northernterritory.com/summer today for exclusive NT summer deals and offers.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
Our heroes are all around us. They weren't born heroes. They aren't bulletproof. Sometimes they make us shine. They bring out the beauty in us. There is a hero in all of us. Let us unleash your inner hair and beauty hero. Call us now. Our heroes are made at Kangan Institute. Visit kangan.edu.au or call 13TAFE. Eligibility criteria applies. Some or all of this training is delivered with Victorian and Commonwealth Government funding. RTO 3077.
JH Market is your one-stop shop for all your lighting and electrical needs. Sparkies will find the cheapest trade prices guaranteed, like 10-watt LED downlights for only $5.29 each. Make the switch to JH Market. Call 1300 000 808 or visit jh.market today.
In the mounting yard for the Tyre Power footy final sale, profiling some of the runners. Ideal tyre pressure, popular with racegoers, 5-1. Wheel balance should run well up the straight, $6. Lacking tread, drifting in the market, 20-1. Bald tyres, a dangerous long shot, 50-1. And our odds-on favourite today, Toyo, a great performer in all conditions. Buy 3, get 1 free on Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
The footy final sale on now. Visit your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power store today.
You're listening to the 2022 Premiership season on AFL Nation for Beaumont Tiles. Hybrid flooring in store now. Macca's I'm Loving It Moments. Play Macca's Kick to Kick on Snapchat today.
Hughes had a choice of 3 cats, and it's Tyson Stengel. A little stutter step. It's going to go 50 metres. Distance not a problem. Nothing is for the Cats at the moment. Hawkins in the wrestle one-on-one with McCartan. They both went to ground, and the umpire says it's a free kick to Tom Hawkins. He's gone the whole journey. He's got better and better and better. Approaches the 50, and that time he hits the target. He finds Callum Neal. Runs around to give himself a bit more. He gives it plenty. It's a fine strike.
Got clear at centre half forward. Stengel's his man, and he'll take it out the pocket. Let's fly. Make great contact. Superb. Geelong 9-8-62 leading Sydney 4-26 as we head into the halftime floor show for Choices Flooring. See your floor change in an instant with Room View.
The Choices Flooring halftime floor show. See your floor change in an instant with Room View.
Jared Healy, give us your overall impressions on what we've seen as the Cats have set up a 36-point halftime lead.
Well, overall, I think the Cats are just winning structurally. They're winning the physical battle as well, and right now they're a long way ahead in the mental battle. They just haven't been able to move the ball, Sydney, when they've won it, save for about the last 5 minutes in the second quarter. They came in and they just stabbed a knife into the heart of Sydney with their pressure. They countered Sydney's greatest strength with that same method, and since that first 10 minutes, the game has been theirs.
So let's work through a few categories here. Statistically, and right from the opening minutes of the match, this was all running one way for safety steel sheds designed to save, built to last. Possession-wise, 175 to 142 in the Cats' favour. The inside 50s as a result of 34 to 19. The hit-outs, Geelong 24 to 12, and there's a story in there. Yep. The clearances are now split 18 each. Out of the middle, Geelong 7 to 5. The contested possessions plus 21.
Yes, well, as I said, the Swans just getting smacked in the things that they've prided themselves on. They right now at halftime, they will be just hoping to somehow find a method, but from the very word go, they look actually structurally bigger. They look tougher. They look like about 5 kilos heavier, and they've got just as much speed. So it's a men against boys scenario at the present time.
The tackles, the Swans 33-25, so they started to find a groove with their pressure around the ball the later they went in that second quarter. Who's been running hot for Ream? Ask your plumber to install a Ream steady, hot and strong.
Well, I think you could have picked 2 or 3 Cats players. Hawkins was great early, but Isaac Smith to me has been phenomenal. His first couple of goals, and he gave off another one, had 9 possessions in that first half. He's finished with 15, most on the ground. He's well and truly on the way to getting votes in the Norm Smith.
So beyond that, Selwood 13, De Koning 12, Duncan 12, Blitzarves 11 and Dangerfield 10. For the Swans, Parker 13, Fox 13, Warner 12 and Papley 12. So who is in the conversation for that Norm Smith, the player of the day for Henley Homes, now selling in Mickleham, Clyde North, henley.com.au?
It's a very good question, Jared.
It is. I mean, if you just go on stats, I mean, Smith's in front. He's also kicked 2 goals. He's been involved in a couple of others. Selwood's been superb. Hawkins has been magnificent. Danger, not in that same level, but if he had a big second half, he's a chance. Robbie Fox is by far, I think, Sydney's best player. Warner and Parker have started to get back into it. Parker probably for 2 quarters. Warner certainly in that second quarter. But De Koning across the back line as well. I mean, it just hasn't worked for Sydney, as much as you hate to say it after the event. Reed's probably not going to come back on. De Koning, they matched him up instead of going to Buddy, because probably Henry's going to be too small for Reed. So that matchup's worked, and so too has their structural defence. Just dropping that bloke back and putting pressure on the ball carrier has worked a treat again.
What are the unmissable moments for Drinkwise? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
I think Tom Hawkins out of the ruck. I mean, it beggars belief that we've seen it once in a grand final after Tom has showed right through the season, right through the last 5 seasons. That's one of his go-to moves. And then to see it twice, Tom Hickey getting pushed out from the front. Finally, in the second term, he started taking the ruck throw-ins from behind. You just cannot give the front position to Tom Hawkins. You just get exploited.
For Drinkwise, choose to Drinkwise. The MEGT Rookie of the Day, your local apprenticeship experts.
Oh, it goes to... it may be named after him, actually, Sam De Koning. He gets it every week. He plays.
He's been terrific, hasn't he?
Oh, he's been superb. He's like a 200-game player. He's a baby. He plays the spare man role if need be. He plays the one-on-one role. He leads. He's got great anticipation. And save for 1 kick out in the full, I think was his first kick, he's generally a flawless player.
MEGT, supporting employers and apprentices for more than 40 years. Call 13 MEGT.
Just a reminder, if you haven't seen this, the Amy come to the rescue. It's a great bit of content, and they came to the rescue to prevent the biggest clanger ever in the Amy to the rescue content piece before the game. What an epic journey across Australia, starring AFL personalities from Cyril Rioli in the Tiwi Islands, Simon Black in Sydney, to Sabrina Frederick, Acker, KB, Tom Boyd and Heath Shaw. Just a few famous names who helped get the ball back to the MCG. If you want to check it out, go to Amy YouTube channel to take a look.
What have you got as the coaching move of the day so far, Jared, for TC Boxes, quality built trays, canopies and toolboxes?
It's the same move, Jared, that Chris has implemented for most of the season. The ruckman goes into the ruck, then Blitzarves takes the ruck, Stanley goes to the back and releases whichever one he would like to release. It hasn't necessarily been the one particular player, hasn't always been Stewart. And they've also pushed Zach Tui into defence as the spare man as well. It'll probably change a little bit now that the Swans have taken Sam Reid off the ground, so it may well continue to be more Zach Tui being the spare, but whatever it is, it's working.
Half-time, 9-8-62 Geelong, leading Sydney 4-26. We'll add the thoughts of Kane Corns to those of Jared Healy coming up. The Cats by 36 points. The halftime floor show, thanks to Choices Flooring.
A sports news update for Rolled. Eat good with Rolled. It's fast, fresh Vietnamese.
I'm Victoria Raptis with your sports update for Rolled. Aussie Alex de Minaur has overcome Andy Murray in a tie at the Laver Cup to open the account of Team World against Team Europe, reducing the deficit at 2-1. To cricket, India has defeated Australia in the second T20 by 6 wickets with just 4 balls remaining. And Victoria has beaten New South Wales in the Marsh Cup. Parramatta are through to their first NRL Grand Final since 2009 after defeating the Cowboys 24 points to 20. And the Opals defeated Mali 118-58 in the group phase of the Women's Basketball World Cup.
A sports news update for Rolled. Fast, fresh Vietnamese. You're listening to the 2022 AFL Grand Final, live on AFL Nation. From Motorola, smartphones for any budget. Visit motorola.com.au.
The future of used cars has arrived with Cars24.
Supply chain issues? Not here.
Don't wait 12 months for your next car.
Cars24 are so committed to getting Aussies their next high-quality used car fast. They deliver your wheels directly to your door in 7 days or less.
7-day test drive, and if you don't love it, return it for money back guaranteed.
Your next car is only a few clicks and a few days away.
Visit cars24.com today. T's and C's apply. LMCT 001213.
If your business has stock that you just can't move, buymystock.com.au. Make your unwanted stock problems go away. Visit buymystock.com.au today.
We buy stock that you can't move. Buymystock.com.au.
Are you the fan that wishes footy was like it was in the old days? All the new rule interpretations get in the way of the stuff you love. The footy. You are the traditional fan. And when you're at Schnitz, you're ordering the classic schnitzel recipe like original schnitzel and chips. A pan-cooked golden schnitzel with those seasoned crispy chips you can only find at Schnitz. You've got that winning taste now, right? Schnitz. Handcrafted schnitzels, made fresh, made just for you. Schnitz it your way this season.
Yeah, and then I got another goal.
You what? How many goals did you kick? Say it again, buddy, because my phone's about to go...
Dad, where'd you go?
When work keeps you away from home, family video calls are important. Avoid no-mo-phobia, no mobile phone phobia. With a Signet power bank, there's no more running out of charge when you need it most.
You got 4 goals, well done.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I'll see you in the morning when I get home, okay?
Aussie owned, Aussie designed. Power your life with a Signet power bank. Signet.com.
Get your groove on and experience the vibe, the style and the food at the Groove Train. It's more than a vibrant cafe by day that transforms into a wood-fired restaurant and bar by night. It's a local urban dining experience, celebrating an abundance of locally sourced produce, with flexible dining areas suited to any taste and all occasions. The Groove Train is the place to enjoy the company of friends over great food, drinks and conversation. Find your nearest location at groovetrain.com.au.
If there's one sound that means it's September, you'd agree this is it. And nothing goes better with footy finals than a Thirsty Camel. Bottle shop, that is. With great specials like Carlton Draft 24-pack, $49.99, Great Northern Super Crisp 3.5% 30-can block, $51.99, or Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack, $44.99. The Camel is calling this September. Find your local at thirstycamel.com.au. Ends 25th September. Prices may vary in country areas. Hydrate responsibly.
For ultimate braking performance on your off-road adventures, fit Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Their high-tech ceramic formulation provides low dust and noise while delivering high-temperature stability and exceptional fade resistance. They also feature our mechanical retention system backing plate for improved pad attachment strength. Bendix Ultimate 4-wheel drive brake pads. Bendix. Put your foot down with confidence.
Wood heaters, gas log fires, Factory Direct. Illusion and Ultimate's biggest ever end of season mega sale with prices slashed. Wood heaters from $5.99. Gas log fires from $19.99. Dandenong, Epping and North Geelong. Illusionfires.com.au.
For a great range of quality new and used vehicles, come visit the friendly team at Nunawading Toyota. Open 7 days a week, they have an extensive range of new and Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles, along with a full range of demonstrator vehicles available and all ready to test drive. Plus, you'll find over 100 quality used cars to choose. So wait no more. Visit 275 Whitehorse Road or nunawadingtoyota.com.au today.
LMCT 9227.
Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
You're listening to the 2022 Premiership season on AFL Nation for Beaumont Tiles. Hybrid flooring in store now.
The halftime show is finished and the stage has been cleared again. But Robbie Williams set the bar so high it's
like
that it wasn't needed.
You don't want to follow Sheets, do you, really, at Essendon? And that's sort of like following Robbie.
I think the 100-metre sprint might have sufficed there.
Bit of Little League and...
Yeah, a little bit of that so we can get the game back on.
How many have gone from winning the grand final sprint to going and be a premiership player? Reece Stanley, I think, won one, didn't he, going back with St Kilda?
Well, he's not far away from being a premiership player, or we're going to have one of the greatest comebacks of all time. So we'll keep believing, we'll keep salivating on the potential of a comeback, but it's got to start from somewhere. And the middle of the ground is the only place, Kane, where it can start.
No doubt about that. So, yeah, we'll wait and see if there's any personnel changes there or whether they just put it on the midfield to toughen up a little bit because Geelong absolutely smacked them around in there. Not just in the middle of the ground. It was those 50-50 contests around the ground. The ground ball gets Geelong's ability to outnumber, their cleanliness at ground level and their system. It's been a complete performance. You couldn't have played any better than what they've delivered, other than probably kick a little bit more accurately in front of goal and the game would be over.
Yes, it's hard to watch the Swans being dismantled at their very own game. Just seeing how good they were this time last week against Collingwood for 3 quarters. And Geelong, well, they have just totally given the Swans a lesson at their own game. And the bigger bodies around the ball with the speed, I mean, it's always been Danger's great asset. And he hasn't been as clean as he would have liked. He hasn't nailed kicks, but he's just one contest that's got the ball going their way, which has ended up in a number of goals, which has been really significant.
Yeah, he's had 11 disposals. 10 of those are contested, so all bar one, and he's had 5 score involvements, which is only second to Isaac Smith on the ground. Isaac Smith's had a massive first half. He had 15 touches, 2 goals, 6 score involvements. And along with Tom Hawkins, probably the 2 for me, albeit they've had some very good players, including De Koning across half-back, who's controlled the air back there.
Does he think of being radical? He's not the radical kind of guy, really, John Longmire. Does he make radical changes, or what he saw in that second quarter, you just persist with that and hope it can turn into something?
It's a good question, Hutto. Look, the only thing I think he could do as a radical call is he's got to even up this... he's got to even up the defensive stuff, because even if they win it, they're not getting it down there. The Cats are generating so much score off that half-back line. Maybe they could release Parker and just go ball chasing himself and try and square it up that way. But the inability of the Swans, even though they're getting the ball in there a lot less in the forward 50, it's 34-19. When it does go in there, they don't look dangerous. They're not hitting the ball on chests. They're not pinpointing. Buddy's not getting off his man. It's all long bomb stuff, most of it, unless it's really shallow entries to a 40, to say 30 or 40 out. But, they haven't really got anybody who's dominating outside of, Warner's going well, but with the ball, Parker's, he's got good numbers, but he's not streaming forward. The only one streaming forward creating is Robbie Fox off the half-back line. And Warner forward of the centre. Papley's, he's trying, but there just hasn't been enough ball down there, and there hasn't been enough loose ball. Heaney go up on the ball, okay, that's fine, but is Heaney going to generate it and maintain a negative element on his man? This is a huge challenge for Sydney, just to finish this game off with a competitive score, let alone to get in front and give themselves, or get to close enough to give themselves a chance. So massive challenge in the red and white rooms as we're having a look on the TV. And right now, Geelong, well, they would just be so hungry, so settled, so relaxed, just keep doing what they're doing.
How close do they need to be at three-quarter time to be a chance, do you think, Sydney?
I reckon 3 goals. Yeah. I mean, we've seen it with Brisbane. We sat here at Brisbane and Melbourne, and it was a similar scenario. No chance.
28 points, was it? Or they kicked a goal before half-time?
Yeah, they kicked 2 goals just before the half-time siren to bring it down to 28 points. But it was... What they did do is they ramped up the pressure to 214, almost world record. And right now the Swans haven't been able to produce any pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, no, they haven't. And it's been the flip side of that, really. Geelong's ability to slow Sydney down as they just re-enter the ground. Geelong, as you said, they'd be really comfortable with where they're at. They have a really good ability to manage their midfield minutes. Selwood started on the bench for both the first and second quarters, and Atkins was the same. So they do make sure their midfielders are fresh so they can maintain that rage and that pressure around the ball. So they have set up the ground so well, and when Sydney have won the footy back, they transition their defence as so controlled, but then also in fast play they've defended, and the pressure they've been able to apply has been extreme. So something extraordinary would have to happen for Sydney to get themselves back into this game with how settled Geelong have been playing.
Where would you be in the Norm Smith thinking, Kane?
Yeah, I was just thinking about that then, Jared. I would think it's with Smith or Hawkins at the moment for maximum impact, but with what Dangerfield has done in the first half, not massive numbers, but 6 clearances, 5 score involvements, big impact.
So if he has a big
second half, which I think he's capable of doing, Hawkins kicks 2 or 3 more, he'll be in the frame. Isaac Smith, and if he has 30 possessions and 3 goals, it's going to be hard to go past. And if Dangerfield gets going and starts to win some uncontested footy as well as contested, then he's going to stand out as well.
If Sydney get a wriggle on it and Sam De Koning's called into action, he's got a good first half to build on as the youngster in the frame.
I think the last fullback to win was Brian Lake, who started it at 80-1.
I know that the last time I voted in it, I swore to never ever do it again if I'm calling a game, because the pressure that you're
awesome,
feeling. And
as rarely as one-sided as this, so people will have time to check their champion data points and get a defensive mechanism in place. And that's what Sydney have to do. They've got to somehow unravel the defensive mechanism. And to me, I don't know, Blakey's the sort of guy, if the Swans are going to get back into it, guys like Blakey have got to somehow have an impact. Ollie Florin, come off the back line, start charging. But if you're always kicking it to an outnumber, I think you're just going to be frustrated at the end. So I would hope in some respects that the Swans even up that defensive 6-6-6.
Is it easy to do that, though, to actually
it's not easy, because you asked me if you want to do something radical.
Yeah.
It's not easy because it's not the way they play and haven't played. But
also
the way they're playing right now is, it's getting picked apart and they're getting brutalised. They can't even get a start because they're so far down in contested ball.
So both teams out on the field and going through the warm-ups. All eyes will be to Sam Reid in the opening minutes here to see if he's going to be subbed out. He's run out as if he's going to continue in the game, and Braden Campbell is still in his club T-shirt rather than his Guernsey.
Still talking to the physio. So he's had all that half-time chat to the physio and the doctors, and he's still out there and he's not joining his team with the run for his
I know it's simplistic, but if you haven't trained during the week, I don't reckon you play most of the time, particularly if you've got a soft tissue. If it's an ankle injury, something you can strap up and inject, no problems. But if it's soft tissue, it's this will be a lesson for everybody.
Well, this was the time last week, Kane, you were probably in Nil or Horsham or somewhere, but this was when he was subbed out at the start of the third quarter when the injury was fresh. But he's going to start the third term. Brandon Parfitt is the medical sub. The heartbreak story for the Cats. Max Holmes ruled out before the game. And for the Sydney Swans, Logan McDonald with the injury to Reid, the ruck duties needed to be carried out by someone who was more familiar with that role. So McDonald missed out. And Hayden McLean, who kicked the grand final goal, one of the Swans' few.
Reid starting on the bench, it looks like, Hutto.
Yep.
Selwood again going to start the third term on the bench. So Atkins and Selwood have been two midfielders, and Guthrie started every quarter on the interchange bench. Then they just inject the fresh legs at about the 8-minute mark of each quarter.
Opening bounces coming for Tyre Power, your match day favourites for tyre safety.
The other injured player, McInerney, struggled as well, just 4 possessions. So it hasn't worked so far carrying injuries into this game. Whether it's because of the injuries, we don't know, because the Swans across the board have been beaten up.
Dangerfield next to Parker. Hickey and Stanley at opposite sides of the circle. Warner and Guthrie. Blitzarves and Papley. That's where our eyes turn for the start of the third quarter in a 2022 grand final. Watchful ruckman Hickey leant over and got the tap. Papley, got bowled over by Dangerfield. Paddy didn't realise the ball had gone in another direction, but he didn't interfere illegally. The umpire let them play for a little while, and now he calls it to a halt.
So McLean is the second tall in the forward line.
Off the ball, Parker and Dangerfield both went down playing their own little game of skirmish. The kick goes out to the wing. Buse gets there first and it comes off the edge of the boot. It was an unconvincing kick. It went to Blake. He wasn't really expecting it. A handball to Paddy McCartan and then to Mills. 4 through Fox, got displaced by Rowan. Cats trying to get some forward momentum. McCartan feeling that. He is surrounded and the ball went out the back to Rowan, who's trying his own tricks now. A hand pass to Blitzar, slapped at top of the square. Isaac Smith out of position. Jeremy Cameron overreached and overran, and Mitch Duncan was the hunter. And he had Tom McCartan in his sights, and he wasn't letting go. 25 metres out from goal. Nothing has changed after a 25-minute half-time break.
Great pressure, great call. Just Sydney over handballing the footy. Paddy McCartan a couple of times had clean possession, but couldn't absorb the pressure, so then put it onto his teammate. Geelong force another turnover. They get the footy inside 50. Sydney win it back, but can't cope with Geelong's pressure. Mitch Duncan forward has been a good move.
It's only early in the third, but the Cats already thinking about having a beer with Duncan. Mitch kicks their 10th. 10-8-68 to 4-2-26. Couldn't be more emphatic at the start of the third quarter.
Just before we get some thoughts from our experts downstairs for Spitwater Tough and Ready, Matthew Cox.
Yeah, it looks as though the sub is about to be activated. Braden Campbell's moved to the front row of the bench. Reid started there, but it's just shuffled back to the back row. So it looks as though the sub about to be activated for the Swans.
And unfortunately, that's a sorry tale for Sydney, for Sam, for everyone concerned. And that will echo through the years, I think, the story of playing soft tissue injuries in a grand final. But anyway, great start by the Cats. The blowout is the big issue here now. It's already of that magnitude, but it could get really ugly.
42 points, Victoria Police Assistance Lions scoreboard. Hickey wins the tap out in front of Parker. He stumbled over. Cam Guthrie got in and under him. Parker disputed it. Held it up.
First set of bounce of the third quarter. Papley had a quick look, fumbled it. Then Parker had a look, slipped over.
Stanley wins the tap. Past Dangerfield. Stengel up to meet it. Hand pass to Stewart trying to break forward. Kicks wide out to half forward. Isaac Smith is everywhere. He mucks and looks and comes inboard. Pumps the kick in the Hawkins direction. It's a fraction wide this time, and Tom McCartan is easy on the pick-off.
Not his best kick. Good intercept by the Swans.
Across the face of goal. Close is going to cut it off. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. And that just didn't have the carry to elude him.
That was broken. Sydney looked broken now. You thought they needed to start well. Close will go around the body here, but that is just so deflating.
For the game high lead, Brad Close pumps it through. He's kicked two. The Cats lead it by 48. Crucial moments for New Farm. Australian through and through at the start of the third term. 11-8-74 Geelong. Sydney 4-2-26. The Victoria Police Assistance Lions scoreboard.
Bit of Cubby Allen about that one, Jared, was years ago out of Footscray.
Yes, indeed it was. I mean, it was always a risk. Close has been such a really smart player. He read it. They almost set it up as the rope-a-dope. And the Cats know that they've got this flag. They know. The crowd know. The question is, what is going to be the final target? Because they're invigorated. They've been waiting for this opportunity, and they are going to dine out. So it's going to be a tough quarter and a half for Sydney, and they just got to man up and hang in there.
48 points separates them now. Cats with the first two of the third. Stanley got the tap straight down to Dangerfield. He found his way to get a handball out, and now Blitzars is onto it, and the steeplechaser bounds away and kicks too deep. Tommy McCartan tested, juggled, dropped the chest mark. It wasn't easy with Tom Hawkins bearing down for a moment. Tommy thought he was going to be gifted one. It didn't quite eventuate.
How's his last couple of minutes been? Poor old Tommy McCartan had the turnover, run-down tackle from Duncan. He had the turnover, kicked it close, and then just dropped the chest mark.
And there's Kane to remind him all about it. 40 metres around from goal. Dangerfield to Stengel, turning to the inside. To Cameron, to Isaac Smith. Will it be Norm? Will it be Norm Isaac Smith? He's kicked his third. And what a triumph his move from Hawthorn to the arch enemy, the Cats, has been. Unleashing another. And they have demolished the Sydney Swans at the start of the third. It is a catastrophe for Sydney.
Well, right now the interest is going to be in the Norm Smith. And Isaac Smith has put his foot forward for that award with another goal, another brilliant goal right on the forward 50. And it's been a great move by him. He's one of Dad's armies last year that has just drunk from the fountain of youth and has continued to run, continued to get better, and he has launched one from just on the 50, straight through the middle. Umpire hardly had to move his neck.
The extra numbers. Dangerfield won another clearance, then they're just lining up for the handball receive, chain it back and get it to a guy who can bomb it from 50.
Bounced back in the middle. Hickey won the tap, but Stanley's got a taste for it. Knocks it forward. Duncan to Stanley, trying to get through. Heaney saw him coming, dragged him down, and he wins holding the ball.
Bad luck for Stanley, who started the third term really well.
Heaney almost wrong-footed himself, but all's well as he finds Florence. Plays it wide to the southern wing for Fox, who's been maybe their only bright light. He missed the target going forward, though. Kolajasny used blitzarves to Atkins. The Cats on the rebound. Kolajasny and to Duncan. Pulls the kick ever so cleverly to Stengel on the opposite side of the centre square. Stengel has a look inside 50. It's tireless running with the scent of a premiership in their nostrils, and Duncan is there to take the mark.
He's been an A-grader, hasn't he, for 12 years, Mitch Duncan. His decision-making there, he won the ball in the middle of the ground. It was all Sydney numbers in front of him, so he fanned it wide and then continued to run, gut run.
Have a shot.
You reckon he can kick it?
Have a shot.
He has always had this kick in him. Sometimes he's rolled out the barrel to achieve it. The mark is set at 50. Mitch Duncan does it. He's gone for Jeremy Cameron against 3. It was ambitious, to say the least. Blakey knocked it away, but not clear of the area. In and under goes Cameron. Up to Hawkins, trying to feed it to Selwood. Warner pushed him off, but then got caught over the footy himself. Ball it up, 40 from goal. Scores from stoppage. It's a 7-4 to 2 behind.
Yes, smashed.
Safety steel shed stats.
We have another now. Hawkins whacked it to the outside and Stengel threatened, but the ball got away and went out of bounds. 12-880 to 4-2-26. Lights are on, but the sun is most prevalent at the moment, doing its thing in the late afternoon. Thrown in the forward pocket. Hawkins again against Hickey. Withstood the pressure, got the tap to Rowbottom. Kick to Heaney, a juggler. From half back, it was a nice mark. Ahead of him, Franklin is trying to get himself clear, wriggle away from Henry. In the meantime, the ball goes wide. Paddy McCartan kept on coming. He slipped, he was fouled. Is he okay? He's gone down hard. It's a free kick against Stengel. He is okay. He gets to his feet. He just threw his head back and it was worrying for a moment. He finds Mills on the wing on the short pass, and then a little further ahead to McInerney. It grinds to a halt. The Cats have got their defensive framework in place, as they have all day. McInerney confronted with nothing that he likes on the horizon. All he can do is wander to the side. Took on Stengel, allowed himself to be pushed. Franklin comes out full-chested, through his fingertips. Clark wasn't expecting it. It arrived, he adapted well to the goal square. Goulden had the run, but couldn't get over the top of O'Connor. And a behind is conceded. 12-880 plays 4-3-27. And that's on the Victoria Police Assistance Line scoreboard.
His buddy had another look at a pretty easy mark by his standards, and the ball slips through his hands. So dirty day for Lance.
Tui just dancing around in the goal square. He leaves now and chooses the members' side. He didn't do his targets many favours, but Kolajasny read it beautifully in the middle. He has been called to play on, so he lays it off centrally to Cam Guthrie.
Dangerfield will be filthy on that.
Yes.
He ran hard and he goes back into the corridor.
Cam to Zach. The Guthries combine in defence. Zach brings it out to Jeremy Cameron, clear of the defensive 50.
Just his sixth possession, Cameron, and that's what's scary about this. He's the best player out there. He's had really not much impact.
He's gone for Myers with a half risk in the kick, but Myers collects and takes off. He plays the boundary side and he pulls his kick like a rifle shot to Hawkins. There's nobody in the game who kicks it quite like Brian Myers. It's a bit of a scourge when that's how your 10-year-old wants to kick every ball. But He delivers up to half forward, did Hawkins. Atkins dropped the mark. It's over the boundary and out of play. No, there's some high contact there, which went the way of Blakey. Umpires decided the ball was still in play when that tackle was laid.
Against Zach Guthrie.
So Blakey backwards. Risky, Florent. Spoil made by Dangerfield on the full lunge. Ball is loose. Myers is there. Dangerfield commits himself. Feeds the hand pass forward. Jeremy Cameron on the boundary. Centering ball. It just eluded close. Stanley one way. Crashed in. Brave stuff. Fox the other. Close. Hand pass. Rampy cut it off. Heaney. The catch pressure is irresistible. Atkins out the front to Close. Now to Myers. Doubling back. Hammered it forward. Close knocks it down for Cam Guthrie. It got through his legs. They fight on. Guthrie lays the tackle. Ties it up. He'll win holding the ball. Florent is adjudged to have just flopped over the top of the footy. And at the end of the hand-to-hand combat, it's Cam Guthrie who will rise with a shot at goal.
Just awesome. Just absolutely awesome. Started with Dangerfield, give them the leg rope, give them teasing distance. And have you ever seen Reece Stanley attack a ball like that in his career? He's been maligned probably for his physicality. He just attacked it with no thought for his own safety. Geelong are on a warpath.
Cam Guthrie's in his 26th final. He's had a stirring season and he's got a grand final goal to go with it. As he hooks it around the corner for the Cats' 13th major. The margin is 59 points and growing. Victoria Police Assistance Line scoreboard. Use Police Assistance Line for non-urgent situations. Geelong 13-8-86 to the Sydney Swans 4-3-27. We've gone 12 minutes of the third term on the Makita Rule the Outdoors clock.
Well, coming here, I didn't think we'd see a blowout. I thought if there was to be one, it could only go one way, and that would be Geelong. But I just couldn't envisage the Swans could play this badly now. That's taking too much in some ways away from Geelong, who have just played at a level that is so beyond them. It's so much more maturity. And guess what? People are going to be wanting older players in their side.
Not too late, Kane. 13-8-86 to 4-3-27. Blitzarves won the tap. Rowbottom tried to force the issue. He ran into a man hungry for premiership success. Paddy Dangerfield won the free. He's off and thumping it deep. Hawkins is down there. Rowan didn't get enough according to the umpire. He had a fair piece of it. Clearing kick from Campbell back to halfback. Heaney fought the good fight. Parker, confronted by Selwood, came bouncing back up. Grabbed by Guthrie of Geelong. Cam's kick didn't go too far. Lloyd to Hickey to Rowbottom. They try and gather as Stevens ducked but did win a free for genuine high contact.
Have you ever seen a team come after the opposition like this? They are possessed. As soon as they lose the ball, they just swarm on them.
Oh, and the mistakes have littered the Swans' third quarter. Rampy got a reprieve from the bouncing ball, and then they kicked the ball towards Clark, who got a little bump. Just a beat too late, not worthy of 50. A hand off, and then the kick from McInerney goes to half forward, where it's marked by Hayward. Hayward drives it into the Swans' full forward goal mouth. Hickey, juggling mark, not paid. Stripped of it immediately. Henry, and the Cats have a huge numerical advantage. Tui makes the most of that, bangs it up to halfback. It clears the head of Clark, gathered again by McInerney. Stretches the handball, gets it inboard to Florent. He is trying to take them on to his demise on this occasion. Free kick won by Brad Close.
Well, let's get it going.
Everywhere here, Matthew Cox.
Yeah, Jeremy Cameron's come from the ground, was involved in that marking contest with Gary Rowan, got a knock to the head, chatted to the physios for a fair bit, came from the ground, and Rowbottom's also come from the ground. Separate incident in the hand of the trainers.
He got smacked by Zach Guthrie, did Rowbottom. I saw that one. I think the fear for Cameron that he might have a fracture in the face by the look of him. Tui to Duncan to O'Connor. As the Cats kick it around in the defensive area. All the reports from the boundary for Spitwater, Tough and ready. And now with Tui.
He's been good today, Tui. He's done a great job.
Tui out the far side to Brian Myers, who links it up with Selwood. Pop the hand pass over the top for Close, and now to Isaac Smith. They've got the one over the top in Dangerfield. He'll pull the kick low down. Rowan beaten by it on the second bounce. Ball loose. Campbell onto it, the sub. Around he went in the tackle. Released it to Rampy. Fox couldn't quite get there. McInerney into trouble. Hawkins trying to push the other way. They bring him down like the big oak.
Oh, goodness, this tackling display. I can't remember a performance like this. It's 1, it's 2, it's 3, and Sydney cannot cope with the pressure that is continually in the face of Sydney.
There's that pressure index, and then there's sheer ferocity around the ball. Selwood roves the tap. Kick was smothered. Back into the congestion it goes. It came the way of Warner, who poked a kick to centre half back. Heaney toppled over, Duncan onto it. Missed the initial hand pass to Buse, who fights on. He gets to his feet and then gets brought down. Good effort from Stevens to hold him up.
He just reacts quicker. Like Guthrie there, just reads it quicker, and he's a half a step in front. Same as their small forwards today, just reading the flight of the ball so much quicker than Sydney.
Hickey won the tap to Goulden, a desperate kick into the middle of the ground. Had to wait for the bounce. It got awkward. It got big on McLean. He is big. He got hands to it, but he's surrounded by cats. Smith to Koning and then O'Connor. Wasn't given much help by his teammate, set him up. Warner, a forward handball at last. Tahini, they piece it together. A fumble from Clark. He couldn't get away from Stewart. No one can at the moment. Tui clears for the Cats to the wing. Now Stengel takes it under the Shane Warne sign along that southern wing. A couple of bounces. He can't believe his eyes. The skipper's there unattended. Selwood's dab kick into Tom Hawkins. And the two that have taken them from the past glories to the current combined together on this most glorious afternoon. And Tom Hawkins to line up for goal.
How many times have we seen that? The Joel Selwood dab to Tom Hawkins in the last 17 years. They've probably combined more so as Duncan and Rowan and Buse come off for a spell to the applause. This is a big kick all set up by, once again, another one of those ferocious tackles from Tom Stewart across half-back. He had no right to turn the footy over there.
He stands in the sunshine, 45 metres out from goal, eyeing off his fourth, but it's not to be.
Costly when you're considering the medal at the end of the day.
Needs a few more. He's got 3.
Kick in, risky. Mills didn't mark it. Dangerfield came hammering through, gathers the footy, gives it to Stengel, who puts it through the sticks.
Geez, the forward half turnover is enormous.
Stengel's kick 3. Dangerfield he's a runaway train in open play now. 14-9-93 Geelong. Sydney 4-3-27. Victoria Police Assistance Line scoreboard. We have gone 18 minutes of this third term on the Makita Rule the Outdoors clock.
Well, Kane, at half-time there was every chance it could be triple figures, this loss, but right now it's almost a certainty to be triple figures. The Swans just cannot get out of their own way. They'd be dealing with all sorts of mental demons, and the complete reverse for the Cats. They're just invigorated. They've never had more fun playing footy than what they're doing right now. The result's out of the question. They're beating up on the opposition and they're celebrating, and everyone's just going to get involved in the goal fest.
So Robot and Cameron both out there for their respective teams, so that is some good news. The ball bounces back Stanley's way. Got a handball to Selwood. He tried to shrug the McLean tackle. In the end, he was able to squeeze out a handball to Blitzars, who was toppling over, but still found Isaac Smith, who turned and blasted it long. It fell a bit short. Dangerfield batted on that occasion. That's a rare occasion today. Close. Couldn't take it with him. Dangerfield still trying to get back onto the ball. Florent into the maze. Close. Got it back to Hawkins. On top of the goal square. Stengel again. No, Rowbottom read the angle of the kick. And he gets across to save the day and intervene for the Swans. And set them away with a run. Lloyd off to Stevens, and he bounces his way through half-back, trying to be aggressive in mindset and delivery to Mills.
And passed it back to Papley, who gives a bit of ground to Lloyd, who ducked at his own shadow, and he got caught by Colin Jasney as a result. That's how spooked the Swans are. Papley kicks it very close to the boundary and out of on the full.
Well, the big mover has been Dangerfield in the Norm Smith stakes. He has shot to even with the possessions gained, and he's having another big impact.
8 clearances as well.
Stewart into O'Connor. As the story plays a role as well from here. So Dangerfield's got to find himself a goal. Isaac Smith's just racking them up, and he's got footy in hand again. He takes off down the wing. He's kicked in the close direction, who held his ground in front, almost took the mark. Blitzarv's fed it to Myers, back to Blitzarv. Here, danger. He caresses it into the pocket, low down, and Stengel's going to put himself in the frame.
He may kick 6 himself, Stengel, the way he's going.
He's got it in the left forward pocket. Is Paddy hatching a plan with him to the side? Is he whispering, give it to me?
Got to get Joel Selwood a goal somehow as well.
There's so much time in the game to do that.
Yeah.
There's 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Tyson Stengel. Big deep breath against the boundary. The traumas of his private life put aside for the glory of this grand final. He's a quaddy beauty. He's got 4 to lead all comers. Cameron Lynn's in the front row cheering for him. Cats fans are delirious. Tyson Stengel minting his all-Australian position. He takes the Cats to 15-9-99. Sydney 4-3-27. A Bendix breaks, big moment. Confidence stopping, Bendix breaks.
Another score involvement for Patrick Dangerfield. So we've spoken about him. He's had 8. That's the equal most on the ground with Smith, and that man Stengel with his 4 goals. Paddy McCartan has been moved forward. He's gone deep into the goal square, so already some panic moves playing out. It's not going to matter because Sydney just don't have any time or space to play they want to. It's been ripped apart from them, from the most ferocious Geelong side or any AFL side we've seen in a long, long time.
It's a shame as a contest, but what an exhibition of powerful football from Geelong. Stanley got the timing right. The tap went down to Warner. He tries to brush off Blitzarv's, not so fast. Stewart came charging through. He ran into his own lots of obstacles in Swans jumpers, and a ball up is forced. 99 plays 27. Victoria Police Assistance Line scoreboard. 15-9 to 4-3. Ball up at half forward for the Swans. It comes out to Warner. He couldn't shake off Myers. Was able to get a handball to Papley. Tries to get something generated. Kicked it quickly. Henry, 2 metres in front of Franklin. He only needed to be 30 centimetres. He took it safely. And he's quickly thinking about turning defence into attack.
Yeah, he was
finds
watching
Isaac Smith.
But he was trying to get some space.
That's the reaction time of these Geelong players today. They just read it so much quicker. To be that ground ball or balls in the air.
That's happy to kick it around in the back pocket, and Isaac Smith is happy to collect another. What's
22,
he up to?
that'll be. Safety still sheds stats.
Isaac Smith launches down the line. Jeremy Cameron too strong for Mills.
Look out if he gets involved.
Danger's 1 out in the field 50.
Cameron, defensive side of the centre. Just lets them get set ahead of the ball. Pokes it over the top for Atkins. One of the success stories of this season with his move into the midfield.
Smith 7 in the goal for the quarter. Danger's had 8 goal.
Smith loops around.
That's what gives Smith the advantage because he's such a powerful runner. When everyone else gets tired, he could easily rack up another 10 in the last quarter.
Isaac Smith in on the left boot, sends it to full forward. Cameron put himself there, swatted away. Myers in the pocket trying to get it to close. Campbell got in the way. Went round and round in the tackle. He just managed to get it the other side of the boundary to avoid the penalty. The tackling has been really something for Toro. Count on it.
Boundary throw in then. In the forward pocket of the punt road end. Stanley tried it. Well, he didn't. He tapped it instead at the last moment rather than trying to grab it. Florent was taking the ground. Dangerfield found a way. Took the footy, gave it to Cam Guthrie. He fired away. Didn't quite get the line right. The Cats bring up the 100 with a behind. 15-10, 100 to 4-3-27. Swans the quick re-entry.
Fox gives the hand pass over the top. Stevens worked it around with Florence, and then Tom McCartan got involved. Parker coughed it up under pressure to Atkins. Yeah. Cats come the other way. Smith was going to take off.
He saw that Dangerfield, one of his competitors for the Norm Smith, was on his own.
Dangerfield was waving and waving and waving, and Isaac's got his back assiduously turned.
Tough to go past him if he kicks this. So often the weight will be given to when the game was in the balance, not so much when it's not. And his 2 first quarter goals were enormous. This is disposal number 25. He's had 600 metres gained.
Drop it short? Surely not.
He kicked the signature goal of the 2013 grand final from long range. Smith tees it up. It's left all the way.
Second time he's kicked 3 goals in a grand final.
3-1, and the Cats lead it by 74 points.
Blakey wanders back into play, handballs to Lloyd, who kicks with purpose to centre half back, but a spoil from Isaac Smith. Jumped on it though was Isaac Heaney. He gave it to Warner, who takes it behind the wing, trying to create something. He's had a bounce, almost ran too far, did run too far.
Well, they're just totally deflated, the Swans. The more they try, that's 50 metres. This is just turning to a schmozzle for Sydney.
And it's Jeremy Cameron in a most unexpected way who is going to get his first real proper shot at goal here. In fact, where the umpire is standing, I think it'll be beyond him. He strolls to half forward to take his position.
Danger's the man here. Danger's the man.
Danger's in the goal square. Don't count out Gary Rowan either, who's deep. He's shaping as if he's going to go for it. He's gone the torp. It's the ugliest kick. Yuck. It lands at the top of the goal square, and it's marked by Hickey, who kicks precariously into the back pocket, and it was almost snatched close. It wasn't far off.
They've just been waiting for that. They've been waiting for Sydney to play that way. They knew that they would challenge them. Okay, so you want to go there, you go there. We'll sit 5 metres off, but as soon as your head goes down to kick, we're going to run as fast as we can, and just so disciplined to turn that footy over.
74 points, Victoria. Police assistance line scoreboard. Blitzarv's got it from the throw in. Warner cut it off, gave it to Rowbottom, kicks the Swans out of half back. Henry made the spoil on Franklin, knocked it out boundary side. Kolajasny's going to arrive with Heaney. It touched a boot or two, but went out of bounds on the bump. Throw it in. Tom Hawkins gone down to the rooms. Matthew Cox?
Yeah, he has. He casually came from the ground, had a brief conversation with the doctor and headed straight down to the rooms.
Someone will be injured enough to allow Brandon Parfitt to come on, won't they? They will.
The Spitwater tough and ready. Stanley wins the tap down to Atkins. Careful with the kick. It didn't go 15 to Myers. He lays it up to Dangerfield.
Just split it, Hutto. O'Connor can come off and Parfitt can come on.
If they don't, I'm going to go down there with 10 minutes to go and tell them.
We've learned our lesson from last year.
Dangerfield can place it inboard to Stanley. A minute to go in this third term. Stanley there to do. Zach Guthrie is on the very shorts. Stanley is soaking up as much time as he's allowed, and then he kicks it particularly wide. Isaac Smith's got a run at this. He almost took the contested mark. It is off hands and out of play. 40 around from the Geelong goal.
Well, unfortunately, it's just an exhibition right now.
Yeah.
The grand final, the biggest day of the calendar, and such a great year, and it's dished up a great grand final for Cats supporters and the Cats players.
That's right, but not as a contest. Rowbottom has tried his heart out. He's able to win the ball for Sydney, and there's a bit of a push against Jeremy Cameron on Rampy.
Chris got to be sitting there savouring this moment. He's had so much turmoil, so much heartache over the years, and criticism, and he sits there now with couple of more minutes to play, and he knows he's got his second.
Blakey to Stevens as they place the ball wide in front of us here in the members, right in front of what has been adoring Sydney fans. They're right back in their seat at the moment. A high ball. McCartan's able to rise high. Well, that's the move they've made. He's gone forward. Unfortunately, the siren has put an end to that. It's a quarter which again has shown itself as the premiership quarter. It took only a couple of minutes for the Cats to go bang, bang, and the game and the premiership is effectively decided at three-quarter time.
6-0 in that term. Geelong by 74 points, 15-11 to 4-3. The multiple goal kickers, Stengels kicked 4, Smith and Hawkins 3 each, and Close has kicked 2. Victoria Police Assistance Line scoreboard. This is AFL Nation for McDonald's. Play Macca's Kick to Kick on Snapchat today, and for Tyre Power, your match day favourites for tyre safety.
That quarter on AFL Nation was for Victoria Police. Use the police assistance line for non-urgent situations.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term, with top returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balanced Index, December 2021. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS at TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search, compare Host Plus today.
The Designer Appliances Spring Renovation Spend and Get sale is on now. Receive a bonus digital Visa gift card up to $500 on Electrolux, Smeg, Fisher & Paykel and so much more. Visit us at Designer Appliances, Camberwell, Heidelberg, Rosebud and Wantirna South.
A picture speaks 1,000 words, but the best fried chicken in town only needs one. Gummy! Gummy has created a chicken and beer culture with all the deliciousness you can fit into one bird. Gummy, the unmissable chicken. Visit gummychicken.com.au for your nearest restaurant.
At Truck Assist, we ensure one thing. Trucks for landscapers, trucks for cabinet makers, trucks for people fixing circuit breakers.
You mean electricians?
Yeah, that didn't rhyme. We cover trucks that deliver beds and for hauling sheds.
Trucks for chippies?
Yep.
Ones for brickies?
You bet. We protect trucks that keep small business moving with comprehensive motor cover, downtime cover and 24/7 breakdown all in one. That's insurance from the specialists. Truck Assist. It's what we do. Terms and conditions apply. Seek independent advice before making a decision.
If you've come home to find your property has been damaged, call 131 444.
If you've had something stolen from your car, call 131 444.
If you've lost something or found something valuable, call 131 444.
If you want to register a party or let us know you're going away on holiday, call 131 444.
So save 131 444 to your phone for when you need the police but not the sirens. For more information and for online reporting, visit police.vic.gov.au.
Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Good for the game tomorrow?
Nah, still trying to sell the car.
Give me your phone, let me do it.
Yeah, good luck.
Car sales, instant offer.
Car sales what?
Instant offer. You can skip creating an ad, dealing with buyers and waiting for a decent offer all weekend.
Is that the offer for my car already?
Yep. Now just take it to one of the official buyers nationwide, get it looked over, and the money drops the next business day. So I'll see you at the game then?
Yeah, see you at the game.
Car sales instant offer. The hassle-free way to sell your car.
T's and C's apply.
Think outside with the award-winning Ego Power Plus mower. Its innovative 56-volt arc lithium battery delivers all the power of petrol without the noise, fuss, or fumes. And if it doesn't cut it, you get your money back with our 30-day money-back guarantee. To claim, all you have to do is... Well, actually, we've no idea what you have to do. It's never come up. Search Ego Power Plus today. Ego. Power beyond belief. T's and C's apply.
In the mounting yard for the Tyre Power footy final sale. Profiling some of the runners. Ideal tyre pressure. Popular with racegoers, 5-1. Wheel balance should run well up the straight, $6. Lacking tread, drifting in the market, 20-1. Bald tyres, a dangerous long shot, 50-1. And our odds-on favourite today, Toyo. A great performer in all conditions. Buy 3, get 1 free on Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
The footy final sale on now. Visit your Aussie-owned local independent Tyre Power store today.
Wood heaters, gas log fires, Factory Direct. Illusion and Ultimate's biggest ever end-of-season mega sale with prices slashed. Wood heaters from $5.99. Gas log fires from $19.99. Dandenong, Epping and North Geelong. illusionfires.com.au.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty. Loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want. Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
You're listening to the 2022 Premiership season on AFL Nation for Beaumont Tiles. Hybrid flooring in store now. Macca's I'm Loving It moments. Play Macca's Kick to Kick on Snapchat today.
Jeremy Cameron overreached and overran, and Mitch Duncan was the hunter. It's only early in the third, but the Cats already thinking about having a beer with Duncan. To Cameron, to Isaac Smith. Will it be Norm? Will it be Norm Isaac Smith? He's kicked his third.
Dangerfield came hammering through, gathers the footy, gives it to Stengel, who puts it through to Sticks. He caresses it into the pocket, low down, and Stengel's going to put himself in the frame. Traumas of his private life put aside for the glory of this grand final. He's a quaddy beauty. He's got 4. Now Cats by 74. Opening bounce pending for the final term. Tyre Power, your match day favourites for tyre safety. That's Tyre Power. Jared Healy, Kane Corns.
Tom Hawkins is starting on the bench, but as a player, you don't get many opportunities to just fully enjoy your football. You're always looking to what's next, the next week, the next contest. But this is the one moment as a player where you can fully soak it up when you know you have won a grand final at three-quarter time, and not many players have ever been in that position. So for Geelong, enjoy it. I'm sure they will.
Cats are the only team who have won a grand final by a triple-figure margin, and they had the chance to do it again. It's 74 points as we enter the final term of 2022. Stanley wins the tap. Warner onto the footy. Blitzav's brought him down. Ball spilt out near Selwood and Papley. Papley flicked it up to Parker. He comes forward to Franklin. Over the top came to Koning. Two-fisted spoil. O'Connor onto the loose ball. He's been harried from everywhere. Released it to Buse. Kicks into centre fields. Spoils are made and Myers is there underfoot. Clever hand pass to Atkins. Runs into the open field. Kicks it for Jeremy Cameron out in front of him. Jezza had a swing at it, left it behind, and Fox, who's beaten him numerous times in one-on-ones, brings it away. Shared it with Blakey, got it back now to Florent. Fox again. Well, not a great hand pass to Rowbottom. Shot it inboard for Warner. Kept himself sufficiently clear. Hand pass to Papley. Cuts inboard and has a bounce. Where's he going? All the way across halfback as Goulden is set on the southern side.
Lloyd has run forward to make himself a target. It has to bounce for him. It did that okay. He settles and then kicks very wide, and College hasn't he? The jazz hands of the number 8 gets across, wrapped around the footy and brings it back to Stewart. We might get down to Coxie as soon as we can. There's news afoot on Tom Hawkins. I think Cats possessing the ball. Tui in the back pocket. What can you tell us?
It's a weird one. He came to the bench looking a little emotional during that three-quarter time break, but he's now standing on the boundary line looking as if he's going to come on. So a bit weird for Tom Hawkins.
Might be emotional for other reasons as the realisation sets in. Selwood, Duncan, Blitzarves at the back. The longest target is Jeremy Cameron. Doesn't quite hang on to the mark. It hasn't been his day from a football sense, but a hell of a lot better than the last day. He was out on this ground on this day as a Giant. His kick is pinned and then holding the ball is ruled.
It's been the story of the day. When you look like and they've felt like they've been out, it's been one Geelong player or two come to get them, and once again, forward half turnover from Brian Myers, but the group tackling, the gang tackling from Geelong, it's the best display of tackling I think I can recall. Not numbers-wise, but just the eye test would tell you they've just got after them and beat Sydney at their own game.
Right against the fence. The camera has the view from right behind, and that slingshot style. He tries to get it together. It was fisted back into play. Stengel's hunting his 5th, and he knows it. Rowan, quick-fire stuff. Could this be Joel Selwood's opportunity? No, squeezed out. Rowan, though, keeps it going. And now claims are made for holding the ball, ignored by the umpire. It'll be a ball up instead. 15-11, 101, place 4-3-27.
8 internet and mobile scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. Full forward for the Cats. Blitzarves taps it down. Atkins one way, Mills the other. Mills won the footy to Hickey. Hand pass backward to Florent and then into the pocket for Rampy. Fashioned to kick around the corner, but only as far as Duncan. The Cats are so well set. He's looking for a target, maybe over-ambitious to get it to Selwood. And Lloyd folded back in front to make the spoil. I think that is the first glimpse that the last thing the Cats would like out of this game is a Joel Selwood goal.
They still maintain the last player in defence, Zach Tui. He's 40 metres behind anybody else.
Right forward pocket for the Cats. Hickey pushed and takes the ball clearly out of the ruck. High on the way out. Spoils it. Fell the way of Stewart. Links it up with Duncan. Had a look inside 50. Hand pass instead to Myers. Got hunted down by Papley. Umpire called play on that occasion. It's been holding the ball all afternoon, but not there as it slips out of play. 50 from Geelong's goal. We get a look at the replay for car sales, everything you ought to know.
4 minutes into the final term for Makita Ruley Outdoors. The under umpire winds it back into play. In front, Blitzarves Tapped it down with both hands through Fox's fingertips. Now Warner, again, trying to show some initiative. A handball to Parker, who was up when he collected it, so he had to wait till he got down to deliver it off to Mills. Slams it up to the wing. Again, Henry denied Franklin. Selwood received the handball from Cameron, but Warner was onto him. Geelong had the back up again. O'Connor got it from Atkins. Sets it up for Blitzers. He couldn't take it on the third. Cameron went to ground. And the Swans defence able to get it through. Rampy's kick was sloppy and it was harried. Picked up there by Heaney. Off to Fox again. And then to Parker. Some semblance of control for the Swans. Something we haven't seen a lot of today. He bangs it out wide to Hayward, who presents well. Takes the mark. They try and get some overlap run, but it's not happening for them. Back through the middle. The Lizard.
Well, they've got a lot of players in the middle of the ground, the Swans, but they're not getting numbers to the contest. They're not getting forward of the ball when it counts.
Blakey sideways to Rowbottom, plays it right out the members' side of the ground. Fox on the bounce, gets there. Lays it off to Stevens. It's labour intensive. Fox on the wraparound, receives the hand pass, confronted. Hand passed it out in front of Florent. Drops it onto the right boot. It's a high ball in the Franklin direction. 3 against him in the air. Papley shot it out to Warner. Kick smothered by Buse on the reach. Up there to gather is Duncan, and Cam Guthrie forged a path, then ran into Warner. Got knocked off his kick. That's holding the ball.
Yeah, he didn't have anybody to kick it to, so he tried to sidestep. And Warner's lifted since quarter time. He's been one of the Swans' best, so he will have tragic memories of this day, but he will be able to hold his head high.
It's a tackle of the day for Toro. Count on it. Chad Warner. The Swans still looking for their first goal of the second half from 52. Gives it all he's got. It's lovely in flight. And the goal umpire arches back as it lands for a major. Warner kicks his first. The Swans, well, it took until 6 minutes into the fourth term to come up with something in the second half. 5-3-33 to Geelong, 15-11, 101 on the Mate Internet mobile scoreboard. 5G mobile plans from $40.
He's a good young player with a lot in front of him. A big, bright future, 22, 23 years of age. He's only really spent 3 seasons in the midfield, so he'll learn a lot from today, and sometimes it does take that heartbreak to realise how far away you actually are from being involved in a premiership team. But he'll be a driving force along with many of the other Sydney youngsters in terms of how much success they have in the next 2 to 3 years.
Yes, they've got a lot to work with into the future, the Sydney Swans, but today has not been their day. Dangerfield out of the middle. Flicks the hand pass wide to Isaac Smith. He wants it back to Danger. And the little kick is tailored just for him. Patrick Dangerfield. Oh, Jeremy Cameron, a little nonchalant give. And it's coming. It's coming. And it's got there. Jezza Beauty. He gets his grand final goal. And the Cats celebrations continue.
Oh, what a piece of play. Stanley Dangerfield out of the middle. Isaac Smith. What about the afternoon that these two have had? And then Smith just waxing, kicks it back in ball to Dangerfield. You thought he'd want to go back with the signature bomb from 50, but Jeremy Cameron, who's been quiet, wraps around on the left foot, trademark style, and slots it through. And the celebrations are on.
Bendix breaks, big moment, confident stopping, Bendix breaks. The Cats by 74 on the Mate Internet and mobile scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate today. Back in the middle, 8 minutes into this final term. Stanley and Hickey to contest the bounce. Stanley down, knocked away from Dangerfield. Atkins gives it to Stanley, who doubles back to be able to fashion a kick to centre half forward. Charging out is Rowan. Eyes for the footy. He was near the middle by the time he completed it. Without hesitation, Hawkins out in front. Tom McCartan made the spoil. Warner working underneath. Got his kick away in the nick of time. Goulden was his target. Hickey lends a hand, and Goulden's out on the wing. He has a bounce and kicks to half forward. Not a great effort. Kolajasny knocked it away, and then Tui won the contested ball. Couldn't quite get it back to Kolajasny. Hickey and Goulden try again. Hand passed it out in front of Clark, who got caught by Tui. Hickey, they're overwhelming him. He released it back to Clark, who poked it forward to O'Connor, but it's hapless. It's hapless for the Swans.
And the inclusion of O'Connor has been a successful one. You have to think now of Max Holmes and what he'd be going through, but that's footy, unfortunately.
Any sign of operation with Brandon Parpet, Coxie? We'll get back to it in a moment. Dangerfield's kick inches to the wing. It comes back to Cam Guthrie, who puts it out in front of Mitch Duncan. It's all about the bounce. It took a while to come back. Lloyd thought he'll tackle him anyway. It sits on the 50. 2 Swans and a cat. The handball was successful from Parker. Trying to design a way forward through Stevens. The tireless Tom Hickey matched well by Stanley. Not much juice left for either of them. The ball went out of their grasp but over the line and out of bounds.
Mitch Duncan's another one who's had a super game. Yeah. Another 32-plusser who's defied gravity.
Coxie?
Parfitt's still in the back row. Doctor did put the headset on just a few moments ago, though, so I'll keep an eye on it.
12 minutes 50. I'm going to ask you to deliver a message to them shortly. The ball goes out to the wing. Atkins shakes off Hickey. Stretches the handball to Stanley. Going to be confronted immediately by Warner. He knew what to do. Oh, Dangerfield was thinking glory. Surely that was holding the ball as Robot him. Executed the perfect tackle. He just got a handball away, as the Cats have an ability to do when it seems unlikely. And now McLean tries to get it to Hayward, and that's deemed a throw. Absolutely nothing going their way. Atkins takes the kick swiftly to centre half forward. Close will mark. He'll think about Rowan. He'll think about Isaac Smith. Instead, he goes for the hook.
Great transition by the Cats. Close has had a good game, really good. He's had a great season, in fact. He's been one of the real differences between the Cats winning flags.
Cam Guthrie's reached for the right leg, right on cue.
Has he?
Right.
Yep.
He got the message. He limps off. He's not feeling any pain. He gets the hugs all around from Joel Selwood. And Tom Hawkins, who's had a big day. 6 scores, 3 goals when it mattered. He's lost his radar since half-time. He's not quite 100% fit. It's working. It's working. It was aimed at the post the whole time. And that's where it hit. Coxie.
Yeah, Guthrie came from the field, as you said, the upper right leg. Parfitt now just warming up with the trainer.
Imagined, I'm sure. Campbell got the kick in, out to Goulden. It looked like a cunning plan. Beautifully orchestrated. Kick to Parker on the wing. He charged and released the footy. On the bouncing run is Stevens. He's had 2. He got caught. He got hunted down by Kolajasny. Wow. That is the tackle of the day for Toro.
What a tackle, what a chase. We've seen it from all of them across the board today.
Inboard to Smith, and now on the outside for Zach Guthrie, who's hearing out of defence. Had a bounce. Sagged the hand pass to Duncan, up to Hawkins, half volleyed. Had to get rid of it and did. Stengel coming through, out in front of himself, gathered, then hooked to goal. Oh, that is into the post. He just needed a true bounce, and it took a leg break and found the woodwork, and Stengel stuck on 4.
Who's in contention, boys?
Yeah, Smith, Dangerfield. Stengel's kicked 4. That would have been his 5th. He's in the mix.
Swans bounce their way out of defence. Again, it's Warner to Franklin. Bronx cheers for Buddy. Can you believe that?
Just disposal number 4. Safety still sheds. This is 5.
He'll get some more as he ran to receive on the lateral on the half forward. It bounces up for Papley. He sneaks inside to Koning. He's trying to create something out of not a lot. And in the end, the equation was too much for Papley. It bounces end on end and through for another behind as the crowd is posted. 100% capacity, 100,024.
Well, Papley, he's worked hard, but just nothing has gone his way. It's been so difficult to get through.
Parfitt's on, Jared.
Oh, that's
stuff.
beautiful.
That's good. We're learning.
Well done by Geelong. The moment that was missed last year, that error is not to be repeated. De Koning out of half-back. He kicks long down the line. Henry, unimpeded run to take the mark.
Had a big game, Henry. But Buddy doing nothing. He's done plenty.
He uses it to Duncan from the wing. He pulls the kick up to Selwood, right half forwards. Dangerfield on the outside. Selwood just holds a little longer. And Now he'll use Duncan, who is racking them up. And back to Selwood. Two of the 2011 Premiership players combining. Backward to Henry, who has it on the members' wing. So what is dear Henry thinking? He kicks in the Dangerfield direction, just too strong. Too strong for Campbell. Removed him from the contests, and having given one up, Paddy's got every right to go back and kick this.
Boomerang, drop punt.
I think the distance will demand that it's a drop punt.
Biggest crowd since 1986, just repeating that figure that Hutto said, 100,024 in the house, 100% capacity. Patrick Dangerfield, going to be hard to go past him if he slots this.
Patrick Dangerfield from 50 metres out. He's hung it up across the face of goal. They'll fly. Blitzers hand passes it around to Tui. Broke clear, tumbled it into close. Close hand pass and perfect! The Subs' first disposal is a goal. It was just meant to be. And all of his teammates in to swamp him. Brandon Parfitt.
Inspired handball. Wasn't that a great handball? And it's a great decision.
Could they have done anything more perfectly today? Like, just everything has worked. Oh, what a moment for him. They came from everywhere as well. You got to feel for Max Holmes. I mean, that's where my thought goes to, how he would be feeling the selfless decision, albeit it probably wasn't his decision. But closest game today. I mean, you picked it up all day, Jared. He just hardly put a foot wrong. And
he's been like that for 2 years.
Yeah,
he's an unsung super player, this kid.
Now a big game player, though. Yeah. He's stood up in big games, big finals. Chris Scott absolutely loved it.
That's the biggest response from him for the day.
That mane of hair everywhere.
That is a crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through. 81 points, Hutto.
Let's halve the tap, but it went to McLean and out to Heaney and then forward to Warner. Complete the phase off to Stevens. He bangs it up, and in the goal square, Paddy McCartan, and the umpire feels the moment and gives him a free for a bit of interference.
He was a bit stiff there, young DeConing, but Paddy McCartan have tried something radical and they've put him forward, but the ball just hasn't gone down there.
He's been one of the, a goal. Despite the day, he's been one of the great stories of a year that has delivered plenty of heartwarming moments. He kicks a grand final goal, and he'd never thought that would have been possible just 24 months ago, making his name as a defender, and he goes back to being a forward. Got some interference there from DeConing, and the Geelong boy against the team he grew up barracking for puts it through for a goal number 6 for the Swans. 6-4-40 to 17-13, 115.
I think it's fair to say to all those guys that have paddled over to me at Bells asking whether or not, do you think Geelong can do it this year? Well, Jared, I think they probably can.
Back in the centre circle for Flight Centre, your front row seat centre. The Cats by 75. There's 7 minutes and 41 seconds remaining. Bounced in the middle. Parfitt's gone in there. Got muscled off the kick. Parker's kick partially smothered. Heaney fed it up. The Cats are just inspired with their tackling, but Parker found Fox out of half-back, and he gives it to Campbell. Kicks under duress. Zach Guthrie halved and then won the contest, although he gave it up to Papley, who got overworked by Buse. Jeremy Cameron lends a hand at the defensive 50. Has a little fumble. Hand passes it to Buse. It is over the boundary.
Righto, Kane. Who wins the norm? I reckon it's probably decided at three-quarters time.
Yeah. Probably think Dangerfield's been the most impactful player. He's gone a full forward now. They probably just want to get him one more goal.
60 out from the Swans goal. Hickey tapped it down. Tui won the footy. Hand pass to Blitzovs to Selwood. Kept the hands free. Released Atkins. Kicks up the worn wing. Hawkins full-chested as he takes the mark. Just lets a few flow ahead of him. Off to the side for Jeremy Cameron. It wasn't the neatest of kicks, so Cameron had to drop down to take the mark.
It's going to be an interesting vote. It'd be hard for Isaac Smith to miss.
Pops it forward to Myers. Gives it to Jeremy Cameron, ghosting by. Loads it up in the Dangerfield direction. Here he comes. Almost. Second bite. Knocked away at the last by Rampy. Fox underfoot. Been hunted. He gives a bit of ground. Lloyd out of the back pocket. Hung it high. Cameron brought it to ground. Atkins works hard against Rowbottom. It's towed toward the boundary and seen the rest of the way over by Stevens. Out on the full, in fact.
He's worked really hard, Atkins. He's not a glamorous player, but he's a very consistent player.
Such a good job of managing their minutes. Start on the bench every quarter along with Joel Selwood. They just come on fresh and have big impact.
Half it short to Tui in game number 250. What a day to celebrate. The Cats with 3. Almost made a meal of it against Franklin. Stewart tidied up, kicked it out to Zach Guthrie, who picks a pretty good time to drop a mark with no pressure at halfback. Time and space on his side. Short to Tui, and more of the same to Kolajasny.
What a player Zach's become. He's so balanced now. He's just a different unit.
Then to Myers, who tried to pin it on the chest of Hawkins. Batted away by Duncan to the good of Parfitt. He delayed the handball to Cameron, who burst through. Sneaky one to close. Duncan in the corner. Handballs it back in. Dangerfield ripped his way clear. Oh, and De Koning's put it on the line. He took the mark. The champ to the kid. It doesn't matter. It's another Geelong goal. He didn't quite read the moment, but what a moment for his first goal in AFL football. Late in the AFL Grand Final. He's going to become a premiership player.
What was he doing down there? What was he doing on the goal line? He's laughing all the way.
Did that.
He cannot believe it.
First goal in a grand final with 5 minutes to go. Everything they have done today has worked. I don't know what he's doing there. He's all alone. Dangerfield with some magician magic to get out of that situation and nearly kick a freak goal. And De Koning's on the goal line, takes an uncontested mark. You should see the box. They can't believe it. Eddie Betts is going off. James Kelly, Chris Scott, Sean Grigg. They cannot believe how masterful their moves have been today.
It's a beautiful replay for car sales. Everything you ought to know. 81-point margin. Stanley down to Parfitt. Released the footy. Stanley on the follow-up. Missed Selwood. Rowbottom off the ground as a result. He hacked it forward to good effect for Warner, who from 55 out goes right to the goal line. It cleared Henry and bounced through for a goal. Chad Warner with his second of the final two. Back to 75 points on the Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Well, I've got to say, Kane, it feels more than 75 points. This one's getting a couple of goals late, but it's just been an incredible one-team display of brute force. Brute force, scientific structures in defence, and going forward to the ball. They're just making it up with so much talent. Stengel coming back onto the ground. He's got himself a little bag in the grand final.
31 scoring shots to 11.
Stanley's been good. I mean, Stanley has had so many trials and tribulations, and yet today he is totally dominant.
Just the second time he's played 20 games or more in a season, Reece Stanley. Overcome injury and form and the doubters to be part of a premiership team. He wins the tap, but Warner was predicting such, and he edges the ball forward only as far as Zach Guthrie. A hand pass to Blitzars. Isaac Smith is stripped to the footy. The Swans still showing plenty of endeavour. They slow him down on his tracks and will have a ball up. Isaac Smith, 3 premierships, about to become a 4th. The man, I think, who wears his tracksuit pants as long as possible before the opening bounce, is the only man still with the trackied axe as the team photo was taken. Selwood kicks it to half forward. Grabbed by Tom McCartan. Off to Stevens. Bangs it up into the centre circles. Over the top, Hughes made the move. Stewart was the backup. And there's a free kick picked out just away from the Flight Centre centre circles. Your front row seats centre with Flight Centre.
Stewart played the advantage, kicked it for Selwood. It didn't arrive cleanly, so it's a bit of a mad scramble that the umpire needs to blow the whistle on. AFL Nation for McDonald's. Playmakers kick to kick on Snapchat today, and for Tyre Power, your match day favourites for tyre safety. As we run out the final minutes of a memorable season. Rowbottom got it at the stoppage. High ball up to the 50. Franklin spread-eagled at it. Henry gathers the crumb. Fluently to Tui, and off to Kolajasny and back to Tui, who pulls up on the kick. Kolajasny has options ahead of the ball now. Buse has run into space. He can give it to Isaac Smith against the boundary or find something better. Isaac's wide open, but he's stationary by the time the kick comes to him.
29, 3 goals, 12 score involvements. I think you're probably right, Jared, he's going to be hard to go past.
It's the fourth premiership for Isaac Smith. He's kicked in the Stanley direction, he's gone forward. Offhands close against the boundary. He couldn't quite keep it in.
I've checked with Durham. He said he's happy for Isaac to get to 4.
Right.
Not sure about the 5th.
A boundary throw in 50 metres out from the Geelong goal. Selwood's up at the stoppage. I wonder if they can conjure a goal for the skipper with 3.5 minutes to play. Hickey tapped it straight to Smith. Hand pass. Here it is. Selwood's onto it. Outside of the boot. Hangs it up. It floats. Oh, captain! My captain! Perhaps the signature moment of the 2022 Grand Final. Joel Selwood, surrounded by his teammates for years of loyal service, for all the records that have come his way. He's going to finish the day with the Premiership Cup in hand, and his legacy soars yet further.
And it wasn't just a goal, it was a spectacular goal, and you can see the moment meant so much to him. Big boomerang from about 40 out.
A boomerang on the run from 40 out, Joel Selwood. I wasn't sure he could kick 40 metres. Everything they wanted, they've achieved today.
Cameron Ling kicked a goal with his last kick in AFL footy to lead the Cats in 2011. I wonder if it'll be the same for Joel Selwood.
They're all in tears in the stand. Mum, wife, just sobbing openly.
Yeah, why not? 3 minutes 20 remaining. They've got to try and get danger one now. Parfitt, man with most energy, scrambles after it, got it back, chipped it up, and here comes Jeremy Cameron. Now, where's Paddy? Is he going to return the favour? He engineered one early. It has to be in his mind here. Danger is just 15 metres behind. He's going to slowly walk up on the inside. Cameron, for all signs, he's going to go back and kick his second goal. And actually, I think that's what's going to happen. So, Jeremy Cameron, clock down to 2 minutes 42. Stands and delivers Geelong's 20th goal. It is raining goals at the city end. Goals most glorious. Everyone is getting in on the Premiership Act, and they are eyeing off a 100-point win. It's 20-13-133 to 7-4-46.
Need another look at this celebration when we get it. He throws the arms out, but then he just motions to open a can of beer. You watch this, he's got the arms out, and he's going to go, yep, just cracked open the beer and sculled it down.
Replay for car sales, everything you auto know. 20 goals, 13 to 7-4. The Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile. The coaching staff has come down to the bench. Big embrace between Chris Scott and Cam Guthrie, the man who made way for Brandon Parfitt. Back in the middle we go. Warner's trying to break clear, and he does. He gets the kick up inside the 50. Stewart set himself. Couldn't take the intercept mark, but does with the intercept disposal. A kick to Stanley. Shuffles it off to Zach Guthrie. Hand pass to Parfitt. He delayed the hand pass and ducked back inboard instead. Places the kick for Kolajasny. Out to the wing for Tui. The Cats want yet more. Blitzavs is open down the field. Tui's gone a little wider. Duncan takes the mark. He has it forward of halfway. The path is not entirely obvious. He kicks it back to Joel Selwood. And that provides a moment for the Cats faithful. Long to reign over us, Joel Selwood.
Wow.
He kicks it backwards to Sam de Koning. That is an ovation that will live in many a memory. And over the near side to Tom Stewart, who's worthy of similar. And Isaac Smith, who has marauded around the field all afternoon. 13, 14 and 15 for the Hawks. And now for the Hoops right at the ends. Inboard to Cameron.
Got a bit of cramp.
He's got the cramp in the left leg.
Could work well for Isaac.
They continue to play possession footy. Everyone wants a last touch. Zach Guthrie to Kolajasny. We tick down to the last minute for Makita Rule the Outdoors. The Cats have ruled the MCG, although he overplays his hand on the kick forward, Kolodjasny. Florent will kick back through the middle. Selwood's going to get another touch. But couldn't connect that time. Parker tried to fashion a handball. More success from Fox. Across to Warner. And now they get to half forward. Goulden is bouncing his way clear. Plays it wide to Hayward. Clock down to 35 seconds. The Cats win it back. Stewart impeded, dropping the ball. Advantage paid. Papley lines them up. And he kicks a goal. Belated as it is. He puts it through for the Swans. And with only 22 seconds, Sydney land their 8th goal. But it's not going to stop the Cats. The Youngbloods have fallen short today on the biggest stage. It will, for Geelong, be a triumph for coach and club who have defied convention. And, of course, a crowning moment for Joel Selwood. It will be a win for the ageless.
I'll let that one just hang there, Hutto. It was good.
1:33 plays 52. And all involved. No, there are hugs. Max Holmes is down on the boundary being embraced. There's a tearful embrace with Chris Scott.
Yeah.
And the tears are the coach, not the player. Bounced back in the middle. Stanley taps it down. Warner stole the moment. He gives it away to Goulden. Kicks up inside the 50. De Koning got a hand into Jarrett Clear. Paddy McCartan away to Hayward. He sets it up to full forward. Heaney grapples to, he knocked it away. And it bounces over the boundary.
So many storylines out of it. Tyson Stengel's performance. We mentioned him pre-game. What an ability to stand up on the big stage. To get him for nothing in the off-season, nothing. And to get an All-Australian season and 4 goals out of him in the grand final, extraordinary.
Final moment is a boundary throw-in. It is a premiership gloriously won. A Geelong side forever in contention, entirely reimagined to be hailed now as champions. And for Chris Scott, his second flag is testament to his genius. Geelong in a grand final romp by 81 points. Points at quarter time, 36 at half time, 74 at the final change and 81 at the close. For the record books, Geelong 20 goals, 13, 133. Sydney 8, 452. Joel Selwood and Tom Hawkins, long-time colleagues. Tommy is openly weeping in his embrace with the skipper. While Joel Selwood's, or Paddy Dangerfield, it's a Cheshire grin.
We play the game as it should be played, at home or far away. Our banners fly high from dawn to dark, down at Cardinia Park.
Goal kickers for the winners. Stengel booted 4. Smith and Hawkins kicked 3. There was 2 for Cameron and for Close, and there were singles to Parfitt, De Koning, Duncan, Cam Guthrie, Mark Blitzavs and Joel Selwood. For Sydney, 2 for Warner, 1 for McLean, Heaney, Hayward, Papley, Mills and McCartan. The Cats win the grand final of 2022 by a staggering 81 points. The Mate Internet and Mobile scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile. Our experts, Jared Healy and Kane Corns for Shaw Unify, uniform experts.
Well, you just sit here sometimes and you see performances that blow you away. Well, this was one of them. You can't help but be in awe of the Cats, whether you barrack for them or you're a neutral or you barrack for the Swans. We were given a display today that we'll remember for a long, long time. This was just brute force that gave the young blokes of the Sydney Swans an absolute lesson. It was a performance by a club that has been so good for so long and yet has failed at the final hurdle or the second final hurdle too often since 2011. And they have finally prevailed again under the same coach. They stayed with the coach. They didn't listen to the knockers. They just continued to have faith in what Chris Scott and this group would do. And so he elevates himself to another level as a coach. But what we're going to see is a captain with very few peers get up on the stage shortly as a premiership captain.
Yeah, one of the greatest leaders of all time is now a premiership captain.
Indeed. It's quite an amazing story, and the tears and the celebrations will go on long into the night. But this is an historic grand final in many ways. The Swans were just brutalised from the word go. They didn't give in, but they just weren't there mentally or physically. So they'll have to go back and regroup. But this is really not about the Swans. This is all about the Cats.
Right from the start of the game, and you mentioned Joel Selwood. I mean, he was enormous today. You know, nearly had 30 disposals, kicked that goal late, and had a very impactful and important final series. We now wait to see whether this is his last game. He'll take some time, I'm sure, to see how the wash up from this historic performance settles with him. But it's just been a flawless way for them to manage the whole of the season. The way that they were able to rest players at the right time. The way that they just built and dealt with Dangerfield throughout the year and the challenges that he faced with his body. They had the Tom Stewart 6-week suspension that they managed. They had the Jeremy Cameron hamstring on the eve of the final series. Chris Scott was more a manager than a coach this year, and his ability to manage the staff and his players to make sure that they were absolutely cherry ripe for this day, not a day in round 17 or 18 for this day, was good as management as you've seen. What a club. I reckon it's one of the best premierships I've ever seen, because there was a cliff there that they were about to fall off, and they haven't fallen off it. So to win this against all the odds of that, against all the odds of the AFL's equalisation model, against the lack of draft picks that they've had, their ability to pick players to play specific roles leads them to this day. It's just it's going to go down as one of the greatest premierships that's ever been won.
And it's a soccer term, but they played total football, didn't they?
Oh, in every aspect. I mean, they were always the best offensive team and the best defensive team. Their ability to score off turnover. I mean, they just set up the ground right from the start, and you know what they're going to do. We knew in the commentary box, John Longmire would have known exactly what they were going to do, but they were powerless to stop it.
I feel like it has to be Dangerfield for the Norm Smith. It doesn't sort of matter how the game went. This is sort of the it's the
storyline,
story.
You can't pinch it from Smith because of the storyline.
Yeah,
so that's going to be the challenge for the voters. Because the history would love to see Dangerfield get it, but
I don't think he'll care too much, to be honest.
I don't think Danger cares. He gave away a couple of goals.
Yeah.
He didn't really care.
That last one, Tom took that Sam de Koning. That was the chance.
But that wasn't going to be a goal. That was going to miss.
You reckon?
Yeah. It was going the other side of the post.
Tom O'Connor's got the Mark O'Connor's got the Irish flag out there that he's collected from the crowd.
First time two Irishmen have played in a premiership together.
Yeah.
But Tiger was the only other one, I think, anyway.
It's an extraordinary day.
Yep.
Not one spare seat. Not a one.
No. 100,024. When they ask you how many does the MCG sit, that is your number. That's your number. The tension was taken out of it really by quarter time. It was a stunning opening from the Cats. 6-1. They went 3 goals each in the second term. The Cats slammed the door in the third quarter, 6-0. And it was 5-4 in the final term as the debate was over margins.
Three votes to Isaac Smith, two votes to Paddy Dangerfield, and 1 vote to Robbie Williams. They're my votes.
Robbie got in?
Yep.
Blitzars was good today, though, wasn't he?
He was good again.
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of debate about whether he should be in the All-Australian side or not, but I think today, again, just proved what an underrated player he is.
You two just justifying your selections, that's good.
Jared fought hard for him and it was probably justified, I think, in the end. Tyson Stengel, Patrick Dangerfield, Chris Scott hugging it out right now.
There's always so many great stories, isn't there, in a premiership, particularly when it's been 10 years or more since a flag's been won.
There's also those guys on the side who, have to have the smile on their face. I saw Sean Higgins there for a period of time who dreamt of this moment.
Joel's just come over to find Tom Harley with so much shared heritage there, and Josh Kennedy, and those that he'll know in the setup, Luke Parker as well. So Joel's just left the celebrations for the time being to come over and share the moment with some some long-term opponents and some old friends in the Sydney setup.
There's a strong Geelong connection.
It's a good start by Steve Hocking as the general manager.
Yep. He's now embraced with Buddy Joel down there. Yes, a change in those in control of Geelong, but not much else has changed, has it? It's still getting the same success as we saw under Frank and Brian Cook.
So many great decisions made in the off-season.
Steve Hocking.
Yeah. And also the year before, I mean, Jeremy Cameron, it was a decision that could have set the club back because they gave away so many draft picks, but they got back second rounders. But ultimately, whilst he wasn't as important as normal today,
he got them there, didn't he?
He certainly was a serious player through the season. Centre forward in the All-Australian side. Probably his best year ever, I suspect.
Cameron Ling had a front row seat with, I think it was his son, and that was where Stengel kicked one of those goals, and it's a magnificent image. Stengel in the foreground and Cameron Ling
older than you,
just beyond him, and he'll be on the rostrum shortly to hand over the Premiership Cup.
A different spot for the Premiership presentation. Normally it's on the other side of the ground.
I think it's so long ago, Jared, 2019. I think they did move it here. I think the last time we saw it was here.
It's where Bevo was when Bob got up.
There?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
It might have manoeuvred.
I thought it was almost more towards the members, the MCC members.
Well, our unbiased producer at the back, so that's where Bevo was.
Okay, no, wouldn't doubt him.
You do see a display like this and you think, how are you going to get near Geelong? I mean, we said the same thing about Melbourne, didn't we, last year? That brutal display that they put on, you think, how's anyone going to get near them next year? I mean, they're so hard to win back-to-back premierships, but yeah, Joel Selwell becomes the first 4-time premiership winning player in Geelong's history.
Should he play on?
I think it'd be nice for him to leave now, but who am I to? Joel can do what he wants, really. Like, I think symbolically it's the perfect way for him to go out, but he may feel after his final series, and if they can manage him again, that he's got a little bit more left.
They did manage him so well through the season. Through the middle phases where you actually wondered if he was still in their best 22 to 3 superb finals. He was so impactful and so fresh.
I think the way they have just set up, I mean, age isn't an issue. It's really how strong mentally you can. Roger Federer just retired in low 40s, so...
They do, with their training program as well, give the players a lot of spare time and free them up mentally and allow them to do that. That's been one of the attractions for Geelong. So
I reckon every player in every other club will be saying, well,
let's train less.
Let's train less and let's be at the club less and let's have our meetings only 30 minutes, not 3 hours.
We are about to join the formalities down on the MCG with Geelong to go through this coronation. Hamish McLaughlin.
Firstly, acknowledge and thank the AFL's premier partner, Toyota, represented today by Vice President Mike Arusa. Please join me now in congratulating today's field, boundary and goal umpires on their contribution to today's match. I'd now like to invite VFL field umpire from the 1977 Grand Final and the Grand Final replay, John Sutcliffe, to present the AFL umpire Grand Final medals, and invite field umpire Simon Meredith to accept the medals on behalf of the umpiring team.
Well, good job by the umpires today. Nothing too controversial today, was there?
I thought they were very good.
Simon Meredith collects the medals.
Well done, Simon. The Sydney Football Club have had a magnificent season, but it wasn't their day today. Would you please welcome one of their captains, Dane Rampy, to come forward and say a few words.
Firstly, to Chris and Joel and Geelong Footy Club, a heartfelt congratulations on the premiership this year. You guys have been the benchmark for God knows how long, and great to see a great reward for effort. Round of applause. I just want to touch on Joel Selwood's record as well. Sometimes you've got to pinch yourself when you share the field. with giants of the game, mate, and you're an absolute giant. Congratulations. To our sponsors, QBE, Real Estate, Volkswagen, thank you for your ongoing support. To our boys, bad luck today. So proud of your efforts throughout the season. We'll be back hungrier and better for it next year. And to our red and white supporters, both South Melbourne and back in Sydney, we're sorry we failed you today, but your support has met the utmost over the last 3 years, during COVID, and this year particularly back with crowds. Thank you.
How classy from Dane Rampy.
That was 10 out of 10.
Beautifully said, Dane. Please join me now in welcoming Nathan Buckley to announce and present the Norm Smith Medal to the player judges best of field in the 2022 Toyota AFL Grand Final.
Thanks, Haim. The winner of the 2022 Norm Smith Medal, no relation, Isaac Smith.
For all he's achieved in the brown and gold, he's a Norm Smith medalist in the hoops. 3 goals, his trademark tireless run, 32 disposals, 771 metres gains, and his crowning glory as a 33-year-old.
To the Swans, I have nothing but respect and admiration. You're an unbelievable football club, led by Horse and Hale. So, commiserations today. To our boys, unbelievable. I'm still in a little bit of shock. It was a phenomenal performance. Thank you to all our support staff and coaches. Toyota, unbelievable sponsors of the AFL. And finally, I'd like to give a shout out to my family, my beautiful wife Candice, and my hero growing up. Pop, I love you.
Well played, Isaac. Now, it's every young footballer's dream to be on the grand final stage on the last Saturday in September, so it is with much pleasure that we welcome the 23 winners of the NAB AFL Auskicker of the Year competition from the NAB AFL Auskick program, who now present the medallions to each player of the winning team. Number 1 for Geelong, Reece Stanley.
Reece is the word as he steps forward. He becomes a premiership player in game number 183. What a moment, what a journey it's been for the number 1 ruckman.
It's important, wasn't he? Maligned in a way. His first final was
number
poor.
2 in his 250th, Zach Tui.
What a way to celebrate a milestone with a premiership. And he's got a bit of the luck of the Irish with him as he heads to the stage with 21 disposals in his back pocket.
It's a great story. Another Irish recruit
number
picks
3,
up a flag.
Brandon Parfitt.
Well, he came into the side when Max Holmes was ruled out. He became the sub. He came onto the ground in the last quarter and he kicked a goal. And he's very much part of this 2022 premiership. He had 8 disposals, in fact.
Number 5, Jeremy Cameron.
Purpose bought for such a moment. He got Geelong through the tightest of qualifying finals. He finished up with 2 goals. On a day that didn't quite pan out as he might have dreamt, but this was the moment that he pledged he would have after the humiliation of 2019 with the Giants.
Number 7, Isaac Smith.
A 4th premiership, the first as a cat for Isaac Smith. And his 32 disposals and 3 goals earned him a Norm Smith medal. The first Smith to win a Norm Smith. Very important bit of trivia, that.
Number 8, Jake Kolodjasny.
Hasn't he grown? He is one of the defenders who was always regarded as shaky, and his last grand final was littered with moments that
Cyclone
might have
Dusty.
haunted him. And yet, here he is as a fully established player now.
Looks totally different, totally
Number
in command.
16, Sam de Koning.
What a young talent this bloke
He's
is.
a star. He'll be a star for the next 12 years. Just put his magnet at centre-half back, put him against the best player. Had that one shaky kick earlier that he kicked out on the full. Apart from that, he played the perfect game of football today.
He was in the running for the Norm Smith in the first half. He's let his hair down now. He's kicked his first goal in AFL footy.
Number 18, what a year, Tyson Stengel.
53 goals by the end of it.
It's quite extraordinary. It's a bit for Isaac Rankin to catch up over in Adelaide.
Oh, the story when he had the issue in the taxi after an also driving charge and Adelaide let him go, went back, got a job.
Number 22,
played at the Eagles.
Mitch Duncan.
He also would have been in the running, not so much to win it, but he would
Played a
have been
four-quarter game, didn't he?
top 4 or 5 players on the ground.
27
Great
disposals. He was a sub in 2011. Now he's one of the most significant players in the team. He's moved to half-back, one of the many masterstrokes from Chris Scott.
Number 23, Gary Rowan.
26th final this afternoon.
Amazing.
Remarkable. Maligned at times in big games. His qualifying final will stand as testament to him, and now he's a premiership player.
Goals today, just 7 disposals, but he won't
Number
care too much.
24, Jed Hughes.
Another father-son. His dad, of course, the Rat, was unable to be a premiership player. He played his 150th game just a couple of weeks ago. And Jed Hughes has been one of the great stories. As a low father-son pick, he's earned his place as a premiership player.
Number 26, Tommy Hawkins.
Tommy. 3 goals, 4 he kicks. He's a 3-time premiership cat. He's a walk-up Hall of Famer.
And he's the Vice-General in many ways to Joel Selwood.
Number 29, Cam Guthrie.
One of 2 brothers, Cam and Zach, and he's been a part of the heart of the midfield for the Cats. 2-way running, which hasn't been always all of their thing, but he's one of many Geelong players, now over 200 games, that becomes
Number
a premiership
30,
player today.
Tom Atkins.
Great story this year. Has been synonymous with their midfield brutality, really.
It's a great story, isn't it? I mean, he was a reasonable back flank, but he's turned into a significant midfielder.
Dave Booth is a 23-year-old, came through the
Number
VFL.
32, Brian Myers.
Unique and distinctive in the way that he kicks. He had 18 disposals. He had a busy final series.
Particularly last time out playing on, who was he playing on? Daniel Rich, and getting so many possessions himself.
Number 35, Patrick Dangerfield.
No one deserves it more. Patrick Dangerfield, over 300 games, a Brownlow medalist, and now a premiership player. Has anyone ever gone in harder than Patrick Dangerfield?
So he finished second in the Norm Smith medal voting behind Isaac Smith. Smith with 14, Dangerfield with 10,
Number
Tyson
38,
Stengel with
Jack
4.
Henry.
He was close.
Jack Henry, who's played on Buddy.
He played on Buddy and he did a great job. I
Destroyed
mean,
him.
the ball didn't come in any great shape, but he had his moments, Buddy, where he could have won the ball, and he was beaten.
Number 39, Zach Guthrie.
The other Guthrie has made his own name this year. Brought up his 50th game on the eve of the finals and very much has deserved his place in this team. It's been a story of great persistence through 6 seasons of AFL footy, and he
Number 42,
has won a premiership
Mark
medal.
O'Connor.
He was the perfect sub, and he was the next man in when the opportunity arose. He's had 13. He held up his end of the bargain for sure.
Number 44, Tom Stewart.
What a player, pivotal to so much of how Geelong set up their defence. A couple of deep breaths from Tom Stewart. He got the attention of Clark, still played a big role today. And he's ascending from a defender for South Barwon to become a premiership
Brad
player.
Close.
2 goals for Brad Close. He kicks goals every time he plays, it seems. He's always had something about him.
That's where their improvements come from. Myers and Close and Atkins and those players, you Guthrie, you weren't sure about. Genuine now, big game players.
Number 46, Mark Blitzarves.
What a decision after trying out for the 2012 Olympic team to become not a steeplechaser but a footballer, an All-Australian, and now a premiership player, the most versatile player probably of all time.
They just had to find the right spot. When he first burst onto the scene, he was a ruckman, but he was a little bit too short to maintain that position alone. And that's why it's the genius of
Number 14,
Chris Scott to find a way, to find a method.
the captain, Joel Selwood.
The world needs a coronation right now. This will be a football coronation. Before Joel Selwood is allowed to leave, his teammates, they all swamp him and pause his journey to the stage. Football fans the country over will know the significance of what is about to unfold. He's got the Oz kicker in front of him. He's been a champion of Oz kick. He's going to hand the cap and his boots over to that young fellow who's got his superannuation sorted before his 8th birthday.
He can't believe it. The sobs continue from the family in the stands. Joel turns to...
Would you now please welcome John Nichols to present the Jock McHale Medal to the coach of the 2022 Toyota AFL Premiership team, Chris Scott of the Geelong Football Club.
The master coach, he's won it before, but this is his team and it's his time. What a performance from Chris Scott.
It's his 200th winners coach. He won his first flag in his 25th game.
A decade apart. And in the warmest of embraces with Joel Selwood. What a combination.
One of the greats of the game to bestow that medal.
Big Nick. It's a great Scott.
I'd now ask Joel Selwood to come forward and say a few words.
Firstly, to the AFL and their major sponsor, Toyota, we thank you for putting on a great season, and thank you to you fans for coming out, because it's made it all the better. To John, Dane, Luke and Callum, hell of a performance this year. Been strong, and you'll be back, I'm sure of that. To our major sponsors, Ford, GMHBA, Cotton On and Deakin, we can't thank you enough, along with all the rest of the sponsors that are on board. To my teammates and the club, everyone involved in it, not just this year, but the years that have gone by, I hope you're sitting back proud. They're a hell of a group. And to our 72,000+ members, we can't thank you enough. And jump back on board. These boys are so special. It's coming home, back where it belongs.
Can I just reiterate how much admiration we have for the Swans? And for that matter, the Swan supporters that stuck around. You didn't have to, and we'll always be appreciative for that. I won't bang on for too long about the sponsors, but it is worth noting that 2 or 3 years ago, our footy club and the whole competition was on its knees. And those people could have run away from us in a heartbeat, but they didn't. They stuck by us. And I think we've all got these people to thank. The fans for coming back. How good's footy at the G? Never more than ever in footy does it take a big group of people to have success. And our squad over a long period of time has had to deal with some difficult times. And to get to this point, it hasn't just happened this year. We've had coaches, James Rowley, Matty Scarlett, Corey Enright, Matty Knights, who have helped us so much. And I'll always be thankful to those guys. Our wider footy club, again, it's not hyperbole to say that 2 or 3 years ago we were in real trouble. We're back getting quality people into our place and we just keep persevering. I couldn't be more proud of the whole Geelong community. Let's enjoy this one, please.
And a big embrace. Chris Wetton jumped back into the arms of Joel Selwood.
We now have much pleasure inviting Cameron Ling, a club legend, to present the Premiership Cup to Captain Joel Selwood and Coach Chris Scott.
This is the most lovely piece of symmetry. It was Ling who held the cup aloft with Chris Scott. And think about that all that's happened in the 11 years since. No captain and coach have shared more than Chris Scott and Joel Selwood. And now they hold the Premiership Cup aloft at the MCG. And this may very well be Joel Selwood's elevation to the greatest cat of all. The blue and white confetti fills the air. The fireworks from the top of the stands. The Cats are on top of the football world. Geelong, the premiers of 2022. The spoils are there, and these moments captured for all eternity.
And the subtitles are on the scoreboard. I don't think anyone who's in the crowd needs to read them at all. They know the song.
Well, they did it well, the AFL. Everyone who spoke was absolutely brilliant. The ceremony was superb. The Swans walk off to fight another day, but it's only just beginning for Geelong. They've been celebrating since half-time.
They have.
They absolutely have. They did it emphatically on the ground. And it would have just been one of the great hours of football to be playing for the Cats.
I wonder what Chris Scott said to them at three-quarter time. I wonder what Chris Scott actually said to them at three-quarter time with the game won.
Enjoy it. They played with that today. He just, as we've said repeatedly throughout the call, just a magnificent display of football today. They do this so well. And the players just lap it up now. The relief of winning a premiership, but now it's about party time. Seeing all your friends and family that have made the way, they've been pestering for tickets all week, and you do the lap of honour and make your way slowly around the MCG and just lap it up. Some of these players won't get out of their playing kits tonight. They'll still wake up in them this morning. Some of them will have their boots still on. And the contrast of Sydney exiting the ground. I mean, they have to hang around until after the Premiership Cup has been handed over, and that solemn walk to the change rooms where you think about how close you got but how far away you actually were, and the hard work that's going to take to get back into a winning position.
And we've seen grand final losses, particularly ones of this magnitude, have significant effects on football clubs. You couldn't see that it would do that, could you really, to the Swans, given the demographics of their list, but you never know.
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, they're incredibly well led with a great coach, but I played in a team that got beaten by 119 and it ruined the club for 6, 7, 8 years. Saw what it did to the Adelaide Football Club, not a defeat of this magnitude, but were the best team of that 2017 season and didn't show up on grand final day and haven't looked like it since, and the fallout from that.
Giants of 2019
as well. And even to a lesser extent, the Western Bulldogs. I mean, they got reasonably close halfway through the second quarter or at halftime last year, and then haven't really looked like it this year and since. And so there is a lot of things you've got to assess. Do you review the game as a group? Do you do it properly, or do you just wipe it and say, see you on your exit meeting and then see you day one of pre-season, or do you actually analyse what went so horrifically wrong for Sydney today?
The Cats have got to get this organised because they've spread to different points of the ground. The cup's still at half forward where the ceremony took place, so...
Doesn't look like we're going to have the normal lap, though, does it?
They have to, surely. One of the things Michael Voss remembers is just telling his teammates to slow down, and just there's absolutely no hurry.
I don't think it's going to take long to analyse what went wrong here for Sydney. I mean, Sydney have had a fantastic season, but when it came to the absolute pinnacle, they just got beaten at the things that they prided themselves on, and they're just going to have to get better at it. They'll go back and say, OK, we're young so we can learn, and they'll have to learn. I mean, there's some guys out there who, you know, were shells of themselves today. They got badly beaten by much more senior players. Some of it you can put down to, the ball didn't come down there, or, we got swamped, the midfield did this, or the midfield did that. But as a collective, they weren't big enough, they weren't strong enough, they didn't run hard enough, they weren't aggressive enough, they weren't hungry enough when it really counted. So they're going to have to just take stock and stick together, keep doing what they're doing, knowing that they're still a fair way away, even at their best.
Second to the ball, weren't they? A lot of the times, slow to read it. I think that's the staff, the Geelong staff, perhaps up on the dice now, just getting their premiership, such a key part of it. Players will try and find their wives and partners and kids. Just magnificent scenes out there. But, Sydney have a lot to address as to why that didn't happen today. Cam Guthrie's got the cup now. They'll share that around.
Paddy Dangerfield's in the middle having a long chat to Steve Hocking, talking about 666 and rule changes. Thanks for that.
Well, Steve Hocking's played a pretty serious role, I suspect, in all of this. Would have challenged Chris when he got down there to do something differently. And he's done something differently. The question is, will everybody now try and emulate what they're doing in the middle of the ground? You can see the Fremantle Dockers doing it with having one big ruckman already and having someone potentially like Luke Jackson who can play the same role as Blitzarves did.
Yeah, the adjustments Chris Scott made, we've talked about it endlessly, but they were just magnificent, weren't they?
Well, they
really?
all worked.
Yeah.
That's the
and
issue.
They don't always, obviously.
They don't always work. I mean, you can have fantastic plans over summer, but ultimately they've got to be made to work. Atkins was, when he first went in there, I didn't know whether that was a good idea, but he's just proven to be absolute. Jared, I remember the game when we went on a Friday night, Hutto, and it was the Bulldogs versus the Cats, and we were wondering how good were the Bulldogs. At that stage, Geelong weren't even in premiership contention, and yet Geelong absolutely smacked them. But it's taken a fair while through the first half of the season to accept that this was a new club coming through.
So they got beaten in round 9. It was May 14. They got beaten by St Kilda. They outplayed the Saints for good portions of it, and St Kilda got hold of them in the third quarter. And they felt like, to me, they felt like the bellwether at that stage. If you're in premiership contention, you were beating Geelong, and you had to graduate through them to be above. And they were the testing material, but they weren't the team. And then progressively, and by the Carlton game, I felt like I've never seen them so ferocious and tough, just brutally tough around the footy.
That's the signature.
Not in their glory days. That wasn't them in 7, 9 and 11.
Forget the strategy. It's the toughness that really underpinned this, and the ferocity. Not at the man, it was at the ball. And Dangerfield led the way in that. Selwood led the way in that, and it was infectious. And so many 50-50 balls. They were supreme.
We have the extended voting for the Norm Smith Medal, or the Isaac Smith Medal as it's been renamed for the day. Andrew McLeod went Smith, Dangerfield, Blitzarves. Jonathan Brown, the only one to go for Dangerfield with a 3. He went Dangerfield, Smith, Stengel. Michael Gleeson of the Age went Smith, Dangerfield, De Koning. Abby Holmes went Smith, Dangerfield, Stengel. And David Mundy, making his transition out of the game very quickly, part of the voting panel, Smith, Stengel, Dangerfield. So 14 to Isaac Smith, Paddy Dangerfield with 10 in second place, Stengel outright third, and with 4 votes, and then 1 vote each to De Koning and to Blitzarves.
Well, I don't think there's going to be too much controversy over that.
Patrick Dangerfield and Joel Selwood either side of the cup.
It's been a long time coming for Danger.
Losing prelim finals was at 6, I think. It's a couple of losing grand final, and now this 8 All-Australians just... And what a performance from... he was breaking down throughout the year, wasn't he, repeatedly, and couldn't just couldn't get right, which was unlike him because he'd been so durable. So the management of it, they were patient. There was talk that he may have re-injured the calf at one stage there, but they just, as I said, the ability, that their medical team just must be elite as well, because they've hardly put a foot wrong in that space as well. Steve Saunders plays a big role in that at Geelong. The call to leave out Holmes was clearly right.
I think the biggest issue with
look at this, Tommy Stewart, his youngster's just seen him and he's running from about 35 metres away.
Gotcha.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Tumbles backwards.
Lad.
One of the things with Dangerfield is it's taken a long time for him not to have to be best on ground for them to win.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of testament to the much better depth that Geelong's got. I mean, a lot of the games against Richmond, it was if Danger's not best on ground, they can't win. Well, he was nearly best on ground today, but he sort of didn't have to be.
Yeah, the partners and kids are out there now, which is a great part of the post-match these days. Very emotional, Brett Selwood. And you can understand why.
I think the Selwoods have been in tears for about 90 minutes.
Look at that goal he kicked. It's just unbelievable.
I feel like we should sort of play in the legacy space for a few minutes. So for Joel Selwood.
Yep.
4 premierships, first cat to do it, premiership captain, and all the records he's broken this year. Most games captained across league history, most finals played across league history. He bookends the years as he arrives in 07 and he's a driving force in the change, and here he is in 2022 lifting the cup.
Well, there's been few stories like it. I mean, if you're talking about the greatest cat of all, you know, in the debate, you've got some of the greatest ever, and that is, let's say, Gary Ablett. I'm not sure there's anybody ever played the game better than him, but there's a leadership element to Joel that probably elevates him because he's led the club for so long, and his level of performance has been at the top end for so long. So if you're looking for a legacy, I'm not sure too many people in footy have had a bigger one.
No, I agree with that. And the toughness that he's played at and the mental strength to do it for so long. The hits that he's taken. Voted most courageous player in the competition, I think, 4 times by his peers. Certainly best captain a number of times, 6 All-Australians, I think it is. Certainly multiple captains of the All-Australian team. He's the best captain I've ever seen. There's no doubt about it. I mean, to do it for that long with that, like his winning percentage is just extraordinary. Winning finals, winning games. I mean, he wins 8 out of 10 games he plays in, Joel Selwood.
I think the other legacy piece is how we see Chris Scott, who's fought hard. He's fought defeat at the crucial end. He's been crucified by some because he's got close so often without getting across the line. He's fought internally, not internally the club, but sort of external former players who he wasn't embraced by for a period of time. But right now he'd be embraced by everybody who's got the blue and white on, and he's triumphant.
Yeah,
with a premiership over a decade or so ago, bookending a decade, and not really going down to rebuild, has just been, I think he's got the highest winning percentage of any coach. Is that right, Jerry?
Yeah, it's 70%.
Yeah, it's extraordinary.
Over a long period of time. Today's his 200th win.
Yeah, it's just amazing to do that far apart. There's an air of confidence about him now. He's just so comfortable in his own skin. I think it was last year he said it's not a great profession being an AFL coach. It's not an enjoyable experience. Well, I bet he's enjoying it now.
Yes, he'll be enjoying it well into the night tonight, I think, Chris. Likes a red. But I don't think he'll need a drink tonight. I think he'll just be able to sit back and just savour what he's achieved.
All right, let's clear a break while the lap happens so that we've got you back for when the Cats head down to the rooms and we can share all of that with you. The cup is in the possession of Tom Hawkins. This is going to be a slow and beautiful lap. They're down at the punt road end at the moment, so not even halfway around the MCG. The final score for the Victoria Police open line. Need Victoria Police, but not the sirens. Call the police assistance line 131 444. Geelong 20 goals 13, 133. Defeat the Sydney Swans 8-4-52 in the grand final of 2022.
You're listening to the 2022 AFL Grand Final, live on AFL Nation. From Motorola, smartphones for any budget. Visit motorola.com.au.
Hey, Nick Del Santo here. As a rookie, I was mentored by some of the best footy brains around. After all, you don't play over 300 games without starting somewhere. In business, it's easy to find a gun rookie. Just call MEGT. As Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, MEGT are your local apprenticeship experts. Whether you're an employer who needs an apprentice or you're looking to kickstart your career as one, MEGT has you covered. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 13MEGT.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on. Installerine, 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 Installerine.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Whether you've filled up and gone bush, cruising down the coast, topping up your electric vehicle for the weekly commute,
All charged up, ready to go?
or taking the little nippers to the beach. With Amplify Premium Fuels and AmpCharge electric vehicle charging network rolling out across Australia, Ampol powers our way of life. Ampol, Australia's own.
Is it possible to create tomorrow's car today? Hyundai believes so. Take the Tucson, Hyundai's mid-size SUV, featuring a revolutionary look, intuitive interior, advanced tech, and safety. You can enjoy all this in the Tucson Turbo Diesel all-wheel drive. Available now. Tomorrow's car is here today. Hyundai Tucson, in stock now. Visit Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Sinclair Dermatology is seeking men aged 18 to 60 to participate in their new hair loss clinical trial. Eligible participants will gain access to cutting-edge hair loss treatment, medical care at no cost, and be reimbursed for their time. Places are limited. Apply today by visiting sinclairdermatology.com.au/clinical trials or calling 1-800-SINCLAIR.
We care for hair, Sinclair.
Hi footy fans, Paddy Cripps here, introducing the free Ball Magnets app. Ball Magnets app has been designed by players to provide tips, skills and insights to all up-and-coming footy players from juniors all the way up to the big leagues. Learn from the likes of Tom Mitchell, Aaron Phillips, Lockie Neal, Jack Viney, Toby Green, Josh Dunkley, Jack Steele and Zach Merritt on how to play our great game. There's loads of quality content for players, coaches and parents too. Best of all, the Ball Magnets app is free. Download today, available on the App Store and Google Play.
Legends making legends at Builders Academy.
Campbell Brown here with Andrew Shea, CEO of Builders Academy. Andrew, Builders Academy have won multiple training awards recently. Tell me, what's the secret?
Thanks, Brownie. We're really proud to have had over 8,000 graduates. We offer online, classroom-based and worksite training, and most of our students are able to study with subsidies from the Victorian Government. We're really proud of our industry-leading completion rates and the outcomes we help our students achieve to become registered building legends.
Thanks, Andrew. Get in touch with Builders Academy on 1300 Legend.
Legends making legends at Builders Academy.
RTO 21583.
Liberty Home Loans hit different. They're for the free thinkers, the go-getters and the creatives. So if you're a free thinker, you'll be right at home. Liberty, loans for free thinkers. Visit liberty.com.au.
That's how we want.
Approved applicants only. Lending criteria apply.
You're listening to the 2022 AFL Grand Final, live on AFL Nation. From Motorola, smartphones for any budget. Visit motorola.com.au.
Conjure a goal for the skipper with 3.5 minutes to play. Hickey Tapped it straight to Smith. Hand pass. Here it is. Selwood's onto it. Outside of the boot. Hangs it up. It floats. Oh, captain! My captain! Perhaps the signature moment of the 2022 Grand Final. Joel Selwood, surrounded by his teammates. For years of loyal service, for all the records that have come his way, he's going to finish the day with the Premiership Cup in hand, and his legacy soars yet further. Joel Selwood's goal, he's sitting on the fence, embracing with, I suspect he knows them, but it could just be the sort of love that comes when new friends are made on the lap of honour around the MCG. Hello.
I've been lucky enough to cover some of these laps of honours, and in fact, I might have got a little too involved in one of those Geelong 2009, then copped it from everybody, but I was sort of there in a professional guise, although it probably wasn't that professional.
Good like today.
But they are great moments, and sometimes I'm sure the players spot people they haven't seen in years, everyone wants a piece.
Geelong by 81 points to be crowned premiers. So let's work through our post-game show. For VRGF Gamblers Help, call someone who gets it. Call Gamblers Help. The Cats are over on the southern side of the ground, so still plenty of time to go. The coaching move of the day for TC Boxes. TC Boxes, quality built trays, canopies and toolboxes.
Well, we can talk about a lot of moves, but a lot of them have been practiced right throughout the year. So I don't think there was any specific move outside of one, and that was Guthrie's tightening up of the quadricep and allowing Parfitt to come on.
Yep.
I say that slightly tongue-in-cheek, but it was great to see that they didn't make the blue that the Demons did last year.
And Parfitt's first disposal was a goal.
Incredible.
You couldn't believe how things would all come together. Unmissable moments for Drinkwise. Choose to drink wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
There was many for Geelong supporters today, but how could you go past that Joel Selwood goal, which we just heard your call from, Jared? It was just scripted beautifully for them. Everything that they would have wanted to play out in that last quarter did. Parfitt got the goal. Cameron got involved. Selwood kicked a goal. Stengel kicked one. So it was on for young and old in that last quarter, and those images will live in Geelong folklore forever.
MEGT Rookie of the Day, your local apprenticeship experts. How good was the game of Sam de Koning?
It was superb. He was, I think somebody mentioned him in the votes for the Norm Smith medals.
He got one vote.
So he got one vote. It's an amazing amazing year for a young player that I saw him, I think, in round 2 or 3, and I thought, he's still a little bit raw to be playing here full time. But by the end of the year, or by about halfway through the year, he was just beating everybody.
That game against Brisbane, where he had a couple of goals kicked on him early, and it was about round 3 or round 4 when we were down at Kidinia Park, but he sort of worked it out as he went along, which is a fantastic sign, isn't it, for someone so young?
He sees the ball well. He anticipates. He's got courage, and he can play on the tools, and I suspect he's probably going to be able to play on the mid-sizes as well, such as his ability to read it.
Remember, we were in the call with Dermot Brereton that night, and he said, you've got 2 choices here. You can move him off. I presume it was Danaher that night.
Might have been McStay, I reckon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you can move him, and it might serve you well tonight, or you can just let him find his way through it, and he will be so much better for it. And it was almost instant out of that night into the next. He improved week on week, and then he's been this player for 16 weeks now. It's just so
if you could pick Dacos or De Koning, you could only pick one. We know the brilliance of Dacos and the Rising Star winner, but for the importance to have that key position player,
would you take a pair of Dacoses, a pair of De Konings, or a pair of Kings?
I'd take the Konings, I think.
One's a premiership player already. Bendix breaks, big moment. Put your foot down with confidence. Bendix breaks.
Well,
so we're going back to the start in the ruck?
Yeah, exactly that.
Two killer blows, weren't they?
Tom Hawkins is 2 goals out of the ruck.
It actually gave us an insight into, where the Swans were at mentally. You just do not take the front spot.
Every time you play Geelong, you know that's what they're going to do. He's done it for a good 5 to 6 years. It's the same as Taylor Walker at Adelaide. I can't believe how many goals they still get out of the ruck. It's been an absolute weapon. I spoke to Brad Ottens about it yesterday, and we said, was that your move, Brad, to craft Tom Hawkins into that ruck? And he said, no, it was his idea. He came to it with us, and he executes it better than anyone. So the flexibility that not only do you get the firepower when he does it, but then the ruckman drops behind the ball and shores up your defence. So, yeah, great versatility, big moments in that game.
I don't think there's one Geelong supporter that hasn't shaken hands with Joel Selwood. He's been everywhere. He's prolific.
The Toro tackler of the day, tackler of the day, count on Toro to get the job done. Such was the ferocity of the tackling that the Swans were getting spooked by their own shadows. But I still think, so Colajasny runs down Stevens, who must be one of the fastest runners in the competition, in the last quarter when it's all decided, and he still has the desire to go and hunt down the faster man.
And Stevens, well, he'll take a lot of learnings out of this particular game, as will McInerney on the other wing, who was on Isaac Smith for a fair period of time. But it was a great chase down, and he's had, after a few injuries, he's had a unbelievable finish to the season, Colajasny, and looks a different player, as you said, Jared. Looks more stable, looks more controlling, and looks a senior man.
Choose a crucial moment for New Farm, Australian through and through.
Well, a crucial moment. I had the two Hawkins goals. So
yeah, well, there was some Dangerfield moments in the middle of the ground. He sort of got going after quarter time. So there was 2 or 3 moments in tight. There was the big one in the middle of the ground where he dived on a ball. Some conjecture whether it was a throw to Atkins, break a tackle. Once again, kick a centre bounce goal. So their toughness in and around the centre bounce, led by Dangerfield, who had, I think, 19 contested possessions for the day. The most on the ground was extraordinary.
I suspect he might have voted the highest as a rating for champion data, given how much contested ball he had.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting when...
It'll be interesting to look back on monitors if that analysis, that sometimes just stuff you don't see the first time around.
Well, I reckon he will have. I noticed Jonathan Brown voted for him, so he would have
had those numbers.
He would have had those numbers, and he may have actually won it significantly. But
well, actually, Brownie may not have had those numbers because he wasn't doing the game live, was he?
No, but they were doing a function at half time. I think weren't they doing a cross at half time?
I don't know. Actually.
I saw them out in the Yarra.
Okay, maybe they were.
Could you fiddle around with the votes of your own? Both do 3, 2, 1 for us to add your thoughts. Score the ultimate listening experience with Sonos. There's game-changing daily, weekly and major prizes to be won. Enter at iCanWin.com.au. The Cats have reached the city end, so they're not too far from their race now to head down below, and we'll be there to greet them and to share in the most memorable song of the year. So the player of the day for Henley Homes, build or buy Henley completed homes, now selling in Mickleham and Tarneet. Henley.com.au.
I think they landed with it the right way, because to get the scoreboard impact from Isaac Smith early when the game was well and truly on the line, and his penetration and his run, so he set the game up for them. So I do think they got it. I wouldn't have been upset though with Dangerfield. So I thought it was really close, a really close Norm Smith medal decision. I would have been very happy either way, but I think they probably got it right. It'll be interesting to see how the coaches vote.
Yeah, Andy Marr next door texted me the moment. He was surprised. He thought Danger would have got it, but that's Andy. So
I reckon Blitzarves was stiff not to get a vote. I reckon Duncan was stiff not to get a vote. I would have given it to Smith.
Blitzarves, did he get a vote?
Got one.
Okay. Got one.
I think I would have slid him in for one. So I went for Smith, Danger and Blitzarves, or Duncan if you wanted to toss a coin.
I had the same 3.
Tommy Hawkins was imposing too.
Yeah. When it mattered.
When it really mattered. I mean, those
moments.
2 goals in the first quarter, I mean, it just gave them the great belief. And I think it shocked the Swans at just how easily those goals came.
It's a bit of a replay of that grand final. It was 2014, isn't it, for the Swans? And it's a long time ago and it's a different team, but they got smashed by Hawthorn. They came in favourites that day.
I remember talking to Horse after that. I went to the Swans function, and he was lamenting that he didn't think it was necessary to prepare the players mentally for a game. But I don't think that would be the case this time. I mean, he would have learnt that, and they would have been ready, mentally ready. But I think that was just testimony basically to how good Geelong were. Swans were ready for the onslaught, but they couldn't deal with the onslaught. And, they actually looked a little bit more like boys than up against the men. And some of them are mature players, obviously, so they're going to have to get maybe some bigger bodies. And that's what Geelong have done so well. They've got the big bodies and they've got the pace.
Some of those bodies will get bigger, though.
They will,
yeah. To be in Sydney last week and see it firsthand, I mean, it felt like immediately it felt like they had run out of puff, but you think that they'll recover from that.
Yeah.
Maybe they didn't quite recover. Hard to know.
Possibly, but geez, it was like a tornado just swept through in that first quarter. I mean, no one wants to declare it, but that game looked over at quarter time, didn't it?
It did, yeah, and that's what made Hawkins' impact so significant in the game, and Isaac Smith, of course, as well. Marie Selwood has just given Joel a big hug. She's only the 1,500th person to do it.
When we take talk back, it will be for Star 21, 2021 Telstra Enterprise Partner of the Year. So what were your votes, Kane?
Yeah, I had Smith, Dangerfield, Blixarves. I thought he was so important, Blixarves, for the flexibility that it gave Geelong. I love Stengel's game. I just thought he was clean, made good decisions. I like Brad Close's game, not that he would have been in the votes. They had so many good players. But those three stood out for me. Dangerfield's final series was enormous the last fortnight, wasn't it?
So when you dip down to the 5, Smith, Dangerfield, Blixarves, Duncan, Stengel?
Stengel, yeah. De Koning, I mean...
Where's the player of the finals at? Where is that?
That's a good question.
That's the Getty-Ayres medal.
Yeah, I think it was players that... I'm not sure there's many cats that could have won it today.
It was at 16. Dangerfield could win it with 8 votes, I think. So he got the 10 in the prelim.
Yeah.
I'll find that for you. I reckon he got the 10 in the prelim and the marker was 16. And you would think if he's second with both coaches, he picks up 8 and goes to 18 and he might win that.
Might win it. So there you go. He might get a medal.
There would have been a lot of people at the start of this year not have Geelong in the 8.
Oh, me, I didn't. No, I haven't had them in there for the last 4 years. I just think, how do you defy the ageing process and the AFL's...
Well, I think we've got to get our head
model.
around
I know.
the age. That the age is
done.
You know, it's a new world. I mean, that professional sport age
almost every other
the lack
sport
of the lack of top 10 draft picks. I think they're so. Look at Melbourne, how they won it. How many top 15 draft picks have they got?
So in a way, it's more about that than it is about...
It's about the equalisation model. Because you're so successful, you don't have access to the best talent. And how many top 10 draft picks they got on their list? Hardly any.
Well, what it does do, let's just say this becomes more of a norm, that the age of the Premier becomes, say, 3 years older than it has been historically. I mean, the notion of building from the bottom, it just makes it...
cop out now.
Well, it makes it almost impossible. Yeah. You can't do it. You can wait for 2 or 3 of them to get 100 games under the belt, but you've got to wait for the club to get 200 games under the belt. The average game played by Geelong would be significantly higher than 100 games, I would have thought. So for the likes of North Melbourne, for instance, it's still a long journey to get to compete with what we just saw here.
Yeah, I guess clubs you've still got to work out whether, no doubt there'll be clubs that will probably make the mistake the other way now. They'll stick with a bunch of players thinking this, and it doesn't happen. So it's still about having that right assessment of your club, isn't it?
And there's much more to it than just having a bunch of old blokes, as we know. I mean, Chris Scott sort of worked that out himself, changed the way they played. They prepare completely differently to a lot of clubs. They don't spend as much time in the place. So you can follow, but unless you have got sort of intel from inside, you can make a meal of it.
What about the case study that becomes Isaac Smith, who plays 3 premierships at a club, and probably everyone goes, well, he sees out his days. He makes the move and he becomes a Norm Smith medalist in a 4th premiership. And the way, if they are going to...
He's a bit of an...
say where he finishes up.
He's a bit of an athletic freak, though, isn't he?
That's the key. I mean, if you look at... Geelong's a really interesting study. They went for Isaac Smith and they went for Sean Higgins at the same time. And one has failed because of just didn't quite keep the athleticism up. And the other one has got a Norm Smith medal to his tally. So they've got 2 or 3 players that they recruited that aren't here today, aren't on the ground, but they've helped them get there. And I think, we'd all love to see them get medals, but that's not the way we do it here.
And Isaac was a little bit of a late starter too, so that probably hasn't quite... And he's played on the wing, he probably hasn't had the been beaten up as much as some of the other players. But
if you're a Jack Gunston or someone like that, you'd be looking, okay, is there an opportunity for me?
So do you play your days out once the team is tipped over, or is there this market? I think he becomes a really interesting study, and this is a little bit what it looks like in the States. Is you win your titles and then you move and you see if you can win more titles, and then you move and you see if you can win more titles. Like, why wouldn't you? Whereas other than Martin Pike, we've sort of had this inhibitor. No, once you really need to stay.
Yeah.
So I think he's a really pivotal figure in the game's history now. The Gary Ayres medal. So Jack Crisp was on 16, Jordan De Goey 15, Lachie Neale 15, and Dangerfield was on 10. So you would think that he would get at least the 8 from the two coaches. And he might
get him
do
a
better
win,
than that, and that will have him as the Gary
That's a good
Ayres
medal to have hanging on your mantelpiece. Best player in a finals campaign, particularly when you've got the premiership medal as well.
So the Cats are going to stay out with the whole of club song out on the ground. Tyson Stengel had headed down into the rooms that just set the SOS to get him back. He'll do well to find his way through the families.
Premiership player coming through.
It should give you some cachet. So
I think it'll get you in most places tonight, Jared.
Yeah. The cup has been put on the ground between them, and there's a few layers to this circle. There's crowd at the city end just did enough to help it carry around the G. Just did enough. So the song sung. This is the AFL Nation post-game show for VRGF. Gamblers Help. Call someone who gets it. Call Gamblers Help. The Cats are the premiers.
They don't want to leave the Oval, and you can understand that. They'll probably sneak back later. Although it'll become a tight timeline, won't it? They've got to present it over... Is it a Fed Square?
Yarra Park.
Yarra Park at about 7, I think it's listed for. That's a very tight timeline.
When's Robbie Williams back out there?
Well, he's over at Yarra Park, I'm told. So our kids are just packing up to leave and head over there now, having absorbed the whole lap.
Well, not many people left in the stadium. Probably, 10,000 people? Surprisingly, I can't see too much red.
There's a couple of track seats down at that end.
That's true.
But not too many.
But what a moment that would have been for whole of club to be surrounded by surrounding the Premiership Cup. Tommy Hawkins and his wife and 2 girls just sitting there embracing the moment with the cup in hand.
Yes,
it's been such a long journey though, hasn't it? I mean, Chris Scott's been under some serious heat, and he has prevailed.
And Tom Hawkins, his back half of his career, he's got better and better, and part of that was getting his body right, but also I reckon a change in mindset that he really had to. From what I understand, he was hard on himself after a game, but not so. But didn't had that expectation of himself going into a game, and that's one of the things that changed, and or may have changed, but whatever he did, it's been extraordinary.
Who were those recruiters that said Joel Selwood's knees are going to be no good?
I know. He just rubs it in even further, doesn't it?
The Hawkins history, or the Hawkins record, I think is compromised to a small degree because he handballs the ball so often. And so when, in 50 years' time, people will say he kicked X amount of goals, but we're getting better at understanding the importance of goal assists, but he gives away so many Joe the Gooses that he could clearly kick that you could add 100 goals to the tally that he's got right now, and that would still be being, I think, generous in some respects.
He's got 732 after today.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark has to do one kick across goal when Fremantle played Geelong, surely, to repay that one that he handed off to him.
That's right.
At the start down at Kidinia Park.
And the interesting little stat on Sevens coverage. So flags after 350 games was 3 Michael Tuck. 3 flags after 350 games, and now 1 Joel Selwood, and you won't be at all shocked to know they're the only 2.
It's amazing, isn't it? Even to get to 350 games and then to punch out a flag and then to punch out another 2. Yes. Tucky, what a freak he was.
And the other one, what was well recounted during the week, was the first flag after 300 games. It was Shane Crawford on his last day, and Patrick Dangerfield now joins him as the only player to reach the first premiership after playing his 300th game.
Incredible. No, it's a great story for Paddy. I'm really pleased for him. He's been a warrior for a long, long time, and he's kept believing and kept the faith. And
big night in Moggs Creek ahead for Dangerfield clan.
Don't
think he'll get there, but there'll be others.
He'll get there. But I reckon the Bluefin are going to get a nice workout over the next couple of months. Joel Selwood's still on the ground, just getting to the last 4,000 people that he hasn't embraced.
He's hugged everyone. Might need some hand sanitizer after this, but there's Luke Hodge, Dangerfield, embracing two warriors of players, two of the best we've seen in this generation. Mark O'Connor's there.
Yes, I'm not sure that they're going to leave the playing surface here.
They may not. I wouldn't.
Let's do it all in plain view.
Don't they know they've got to get down for radio interviews?
It's interesting. Tom Harley, he left the Cats and went up to Sydney, so it's been a good club that's generated some great administrators, and one was running the footy department of the AFL. Only the last couple of years he went back to run Geelong, and he's left his mark. Steve Hocking. Yep. So they've it's just been a top club producing great football people on many levels.
Yeah, great culture and great people, and once they figured it out, it has proven lasting, and it has been handed from one generation to the next, and this is evidence of that. The success had been there, but now the cup is there to validate.
Who's the next captain of Geelong?
We chatted about this on Crunch Time this morning, Jared. You've got a view that Dangerfield maybe...
I think if Joel retired, that Dangerfield would be the short-term captain. Right. And then, Tom Stewart has it in him, or aspects of it in him. I'm not sure whether he would want to necessarily be the formal captain.
Could Joel Selwood be the non-playing captain?
He could well be. Just as an aside, if you're the recruiting manager of Geelong, they're clearly... Andrew Mackey's running the show now.
Yep.
They're clearly into Tanner Bruin. They were hoping to get Hopper. Do they take time now to go, okay, let's go and get the best 18-year-olds we can and slot them in? Because
Bruin's only 20.
Yeah, he's 18
Henry's
to 20.
Only 20. He's their other target. Yeah. So
I have a hunch they're hunting top 10 picks who are 3 years into their development.
Yep. It's the smartest way of going about it, isn't it? Seeing what unless you got the top 5 picks, have a look, see what they do after 2 or 3 years, and they're probably even more valuable because you don't have to go through the growing phases.
What are they going to do? We've just got to time our run here so as to be in the rooms when the players arrive. Do you think they're going to head down there, Hutto? Between us, we have to make a judgment call here.
They are starting to go. Tom Atkins is still on the wing here.
On the wing.
How long's our break, Jared?
Yeah, they're starting to push down there. Chris Scott's just led the charge. He's gone down.
No, I think they are going to go down. All right, so we might get squeezed up in the back end of this, but Zach
Tilley's, a lot of selfies going on.
Yes, there are. The victors can please themselves, can't they? And staying on the ground for longer than we've seen a team stay on the ground for many a year and soak it all in. And there's a good pocket of fans who have remained huddled close at the city end.
They're not moving quickly.
No one goes until Joel says it's time to go. So if you're Tanner Bruin and if you're Ollie Henry, and I don't know about maybe Jack Bowes as well, was you couldn't get in the door quickly enough to what they've built.
It's a great... there's two sides to it. You've missed out on the first premiership. Your question is, everyone wants to win a premiership, but you also want to go home to where you want to live, so it's a good program you'd love to be slotted into. It's always difficult to emulate. We saw Melbourne, they were short price favourites at the halfway mark to go back-to-back, and yet they won 6 out of the last 14 games.
So Chris Scott's made his way down into the room. Shall we check in with Coxie and just get a feel for who's gathered and how many, and then the sense of anticipation, Coxie?
Yeah, it's very tense down here, waiting for some action at the moment. Chris Scott's just walked in, tears coming out of his eyes. Josh Jenkins walking past me, James Kelly, Eddie Betts. Family and friends, they're behind the net, waiting to be unleashed. at the moment. So I think the way to describe it is it's on a knife's edge down here. We're just waiting.
Well, we've got some vision of Chris Scott going into the coach's room. He's going to sit down and enjoy the moment.
Just taking off the obligatory mic that he will have sported throughout the day. Not sure he's a total believer in that, but he will have worn it out of obligation. So Zach Tui in his milestone game, 250, hoisted up on shoulders with the cup in hand.
How good.
And his Gaelic flag around his neck. That might be the last of the images before they are going to head downstairs. Maybe. In no hurry to go. AFL Nation for McDonald's Playmakers kick to kick on Snapchat today. The Cats by 81 points in the grand final.
Yeah.
And Paddy and Joel escort the cup down under the stands at the city end. It's Tomahawk who's on the other end of it. So two who have lasted together for so long. There was that lovely moment where Joel was on he knew he was going to give it to Isaac Smith, but he had a quick look up and thought, no, I'm kicking this to Tommy.
Yeah, it was
and
a
that was
burner
playing favourites. Totally playing favourites.
He did. And Isaac was thinking, that could have cost me.
You could see him make that decision, and if it hadn't been Tommy, would have given it to Isaac Smith for sure, which would have been the natural play in the flow of things. Coxie, they're turning the corner to come in towards you, so we'll get all of this with you because I'm sure it'll be raucous the moment they come into sight as Cam Guthrie, who did the right thing, subs out of the game to clear the way, and Patrick Dangerfield are going to be the first in.
Yeah, and considering it's been, I think, subdued, their celebrations over the course of the last month, knowing that this was in their sights to have finally achieved it, I think it's going to be a very different atmosphere. It's still on a knife's edge, though. We're still waiting now. The first rounds of applause from the family grouped up at the back as the players slowly start to trickle in, led by Jack Henry, Tom Atkins, Colin Jasny. They're the first three into the rooms. De Koning now. Zach Tui, the Irish flag wrapped around his neck. And now, like all the rest of us, they're now just waiting for their teammates to follow through. Jed Buse, it's a very slow trickle. They're keen to soak it up, I think, as they go past some of their family and friends as they first enter the room.
Great for the Buse family to finally get a premiership.
Yeah.
Down at the Cattery.
Warm up and sing the song again, are they, in the room?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Slowly forming the circle, some of the players. Sean Higgins just walking past.
Billy Brownless has made his way in there.
Of course he has.
Now they're starting to fire up. All gathering around Isaac Smith too, admiring the Norm Smith medal. It's a still very slow trickle. They're not in a hurry. Joel Selwood with the Premiership Cup in hand. He's placing it in the middle of the rooms. Looking around with a great big smile on his face. And they're still just milling around, I think, making sure that everyone is a part of the circle. Almost ready. They're still on an ice edge down here. We're still waiting. Zach Guthrie now joins the group.
Chris and Nigel Lappin have got the beers out in the coach's room.
Have they?
They've earned that.
They do.
Tom Stewart now joining the circle as well. They seem to be waiting for a couple more. Reece Stanley emerging from the crowd. And I think it's almost like doing a head count of school kids down here to make sure that they're all in place. I think we're still missing a couple. Continue to wait. It's points. I think we're waiting for Tyson Stengel, who did come back down to the rooms before everyone else after he did that U-turn a little earlier. He's down the back. And again, we just wait. That tension again building. Jeremy Cameron makes his way into the rooms as well. All just waiting for the lid to be blown off. Just milling around in a circle. Premiership Cup in the middle of the group. And now, like most of us down in the room, now the Cats players are now waiting as well.
This is good audition for an opening ceremony in an Olympics, Coxie. It's good practice.
It is.
It's good practice.
I think I might have to work on my padding skills.
I thought it was nice of Chris Scott, really generous of Chris Scott, to mention the people that weren't there, that have been there for a long time. I thought of Kevin Dickerson as well, who's been their long-term media manager, who went to the AFL Players Association. But
he'll certainly be claiming his part in it.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Well done, Diggers. But Corey Enright's gone down to St Kilda, and Matty Scarlett took some time off. But they clearly, and Matty Knights went over to the Eagles, clearly had significant contributions, and I thought it was a class act. He's always, he dots the I's, Chris.
They might be waiting for him.
He's in the room.
He's in the coach's room.
Second already.
Having a cold beer. The players are probably going, we want the coach to sing the song.
Well, they are getting a little antsy now. They're all staring at the officials, waiting for some sort of advice on what they can do. It's
the only time they've looked lost all day. That's such a sense of purpose and leadership about them.
And I think the overall emotion now is they just want to get it done. They just want to be able to let go and celebrate in the rooms with their family, friends. There's a lot of club officials standing around as well, most of the board.
Just grab one of them, Cox.
I would if I wasn't 6 deep in the media throng. I know, I've been pushed back.
This is where you make your name in the media.
Hey, I'll just climb on a couple of shoulders.
Just go back to that first 5 minutes, the brutality of the initial onslaught. And the Swans got a goal, which was fine, but they responded again. And it reminded me of a couple of Hawthorn victories I've seen where they just had premiership players and state of origin players on every line, and they had just big bodies, and they crushed a couple of teams in the 80s before the game was 20 minutes old.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get the ball out of their defensive 50.
My first grand final was 1988.
That was the one I was thinking about.
On Melbourne.
It was a crushing, wasn't it? Gary Ayres was in the middle of the ground, and the Bulldozers were out again. They just smashed them apart.
The Plattons, the Breretons.
What their intentions are.
I know, but Ford's getting a fair workout.
You'll be pleased to know, Hutto, I put the elbows up, got to the front of the media pack and got shooed away by the AFL officials. So I learned my place.
I think we've found out that it's been held up by a Tyson Stengel drug test. So waiting for Tyson Stengel. He's with the drug testers, which can, in my experience, take hours.
It's frightening, isn't it?
I had a drug test once. I had a fractured hand, so the drug testers had to come back to the X-ray place with me and follow me the whole way because I couldn't go. So that was a long night. I don't think the song's going to be sung anytime soon.
It's not the news I wanted to hear.
We might have to take the punt here, otherwise I'm going to run us right into the ground. So we'll take our break, and if they do sing the song, we'll record it and play it for you in the aftermath. AFL Nation for McDonald's play Macca's Kick to Kick on Snapchat today.
You're listening to the 2022 AFL Grand Final, live on AFL Nation. From Motorola, smartphones for any budget. Visit motorola.com.au.
Not sure who can best take care of your European car? Your local Repco authorised service centre is fully qualified to provide logbook servicing on all popular European cars. With access to the most up-to-date information and training, and backed by a nationwide warranty, you can relax knowing that taking good care of your pride and joy is our pride and joy. Book in or book online at repcoservice.com.
Installerine, Installerine, Installerine.
For the hottest of hot body you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Install a ring. Install a ring.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently, game after game, season after season. Host Plus delivers strong performance over the long term, with top returns over 20 years. A top-performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus.
Super Ratings SR50 Balanced Index, December 2021. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS at TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding if Host Plus is appropriate for you. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance.
Search, compare Host Plus today.
Say hello to Motorola G62 5G.
Hello, Moto.
Stream your favourite movies or watch all the footy action live on the stunning 6.5-inch high-definition display.
Immerse yourself in stereo sound with Dolby Atmos.
Capture any moment in any light with a 50-megapixel camera.
Keep the fun going all day with a long-lasting 5,000 milliamp hour battery.
The speed you need with the latest 5G technology.
The Motorola G62 5G was made to entertain.
Hello, Moto.
How does a work van become a brilliant business asset? This was the question keeping Hyundai on their toes. After a lot of late nights, we had our answer. The Hyundai Staria Load. It fits in everything you need for work, including next-gen tech, a 5-star ANCAP safety, and platinum crash avoidance rating. The Hyundai Staria Load from $47,990 drive away for ABN holders. T's and C's apply. Visit Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Man Cave, shed, garage, sports room, home office, whatever you want to call it, Robot Building Supplies has everything to renovate or build it.
Robot's got it.
Metal roofing, cladding, wall panelling.
Robot's got it.
Structural steel, timber, insulation.
Robot's got it.
With 24-hour delivery, get it done fast with Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
For those that love crisp, clean, uncomplicated refreshment, look no further than CB Draft. Australian-owned, Australian-made, CB Brewing have been crafting beer for Australian tastes since 2004. Their draft, brewed here in Victoria, is classic Aussie beer at its easy drinking best, perfect for footy finals. Now on tap at the Empress Hotel, 714 Nicholson Street, Fitzroy North. Enjoy $6 pots and $12 pints of CB Draft until Sunday, September 11th. CB Draft, crisp, clean, uncomplicated refreshment.
18 plus only, please drink responsibly.
If you've been injured at work, you should seek legal advice. Arnold, Thomas and Becker can advise on all your compensation entitlements, which could be in the hundreds of thousands. The team have over 50 years' experience in securing compensation for injured workers. Talk directly to an Arnold, Thomas and Becker lawyer and start your claim today. And if there's no win, there's no fee. Call 1300 333 300.
You're listening to the 2022 AFL Grand Final, live on AFL Nation. From Motorola, smartphones for any budget. Visit motorola.com.au.
Free throw in. It is a premiership gloriously won. A Geelong side forever in contention, entirely reimagined to be hailed now as champions. And for Chris Scott, his second flag is testament to his genius. Geelong in a grand final romp by 81 points. AFL Nation, for McDonald's Playmakers kick to kick on Snapchat today. The Cats over the Swans to be crowned premiers in 2022. We'll have Matthew Cox with us in the rooms in a moment's time. He'll grab us an interview and we can get busy with the victorious Cats. Gerard Whateley, Anthony Hudson, Jared Healy and Kane Corns with you for the next 20 minutes or so as we round it out.
Overtime for this, Jared?
We were scheduled till 7 regardless, so it hasn't been.
I thought we'd be in September Club by now myself. But anyway.
If Geelong had got a hurry on, you never know. But
blame the drug testers.
It's been a longer wait. All right, let's head down with Matthew Cox.
Yeah, thanks, Gerard. With Tom Atkins here. Tom, an amazing performance from the Cats today. When did it feel out on the ground that you knew that you'd had the Premiership Cup sewn up?
It's a tough one. Probably halfway through the last, maybe. You try not to think about it at three-quarter time. Obviously, it was a long way for them to come back, but yeah, probably three-quarter time, halfway through the fourth quarter, I was on the bench and there was a few hugs early, so it was great.
Tom, Jared Healy upstairs with Kane Corns. Congratulations, not just on today. I mean, it was a brutal exhibition of fantastic footy, but the whole season, and you've been a significant part of it with your role change.
Yeah, it's so crazy. You spend the whole year trying to get your game right, and to have it come together in the last game of the year is just it's unbelievable, really. Bit surreal. Hasn't really sunk in, but it's just such a good group of blokes, and I don't feel we had any weaknesses this year. Sort of every line was strong, and I think we showed that today.
Yeah, it was a flawless display. Congratulations. Your brutality and your ability to win one-on-one contest today stood out to me, and I'm curious how you go about training that. So on a day like today, you perform like you did.
You definitely have to replicate it on the training track. I guess I don't really know any other way, to be honest. It's just my old man was a bit of a psycho player as well, so I guess I've got him to thank. But I don't know. Just you got to go as hard as you do on the weekends, otherwise you can't just turn it on Saturdays. So definitely training hard helps.
How are the conditions out on the ground? It looked almost ideal, which is very different to what you faced a couple of weeks ago against the Pies.
No, fine. There was a bit of a wind. The ground was really hard. It was fine. Yeah, it was good day for footy, really.
Which moment stood out to you the most?
Definitely Parf's goal. Just such a difficult time for him. Sam Menegola, Max Holmes as well, and for him to get a reward like that, was just really pleasing.
And Joel Selwood, sum him up for us.
Everything you want to be in a human. The bloke has no flaws. Dedicates a lot of his time to other people, and everyone should aspire to be that way.
Tom, you've had such a great season with the change of role and how you've been able to grasp, but how fulfilling is it to be a premiership player at the end of it?
Yeah, definitely. That's what I mean. In a way, I've sort of been working towards this for 8 years, so it's just a great reward for effort. And Sydney, I've got some great mates, Paddy and Tom, in that team, and they'll definitely be around next year. They'll be up there. They're really young and strong, and they had just as good a year as us, and we were just able to put it together on the day. And sometimes that's all that matters, being able to play well in the games that count.
Tom, yours is a brilliant premiership story. Thanks for sharing it with us.
Thanks, fellas.
Tom Atkins down in the rooms.
It really is, isn't it? I mean, to have had to fight his way through, and he retold a story during the week about not going to schoolies because it would have given him the chance to play with the Geelong VFL team and work his way through. And while his mates went away and celebrated, he did that. And ultimately, on a long road, it led to him playing AFL footy and becoming a premiership player.
Just uncompromising. Spoke during the year how he plays on the edge. Never felt like his position in the side was assured, and he plays like that every week.
Here is the Cats song from down in the rooms. Cats in victory, AFL Nation 4 McDonald's play Maccas kick to kick on Snapchat today.
You're listening to the 2022 AFL Grand Final, live on AFL Nation. From Motorola, smartphones for any budget. Visit motorola.com.au.
Hit the road with a 1 in 4 chance to win with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Win prizes like a year of free Wilson parking, a new Volkswagen Polo GTI with 5-year care plan, and more. Download the My Macca's app and play today. Ends 18th of October. For full terms, visit mcdonalds.com.au.
What follows spring? Summer. Tasmania's Summer of Racing showcases some of Australia's best racers across all 3 racing codes. Use the Ultimate Tassie Form Guide 4 Plus Pro to find a winner in summer feature races, including the Ladbrokes Devonport, Hobart and Launceston Cups, Group 1 Ladbrokes Hobart 1000 and Tassie Golden Apple. Access detailed data, additional race replays, expert tips and the Tas Racing live stream through a free Form Plus Pro account. Visit tasracing.com.au.
Gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Go on, make the call. We all believe in you. One at a time, please. Thousands of Aussies keep switching to Kogan Mobile, but hurry right now. You can get started with Kogan from just $2.90 for 30 days, with unlimited calls and texts and a big 20 gig of data at award-winning prepaid prices. Make the call. Switch to Kogan Mobile from just $2.90 for the first 30 days at koganmobile.com.au/radio.
If there's one sound that means it's September, you'd agree this is it. And nothing goes better with footy finals than a thirsty camel. Bottle shop, that is. With great specials like Carlton Draft 24-pack, $49.99, Great Northern Super Crisp 3.5% 30-can block, $51.99, or Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack, $44.99. The camel is calling this September. Find your local at thirstycamel.com.au. Ends 25th September. Prices may vary in country areas. Hydrate responsibly.
Sinclair Dermatology is seeking men aged 18 to 60 to participate in their new hair loss clinical trial. Eligible participants will gain access to cutting-edge hair loss treatment, medical care at no cost, and be reimbursed for their time. Places are limited. Apply today by visiting sinclairdermatology.com.au/clinical trials or calling 1-800-SINCLAIR.
We care for hair, Sinclair.
There's a lot to like about Passload's new Trim Master. Lower maintenance, improved performance, and everyday reliability all year round. Because if I want a fast professional finish, I need a job done well. Anyway, I'm not going to be banging on about it all day. Passload's all-new Trim Master. Out now.
Total Tools is your home of low-price power tools. Milwaukee, Makita, DeWalt, Bosch. We've got all the world's biggest power tool brands covered. Kits, skins, batteries, accessories. We've got all your needs covered. Total Tools has got the biggest range of professional power tools and accessories at low prices, guaranteed. We can't be beaten now. Total Tools. Every tool, every trade.
Booked a holiday? Visiting friends interstate? Melbourne Airport is happy to be welcoming travellers back. Nothing beats the convenience, flexibility and great value when you park at Melbourne Airport. From just $12 a day, the Value Car Park offers exceptional value. And only a few minutes walk to check-in, Melbourne Airport's Terminal Car Park offers absolute convenience. Park with ease and peace of mind with Melbourne Airport. Book online today and save at melbourneairport.com.au.
Wood heaters, gas, log fires, Factory Direct. Illusion and Ultimate's biggest ever end of season mega sale with prices slashed. Wood heaters from $5.99. Gas log fires from $19.99. Dandenong, Epping and North Geelong. Illusionfires.com.au.
You're listening to the 2022 Premiership season on AFL Nation for Beaumont Tiles. Hybrid flooring in store now.
Nation for McDonald's play Macca's Kick to Kick on Snapchat today. We bring to a close our coverage from the MCG. 100,024 people saw Geelong beat the Swans by 81 points. A closing words, Kane Corns, from you on how you'll recall this day, this season?
No, it was a joy to be here to watch a team absolutely at the peak of their powers. So that's what I'll walk away with. All the other teams have got to aspire to be that, and there's so much that needs to go right for you to win a premiership, and the way that they've built towards this has been an inspiration. It should be the catalyst for all the other teams to go about the way that Geelong have been able to accomplish this.
I was disappointed for Sydney. I expected a much more competitive performance, but they were a long way short of competitive. And I really feel fantastic for Chris Scott that he has now got that second premiership that he's worked so diligently for, and he got it in one of the most emphatic styles we've seen in a couple of decades. Clearly so far ahead of the next best team.
Just an amazing day, and yes, Admo, congratulate Chris Scott and Nigel Lappin, his great mate and lieutenant. What they did in the off-season, what that turned into, we saw full fruition of that today. And just a pleasure to be here, albeit a little biased in our view. We didn't get the competition or the competitiveness we might have hoped for, but witnessing greatness.
In our team, so much goes into delivering AFL Nation to you across the season, and it does so under the stewardship of Joel Brooks and Ben Lyon, who have done a mighty job throughout the season. All those who have worked with them and with us in commentary booths across the country. Pete McGinley represents the tech side of things in this box today.
He's a disappointed Collingwood fan.
In charge of so many. So to all of those who have crafted AFL Nation throughout the season, we salute you so that we've been able to bring you this. The Cats, the Premiers in 2022, as we bid you farewell. How the match unfolded. Geelong deep forward on the throw-in. Hawkins got it clean, hooked it around, and the Tomahawk kicks the first. It's one of his specialty moves on the boundary throw-in. Boundary throw-in, 40 out from the Geelong goal. Hawkins got it clean again onto the boot. He's pulled the same trick twice. Tom Hawkins with a pair of goals from boundary throw-ins. That is bonus material.
Now Stanley inserts. It was almost captured by Isaac Smith. Loose ball to one. Back to Smith. The former Hawk fires away, and he kicks Geelong's fourth.
Around to Selwood, found a way through. Isaac Smith out the front. He's kicked his second. He's got a mind toward a fourth premiership.
Hawkins in the wrestle, one-on-one with McCartan. They both went to ground, and the umpire says it's a free kick to Tom Hawkins. He's gone the whole journey. He's got better and better and better. It fell back for Warner, who approaches the 50, and that time he hits a target and he finds Callum Mills. Runs around to give himself a bit more. He gives it plenty. It's a fine strike.
Got clear at centre-half forward. Stengle's his man, and he'll take it out in the pocket. The All-Australian small forward skips in. Let's fly. Made great contact. Superb. As good a set shot as you'll see. Open it up to McLean, low down, Heaney. It felt like a half volley. It was paid as a mark. Heaney from 40 out, deliberate with the kick. It slides it home. Pumps the fist to the Sydney Bays to his left.
Hughes had a choice of three Cats, and it's Tyson Stengel. And Tyson Stengel, whose journey has been well told, is at half forward right now. A little stutter step. It's going to go 50 metres. Distance not a problem. Nothing is for the Cats at the moment.
To the hot spot. See if they can get the contested mark. Heaney tried one-hander from McLean in the goal square. Arm to bicep. Hayden McLean from the top of the square. His first disposal in the grand final is a goal.
Jeremy Cameron overreached and overran. And Mitch Duncan was the hunter. And he had Tom McCartan in his sights. It's only early in the third, but the Cats already thinking about having a beer with Duncan.
Across the face, the goal. Close is going to cut it off. For the game high lead, Brad Close pumps it through.
To Cameron, to Isaac Smith. Will it be Norm? Will it be Norm, Isaac Smith? He's kicked his third.
Close knocks it down for Cam. Guthrie had got through his legs. They fight on. Guthrie lays the tackle, ties it up. He'll win holding the ball. Florent is adjudged to have just flopped over the top of the footy. Cam Guthrie's in his 26th final. He's had a stirring season, and he's got a grand final goal to go with it. As he hooks it around the corner for the Cats' 13th major. Kick in, risky. Mills didn't mark it. Dangerfield came hammering through. Gathers the footy. Gives it to Stengel, who puts it through the sticks. He caresses it into the pocket, low down, and Stengel's going to put himself in the frame. The traumas of his private life put aside for the glory of this grand final. He's a quaddy beauty. He's got four.
Flicks the hand pass wide to Isaac Smith. He wants it back to Danger. And the little kick is tailored just for him. Patrick Dangerfield. Oh, Jeremy Cameron, a little nonchalant give. and it's coming, and it's got there. Jezzy, you beauty. Duncan in the corner, handballs it back in, Dangerfield ripped his way clear. Oh, and De Koning's put it on the line. He took the mark. The champ to the kid. It doesn't matter. It's another Geelong goal.
Tapped it straight to Smith. Hand pass. Here it is. Selwood's onto it. Outside of the boot. Hangs it up. It floats. Oh, captain! My captain! Perhaps the signature moment of the 2022 Grand Final. Final moment is a boundary throw-in. It is a premiership gloriously won. A Geelong side forever in contention, entirely reimagined to be hailed now as champions. And for Chris Scott, his second flag is testament to his genius. Geelong in a grand final romp by 81 points.
You're listening to the 2022 AFL Grand Final.